Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned with the second half of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with the group stage, 6 hours long, and the group stage has finally concluded. And now we're here in the playoff bracket. We're here to crown our champion. We're getting there. We're getting there. First, we have the upper bracket quarterfinals. We have our first series. Again, 4 matches are happening at the same time. They're happening concurrently, and we are jumping into Art versus Aristory in a PvZ. Oh boy, here we go. When it comes to the other matches that are currently ongoing, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys don't have a look at the back yourselves. We have Christiana versus Papi, we have God versus Trivax, and we have Rodzin versus Spirit. Many amazing players, many amazing matches are currently ongoing, but here we go. We're jumping right on in to our first quarterfinals match. And in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Bologna representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Poland representing Platinum Esports. It is Aristory. Here we go. And again, I do apologize for the stream going down and then going back up. I mean, earlier the stream did fall because, you know, Twitch, we couldn't connect to Twitch on OBS. Feels bad, man. But we do have Kuro joining the production team. Kuro's handling the production, of course, and Kuro will be joining us later on in the evening for the finals, for the lower bracket finals and the upper bracket finals as well. So I won't be solo casting for the entirety of the event. Thankfully. I'm also dreading tomorrow as well. For those who are unaware, WTL is currently ongoing, and we do plan on covering WTL tomorrow before day 3, having a bit of a replay cast beforehand. So it looks like 2 days in a row we might have a 12-hour cast. It might be today and tomorrow as well. So it's a long weekend, papi. It's a long weekend full of StarCraft. Aye. But now, though, we are jumping on in. It's going to be Hatchigas full standard opener out of Aristory. Meanwhile, Art's going for the gate expand into Cybercore. Everything's looking as it should. Everything looking standard for the time being. And we'll see where our players do take this. We'll see what kind of direction our players do take us in. Again, Aristory is not the most cheesy of players. He's pretty standard, all things considered. Not the most aggressive, not the most assertive. So we do assume that Aristory is going to be opening up in a more standard fashion. It's really on Art where our attention does lie. What kind of tech do we go for? Pylon is thrown down a little bit closer to the chest here, so Art potentially could go for a more aggressive start. It might be a little bit more difficult to scout. We'll keep an eye on the tech of choice on whether it's a Twilight Council, a Robo, or a Stargate. Our eye is going to be on Art. For now, we have a take of choice. Stargate has been thrown down. It's going to be the Stargate initially. And based on the rally location, it looks like it should be an Oracle opener. I'm assuming that's the case. Otherwise, if it was a Void Ray, it'd be rallied towards the Overlord. Meanwhile, across the map, third base now being taken for Aristory. Probe is being shooed away. And Aristory is just settling into his own 3-base setup. Droning, happily droning, spreading creep. Establishing his third base, and settling into a longer game. We are going to be settling in. Meanwhile, we can see Art being a little bit assertive with these initial depths. Our goal here to just get a read on what's going on, making sure there's no early gases. We can see that there's nothing really crazy going on, but Art has to confirm no early gases, no early Roach War, no early Lair as well. He's just keeping tabs on Aristory. Making sure that nothing is really off about the build. Everything's on the up and up. Meanwhile, we do have the initial Oracle. Oracle's moving out. Now, what's interesting is that Art did follow up with a Stalker, not with another Adept. Very interesting follow-up here from Art. Looks like he's more concerned about, hunting down the Overlord instead of dealing economic damage. The Overlord is going to fall. Link's coming to try and punish the third base. They go for the Probe. Probe is going to go down. Decent pickoff, but they don't quite delay the third. They at least get some counter damage done as the Overlord does fall. Second Oracle's on the way. And once we get into 2 Oracles, Art can now move out across the map and thread the mineral lines of Aristory. 2 Oracles do one-shot probes or one-shot drones. They have that one-shot potential. And it's on Aristory to keep up. For now, we have a Spore in the natural alongside a Queen. We have 2 Queens in the main and 2 Queens at the third. Soon to be a Spore as well. Oh, they're transferring drones! We have three workers going to be going down. Very nice damage so far here from Art. Catching 3 drones, dipping into the main, but is going to be zoned away by those queens. Does have to respect them. Does pull back. Behind this, Art establishing his own third. So far, so good. Getting some nice economic damage, and following up with a massive gateway explosion. Okay, getting up to 5 gates. 5 gateways on the way, +1. Twilight Council in towards, I imagine, Blink, but this could be Charge. Keep an eye on Art. There we go. Charge is on the way. Okay, a very aggressive follow-up. This is going to hit quite hard. It's going to hit quite fast. This is designed to catch Aristry droning. Now, thankfully, Aristry is going for a safety Roach Warren. Many players, upon seeing a Stargate, might decide to skip this, going straight into Ling Hydra. Thankfully, with the safety Roach Warren with +1 range on the way as well, we should have an army to respond to this. We should have an army to keep up, assuming Aristry doesn't drone too much. The problem is Aristry hasn't seen much across the map. He doesn't know how much danger he's about to be in. So Lings are moving out. 4 more gates on the way. It's going to be, I believe, 6 gates in total. Oh my god, sorry. Going to be 9 gates in total. Okay. That's a lot of gateways. These gateways are finishing up. Sorry, 8 gates in total, what I meant to say. So it's going to be a bit of a 3-base, 8 gates. So I want to say all in with this. I mean, it's very committed play here from Art. As there's no Temple Archives, no Bay, no Robo, no further tech, just mass Zealots. And here we go, the Zealots are moving out. Now, thankfully, Aristry is making some safety Roaches. He droned up to 61. That's just under 3-base saturation. So really conservative droning here from Aristry. He hasn't seen everything, but Aristry is playing it very safe, very close to the chest. And it will pay off. As Art has arrived, Aristry already massing Roaches. The Zealots do dive in, but we have an army to work with. Better than nothing. And Ravager morphed in, a very nice choke point. Zealous trying to get us around, but alas, there are just too many Roaches. A handful of Zealots, they do bust into main. Oh my god, massive stage trap in the main base. It is shaded in as well. Drones are going to be going down. But this could have been so much worse. This could have been the end of Aristry. It's still a good amount of damage, though. As Zealots are forced back. Meanwhile, Adepts in the main base being cleaned up. They only get 4 drone kills. Just 4 workers. And now Art is vulnerable to a counterattack. As Aristry, he's been building up more and more Roaches. +1 range is done. Roach speed is now done. And now's the time to move out. Aristry, as I say that though, he's droning. Is droning up. Has an army to work with. We have Art moving out with another Zealot run by. Keeping Aristry busy. We have Zealots on the right and on the left-hand side. Aristry does split up. A very nice control from the Zerg player. Does keep up with the harass, stays trapped in the main. This time, Aristry does notice, does respond. And will pull away. Meanwhile, back at home, Art is transitioning. We have +2, we have Blink on the way as well. Getting out of just purely Zealots into Blink Stalkers. It's still very gateway heavy, and Art is still vulnerable to a Roach push because where are the Immortals? No Immortals, no Disruptors, no Colossus, no Storm. We're lacking high-tech units here, which means Roach Ravager can pop off. Speaking of popping off, there it is. We have a bit of a delayed German taxi. Dropper Lords are on the way. Queen's going to be filling up. They're going to be loading in. And it's all or nothing for Aristry. He barely droned as well. He only droned up to 63. Impressive. 3-base all-in, essentially. 3-base all-in from Aristry, and it's all or nothing for the Zerg. He's moving out across now, trying to punish Art. And Art, he's going to be punished. As I mentioned before, no high-tech units. No anchor point to the army. Only Blink Stalkers and Zealots. That's all he has. Sentries are on the way, but they're Ravagers. They're Ravagers to help deal with those force fields. Yeah, Vials will connect. Stasis Trap is going to pop off. Oh my god, massive Stasis. Stasis does connect, but alas, it's still just an overwhelming Roach Ravager army, and here come the Queens. And they come in to force back the Stalkers. Boys are being pulled away. Overlord gets focused down. But there's still creep being spread. And the 3rd base is forfeit. At the same time, Zealots are wreaking havoc. Oh my god, so many drones are going down. Aristry, he was already all in to begin with. And this Zealot run by, it's wreaking havoc. 27 drone kills. Oh my god. Art, he's crippling the economy of Aristry. Aristry is running out of steam. He's running out of units. Aristry, he's hurting so much back at home. He will clean up those Zealots. But Aristry, he needs those reinforcements. He needs them here and now. The Robo's still powered. Disruptor's on the way. Art is fighting back. And he still has a fourth. The fourth base is still up and running. Zealots are coming in. Ravagers, they have no support. And massive Nova's connecting. Art, he's breaking through the army. Shuts down the Roach Raptor. Cleans up the Queens. The reinforcements, they arrive a little bit too late. They would need it earlier. As the Queens and Ravagers were cleaned up. The pure Roach army could still break through. They will at least get the Nexus. At least the base. But he needs more. The base is not good enough. Art has a massive worker lead, and Aristri, has he scouted? He is aware. Is aware of the base. But he can't do anything about it. These Delarambi's, they might have won Art the game. They might have just won him the game here. As Aristri is down to 48 drones. Barely an economy. And now Art has Disruptors. Earlier he was lacking these Robo units, now he has Disruptors, Immortals, Dark Shrine is on the way as well. Some DT harassed, meanwhile more Zealots in the main. And Aristri is being pulled apart. And the plan was solid for Aristri, like he had done well initially, defending against the Zealots, building up to a 3-base all-in. It almost worked, but this Prism, the Zealot counterattacks were insane. Aristri is looking quite desperate. Goes for a link counterattack, gets into the main base. Does scout the Dark Shrine at least. Is aware of the DTs. And back at home, Overseer, Spores. I mean, things that we can't really afford, but we have to. Spine Crawlers as well. The game is going to slow down, but I have to favor Art here, as he's now getting a 4th base. More Disruptors taking up towards Temple Archives. The Biles! Up! The Prism! Nice pickup. Prism goes down, finally. War Prism does full. Chasing down that DT. Meanwhile, no Spore. No Spore Crawler here at the 3rd base. And Aristri is punished once again. 6 drone kills. Thankfully, there is a Spore here towards the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Aristri committing to a move out. Oh, does connect with the Biles. Not bad. Biles do connect. Aristri falling back. Aristri does fall back, but Art, he's just continuing to push on forward, snowballing out of control. How good are the Novas going to be? Up! Not bad. First Nova does connect. Second Nova, less so. With a panic Nova. Once again, DT does hit the 4th. Spore not quite done. Just now finishing up. As Art does rotate over. Meanwhile, this time Aristri is ready. He's in position. Takes down the DT. Focus on the main fight. There's 1 Nova left in the chamber. The other 2 were spent. And Aristri is holding. Art being forced back, getting fully saturated, up to 74 workers. The economy for Art is booming. Working even on +3. +3 is on the way. We'll see if Aristri can try to recover here. Oh my god, speaking of a booming economy, what do we do with an economy? Sky Toss. Second Stargate's on the way. Fleet Beacon as well. Art is embracing the Sky Toss. And Aristri is still trying to recover. Has a decent army size, is dragging Art back into the main. At the same time looking to knock down that Nexus. Making his way over. Biles will connect. Gets the pylon, but ooh, gets locked down. The Novas, brutal connections. You can see here, Art, he's struggling with the ground army, and Aristri struggling with the ground army, let alone the Sky Toss, let alone what comes next. As Art saves his expansion, saves the base, moving out. Prism towards the main. History trying to keep up. Hasling's in position, thankfully. We'll defend the main. Meanwhile, back at home, carrier production has begun, a mothership as well. Alright, that was kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. And the Zealots with the warp into the main base, it does complete. Drones are going down. Lings are struggling. Remember, these are +3 Zealots. And before Arch embraces the Sky Toss, he's still just pulling Aristry apart. Getting more drone kills in the main. Engaging with the main army. Nova's going off. And not he can just keep on going. He can keep pushing. Files will zone him back. Another Zealot warping in the main base, going for the spawning pool. The spawning pool goes down. Biles do. Oh my god, massive connections with the Biles. Okay, not bad. Aristry fighting back. Gets another disruptor. Meanwhile, in the main base, spawning pool has fallen. This is the spores, the hatchery itself. Aristry has to respond. Dragged back into the main. Meanwhile, the other expansion is under fire. Oh, the Biles do connect. Disruptor goes down. But what about the expansion? What about the hatchery? Yeah, the 5th base is killed, not cancelled. Ay, ay, ay. A big loss for Aristry. And as Aristry is struggling to hold on, struggling to survive, what comes next? The Sky Toss. The carriers, Bappy. They're coming. And what shoots up? We have Vipers, and they have parasitic bombs. True. They do have power bombs. Biles technically could bring down a carrier as well. It's not easy, but it is possible. These Ravagers could pop off. But that's all we have. There is no Hydrogen. There is no Spire. There's no Queens. The Queens were killed earlier, and they actually haven't been remade. Oof, that's a little bit brutal. But 0 Queens for Aristry. And here comes the army. Here comes the killing blow. Aristry, he's close to being maxed, but the soup does lie. This is inflated army supply for Aristry with Roach Ravager. So it is smaller than it otherwise seems. It just cannot keep up. True, we could abduct into the spore. True. And Blinding Cloud's being thrown down. Oh my god, but now we're up to 4 carriers. And what can we do? What can Aristry do against 4 carriers? Ay, ay, ay. Biles do connect. 1 carrier almost goes down. And Aristry, he's dealing with the ground army, but not the Sky Toss army is the problem. GG gets called as Art snowballs out of control, and Art takes game number 1. GG. Art does take a lead in the series, but what I will say is that was very back and forth and very close. Aristry, I do like how he handled himself in the early to mid game, defending against the charge basically all in and getting ready for a counterattack to punish his opponent, which had a lot of potential, but as we saw, as Aristry was counterattacking, there was a Zealot run by at the same time. There was a Zealot counterattack from Art as well, and it snowballed out of control. It was able to just pull Aristry apart, got over 20 drone kills. I think it was 29 worker kills in total, and it did get out of hand. And with that, GG, well played. It is game 1 for Art, but now we're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. Let's go. And we'll see where this takes us. As we're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Here we go. Going to be loading into Oceanborn instead, and yeah, we'll see if we can bounce back. I'm hoping for an ace match. I mean, based off of game 1, I do believe that Aristry can take it to Art. It was just really unfortunate that Aristry had nothing at home to defend or wasn't able to react and respond in time to the Zealot run by. But I'm sure it's going to be a lot more on notice this time in game 2. I'm sure. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. In the series 1-0, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player from land of Poland representing Platinum Esports. It is Aristry. Down in the series, but looking to bounce back here and now to force the ace match. We'll see if he can. Again, game one, Aristry was responding and reacting to the build of Art. We'll see if Art once again takes control of the wheel, or if Aristry is the first to really spice things up here on Oceanborn. This map is known for its all-ins, it's known for its 3-base play from the side of Zerg, so if Aristry were to be planning something like a Queen all-in, or a German Taxi, or even a Queen walk across the map, this would be the map to do it. Would be the map to do it on. As Art does poke in, getting a scout in the main. Aristry going for a hatch gas pool. Standard opener from our Zerg player. Likewise, standard opener out of Arts, going gate expand into Cybercore as well. Everything looking as it should. Everything looking standard so far. We'll keep an eye on any kind of divergence here. As Art is being so annoying in the main. Just trying to disrupt the mining, disrupt the economy. Being very persistent. And does force a little bit of inefficient mining, but just a little. As the probe now has to escape, Lings are on the way. And Aristry can now embrace a third. Meanwhile, the pylon has been thrown down, closer to the edge of the main base this time, so it looks like another Stargate opener out of Art. As a reminder, in game one, Art did go for a double Oracle opener into just basically a 3-base charge all-in off of 8 gateways. I don't expect that same build again, though. I mean, I expect, you know, double or triple Oracle into a Twilight Council, but whether we go into Glaives or +1 Blink, yet to be determined. I'm leaning more in that direction this time. Not charge. Especially since the initial charge also didn't really get the damage that Art was hoping for. We'll see. Third base now on the way. Ooh, a very greedy third base out of Art. This is a third base before the Stargate is even done. Okay, usually you wait a little bit longer here. But this is a third base with only 2 units as well, just off the 1 gateway. So Art is cutting corners. And we'll get away with it. Link speed just now finishing. Aristry headed towards the third base. We'll confirm that it's already on the way. It's already halfway done. And there's not much that Aristry can do about it. So very fast third. Very greedy play out of Art. And the punish is not there. Warp gate now finishing. First Oracle zooming across the map. And back at home, Aristry is ready. We have 1 Spore at the natural. 2 Queens in the main. And Aristry going for a very early Roach Warren. That is a 4-minute Roach Warren. Oh my god. You would never throw it down this early against a Stargate, and I mean, Aristry is aware of the Stargate, so I'm leaning towards an all-in. More Queens are on the way. For now, we are droning, that is true, but we might not be droning for much longer. Yeah, Lair is on the way, 4-minute 30 Lair. Oracles do have eyes on the Roach Warren timing. This could just be a really safe Roach Warren, I guess, technically. Oh my god, as we punish the Oracle! 1 Oracle goes down. But it could just be a really safe Roach Warren. It could be possible here that maybe Aristry was afraid that it was going to be more committed and was actually early a Twilight Council. As it say Shadow, not into the natural, but into the third. Drones are going down. Ooh, and Aristry is being punished very hard here for skipping out on Lings. 7 drones go down. And based on the droning that we're seeing, it looks like this Roach Warren was for safety, and we're not making roaches yet. But a very strong start for Art. He forced an inefficient opener with the early Roach Warren. He got 7 drone kills. He escapes with most of the Adepts. And the Oracles are still wreaking havoc with those stasis traps. So Aristri, he is in a bit of a rougher position here. Going Roach Hydra. The Hydra Den is spotted by the Oracle as well. Art is fully aware. And this has been a rough start for Aristri, but we'll see if he can recover. He's droning, taking gases, being quite greedy. Meanwhile, oh, that's another charge timing. Oh no. So this is very similar to what we saw last game. That's a 6 gateway explosion in addition to the 2 that we already have. So it's going to be 8 gates. And this move out is going to hit like a truck. It's going to be very intense. And the problem is that Aristri is skipping roaches. Roach speed is on the way, and we're droning. Bailey Nest as well. Like, we're taking up quite heavily. But Aristri has no army right now. And I'm curious what he's going to spend his larva on. Hydras. It looks like Ling Hydra. And that means that if we skip roaches, we're going to be vulnerable. The Zerg player is going to be vulnerable to this move out. As Art is getting ready, massing out more sentries, more Archons. Hydras are amassing. 4th base being taken, and here we go, we're moving out. And remember, Art can warp in 8 units at a time. Is supply blocked, but then we go 5 pylons are thrown down. Again, tells us that Art wants to reinforce quite heavily with this army. And we'll see if Aristri can survive this. So there we go. Zealots are on the way. Archons and Immortals have arrived. And it is going to be 12 Hydras and 4 Roaches to defend. The Hydras are doing a lot of DPS in the back line, though. Okay, they bring down most of those Zealots. So far, so good. Archons are trying to break through. The Archons are getting low. 1 Archon goes down. Just the 1 Archon, though. We have another wave of reinforcements, and we're breaking through the Hydras again. Aristri, he did skip out on Roaches, and the Hydras are so vulnerable. They go down in an instant. And it looks like Art has done it. He breaks the 4th base. Lings and Roaches are trickling in, but there's just barely an army left. There's barely anything left for Aristri. Again, a very, very just powerful build here from Art. It hits so hard, and Aristri was cutting corners. He was essentially going Ling Hydra. And with these Hydra reinforcements, Aristri will hold on. He will force back the army, but he lost the base. Oh, the Hydra! Oh my god. They almost get the Immortal. No, the Hydras are getting caught out. More Zealots are coming in. And Art, he can keep fighting. He can keep going. The Immortals are low, but the Prism is there to juggle, to micro. Stasis trap in the main. Massive stasis goes off. 4th base was killed. And interesting, Art, instead of continuing his push, he recalls back home. Does go for the recall. Aristri survives, but Art is up on bases. Art is up on economy. Up in army as well. Aristri has some catching up to do. Does have some catching up to do. The Prism! Oh, not bad. Okay. Not a bad start. Prism and 2 Archons go down. Okay. The first step on the road to recovery has been taken by Aristri. But what I'm concerned by, and this makes sense, Art has a lead. Art has 4 bases. What do you do? +1 air attack, 2nd Stargate, Fleet Beacon, Sky Toss. I mean, this just makes sense. Like, Art, he's just rushing into Sky Toss because he knows he can. And he knows that Aristri can't stop him. Meanwhile, Artie spots the new would-be 4th. Getting ready for another move out. Yeah, Art is pushing in. At the same time, Zella run by into the natural. 4th base under fire. Aristri is keeping up. Has some Roach Hydra. Wow, connects. Oh, Storm is done. And we're waiting for those storms. Ooh, first one turns, but no big connection yet. But the Zelta get into the mineral line. It's going to be 23 drone kills. Oh my god. And can they get the base? It's getting low. The one more swipe. At last, the hatchery barely survives. Zelts in the main base were cleaned up, but they wreaked havoc to the natural. They wreaked havoc here at the fourth. 25 drone kills is insane. And Art, I'm sure he wants that hatchery. He's so close to bringing it down. The main army did pull back. Zelts once again into the natural. Lurkers are on the way. If we can get into Lunker Tech, we can survive. We can hold the line. Oh, that's a massive warping in the main base. Don't like this. Zelts in the third, the natural, and the main as well. Every single base is going to be flashing red, full of zealots. And Aristry just cannot keep up. And Art, he wants that hatchery. One shot and it's going to go down. He wants it. He gets it. The hatchery falls. The hive as well. Yeah, there is no saving it. Aristry is being pulled apart. GG gets called. He doesn't even get to witness the sky toss. And Art will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the upper bracket semifinals. Whew. GG. Very impressive stuff there from Art. Very impressive performance. Hyper aggression, both in game 1 and in game 2. In the end, does take the series. My condolences to Aristry. I do think that game 1 was very close. Game 1 was very close. Game 2, it felt like Aristry was playing scared. It felt like Aristry was, yeah, he was just second guessing himself a little bit. He opened up Roach Warren, if you remember, a Roach Warren that he did not need. Likewise, was trying to recover and rushing into Hydras afterwards. Was punished for it, was caught off guard. Yeah, just alas, Art was all over game 1 and game 2, and congratulations. All right, we'll advance on. And now we can take a moment here to have a look at the brackets. Oh boy. Let us have a look here. Figure out if there are any other matches that have been wrapping up. We have, of course, Art advancing on. He's going to be facing off against the winner of Rodzen and Spirit. As a reminder, both upper bracket semis will be cast on the channel. Both semis will be casted. So we do have plenty more matches up ahead of us. And I guess for now, we're going to be lying in wait. We're going to be waiting for our next players to get ready for the results to come in. And yeah, we're going to be going on a short break as a result. We're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, get some food, get ready for the night to come. It's 1 a.m. here in Australia. It's 1 a.m. We've been casting for quite some time now. We gotta keep going. It's okay. We'll be back soon in a couple of minutes. Until then, take this moment to drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate our hydras. We'll be back soon with our next series. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I do apologize for that extended break, but we have returned with the upper bracket semifinals. The entirety of the upper bracket quarterfinals has concluded. We have all 4 matches wrapping up. We, of course, were covering Aristry versus Art. Alongside them, we have the conclusion of Cristiano and Papi, Geralton Trifax, and Rodin and Spirit. We have our top 4 initially here in the upper bracket quarterfinals. And we're jumping into our next series, Spirit versus Art. We just covered Art taking down Aristry, but how does he compare to the best Terran in all of Poland? And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our blue Terran player representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. Here we go. Again, our PVT has a command. Spirit is coming in as the heavy favorite. Now, Spirit was suspiciously absent. For those that are curious, he was not here he is a House Galactic Battle champion. He is #1 champion, but in the second iteration of this tournament, he was missing. He was MIA, but now he's back. He's back to try to correct the wrongs that were made and try to claim this win for himself. But can he make it through Art? Because Art is here debuting for the first time in House Galactic Battle. He was not here in the first or second iteration, but Art is here for the third one, popping off with a proxy across the map. Okay, Art has been very frisky, has been very aggressive throughout the entire day today, even popping off a little bit on stage as well. But we'll see how he does perform against Spirit. For the time being, we do have a gateway across the map. Should be to chrono out our first Zealot, Adept into Stalker, into just aggression to delay the expansion of Spirit. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can disrupt Spirit's opener here. Spirit is going for an economic opener CC on the low ground. So Spirit is being quite economic early on, which is ideal for Art. Art will delay, will confirm. Zealot is being chronoed as we speak, and we're going to be reinforcing with not just the Zealot, but with Adepts. Oh boy. The CC is confirmed. Again, Art, I'm sure, is feeling pretty good about this game state. The Zealot has arrived, and the Zealot is looking to make its way to that CC and delay. Maybe even force a cancel. You know, there is a Marine. Do have our initial Marine here to defend. Second Zealot's on the way. Spirit going to be scouting. Spirit, he will find the pylon. Yeah, the pylon is scouted. It is confirmed. The Spirit is now aware. Pulling down to their SCV, does pull away. And now Art has to pull the trigger. Is making his way towards the natural. Bunker has been thrown down, and the CC is cancelled. And a big moment here for Art, already doing so much damage. Canceling the command center, forcing it to be remade. Bunker's halfway done. The secondary wall behind this. Tech Lab is going to fall, though. Yeah, the Tech Lab will crumble. Once again, a good pickoff here from Art. Takes down the Tech Lab, delays the expansion quite heavily, but won't get much more than that. As the bunker is now done, and Spirit should be able to hold on. I say that, though, the SCV is going to fall as well. Okay, we do focus on SCV. Stalker going for another Worker, if at all possible. Gets a couple of shots off. Worker does escape. And behind this, Art is going to be following up with a Robo. Okay, it's going to be a Robo follow-up. With this, we can go into a War Prism to try to go for War Prism Harass. You could see Art try to be even more aggressive here. Does get another Stalker out. First Cyclone, gets a couple of shots off, takes down the Zealot. Zealot does fall. But not much more than that. But Spirit is contained to one base. It's on Art to make that, or to keep that going. I'm curious, with this Robo, with this Twilight Council, is Art willing to open up Dark Shrine? That would be crazy. That would be wild. Also, if you're in the chat, I believe predictions may have closed by now. Or predictions will soon be open in the chat, so you can place your bets on who you think will take the series. Yeah. Are available. Cyclone getting a couple of shots off. Doesn't quite get the Stalker. Meanwhile, the Twilight Council is done, and Schultz, what you got? Is it the Dark Shrine? I hope it is. What's it? It's gonna be Blink. Okay. It's gonna be Blink instead. I mean, I would have loved the idea of a Dark Shrine just because the game state or the economy is so in shambles for Spirit, is heavily muling to catch up. Alas, it's going to be Blink instead. Spirit establishing his natural base, getting it up and running. Art even getting it up and running. And Art has 2 gates behind this. Oh, who wants the Cyclone? Up! What a us! Gets it, just barely. Cyclone does go down. And here we go. Art's going to be dropping towards the main. Getting an SCV, not bad. Gets 2 even. 2 SCVs go down, not a single Stalker falls. Nice pickles here out of Art. We'll dip away. Third base now in production. Now in production. Just trying to take a, or trying to gain a greater economy here compared to Spirit. Is getting there. Splitting up his forces, dropping towards the natural. And we'll get 2 more SCVs. Tank barely out of position, going for the turret as well, doesn't quite get it. But nice pickles here from Art. Once again, 2 more SCVs, another big warp in. Behind this, we have our splash damage of choice. We're not going into Colossus, but that is a Temple Archives on the way. Should be Storm. Storm, Archons, Charge Lots, it's all on the horizon here. A massive gateway army for Art. And Spirit is struggling. He's trying to hold on. And so far, it does have a tank in the main, does have a tank in the natural. Does have a nice spread of tanks. Despite that, Depot goes down. Spirit still contained. Now, eventually with Stim, Spirit should be able to break out and take a third, but until then, he's still up against the wall. Alright, going for the middle line, tanks in position. Oof, yeah, big tank shots going off. Stim is finishing up in 5 seconds, but the Prism does barely get away. And by the time Spirit moves out, Storm is going to finish. It's already more than halfway done. Should finish up just in time. Art is building up back at home. Force the blink away. Means, oh, the Stim! Oh my god, Art, he flew too close to the sun and he does get burned. Massive pick off. Prism goes down. Now, Art's a little bit too careless there with his movement. Not quite respecting the main army. Is called out. Thankfully, though, we got plenty of High Templar already ready. Prison's being rebuilt. Scan does reveal the High Templar. Now Spirit is aware of the storm. Spirit, he knows. Does know. Some coming in. Looking to move out, but Spirit likewise is in position. The Stim! Oh my god! He wants it! Oh, this time we have the Storm. Storm is ready. Is revealed. Tanks are exposed! And Charge as they dive in, they catch both tanks. Mine shot going off. Nice reaction out of Art. It does avoid the mine shot for the most part. And we'll keep pushing. Has 4 High Templar. Has 4 Storms available at the same time. Drop across the map into the mineral line. Spirit getting some counter damage. Big mine shot on the Zealots. Very nicely done. But he's forced to pick up. Forced to get out. Art, he raced back home. Oof. Yeah, a bit of an overreaction from Art. Everything turns back around. Overcharge will minimize losses. As the medevac does escape. Behind this, Art's being quite cheeky, moving out with the High Templar. Doesn't quite storm yet. There we go. On 2 Marines. Gets 1. But it's still at least containing Spirit on 2 bases. Third CC is now done. Soon to be taken. Soon to be landed on location. And as Spirit takes a third, Art is already building on Colossus. Like, Art has just been so assertive and so intense this game, and yeah, it's really impressive to see that he's kind of forcing Spirit to respond to him instead. Spirit has yet to recover, but he's getting there. You know, Art is on 4 bases, on 71 workers. Spirit going for a double drop. We have a Widowmine drop on the right. We have a double drop on the left. Let's see what Spirit can get done. He is going in. Takes on the pylon. Which means Art is at least aware of the drop. He's getting ready, getting in position. In a head-on fight, I do favor Art's army, but it's not going to be about that. Yeah, the move out is spotted. The mine! Up! Massive connection. Yeah, the prism is low. That's an expensive war prism as well. And 2 more Widow Mines set up, 3 more Widow Mines even. But as the main army moves out, mine drop towards the natural. Boys being pulled away, a lot of damage being dealt. 4 probes go down. Start that double drop as well. Up! Oof, 11 probe kills. Art is committed. And Spirit is not even home. Like, there's almost nothing here. Send it, Pappy, send it. Spirit is going for the base trade. I mean, he knows. He knows he cannot fight the main army. And Art is late to, but he's late to the base trade. And Templar going down. Art pushing in. Now we realize how little there is to defend. But it might be too late. As Spirit is setting up in the main. Meanwhile, the natural goes down. Third under fire. Overcharge gets popped. Nice EMP. The storms are brutal. Oh my god, the storms! The storms take down the reinforcements. And Art will break into the main. But the question becomes, does he recall? Will he recall back home? Boys being pulled into the Archon. Ooh, brutal. 51 SCVs go down. Spirit going into the main. Hitting the third. And Spirit, he does evacuate with his SCVs. Does get away. CC's under fire. And Spirit, he does lift every single building. Again, this base trade was the best chance that Spirit had. And so far, he did well. Like, he was the first to initiate the base trade despite Arc being in position. And Spirit has handled this very well. Upgrades are finishing. Yeah, 2-2 upgrades will complete. Big moment. Art still has a base, and there's the recall. He's coming back home. He does race back home. And I still favor Art's army. I also appreciate Art. He doesn't over-respond, doesn't overreact. Taking another expansion. Defending his bases. Getting a Widow Mine. Medevac as well. And we'll see if Spirit can break out. Does have his own base up and running. He has kept 3 orbitals alive. And he's working towards Cloak Banshee. Okay. Cloak Banshee's on the way. See Art trying to break into his own main. Never goes off. Creates an opening. Doesn't go for it. Art double expanding. But Art's expansions are very, very spread thin. As he does find the last orbital. Or the mining base, I should say. Most important mining base. Widow Mine is set up. The prism. The prism. Oh! Oh my god. No retargeting. Bay is going down. Robo as well. Spirit, he's denied mining here at his at his mining base. And Artie collapses in. And Spirit, he cannot fight this. He has to get the hell out of here. Forced to pick up. Forced to boost away. Meanwhile, the first Cloak Banshee has arrived. But Cloak was not researched. It didn't finish. No. Cloak didn't finish for Spirit. Cloak was denied. Just a regular Banshee. These bases still looking a little bit exposed. Zelt's moving out. See Spirit reestablishing his natural. Banshee will come across a fresh mining base. No cannons, no shield batteries. Nexus going down. Never goes off. Up! Disruptor goes down. Oh, but the storms are brutal. Still a better trade for the Protoss. Oh my god, insane storms! Takes out the main army. And Spirit barely has anything left to work with. SCVs have been going down across the map. The production is still under fire. GG gets called. It's just too much, and Art takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god, Art popping off here today. Art, he took down Geralt in the group stage, and now he's up 1-0 versus Spirit. Oh boy. I mentioned earlier, I was looking forward to Spirit having a series against Cristiano. Cristiano, of course, is the reigning champion, and I would have loved to have seen him up against Spirit, but with Art's form, if he can keep this up, we might never see it. We might never see Cristiano versus Spirit. Art might deny it. He might just deny it instead. Here we go. As we're getting ready for game number 2. And Art is 1 game away from making it into the upper bracket finals. Oh boy. The pressure is on. Now, as a reminder, it all started with Art taking momentum, any kind of momentum away from Spirit. It started with a proxy gateway against a Rax Expand. Art did an amazing job at just punishing the economic opener of Spirit, punishing it, containing him on 1 base, denying the 3rd, containing him on 2 bases. Like, Spirit just never able to really get into the mid game, was never able to really stabilize, which is why I do think the base trade was the best chance, was the only chance that Spirit had to win the game. It was close, but despite the advantage that Spirit had in getting into the base trade, despite the fact that he was a little bit faster to get into it as well, was still not enough. And Art was still able to take it in the end. Still able to take it. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Us girls, we are jumping into game 2. It's going to be on Site Delta. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our red Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from making it into the next round. It is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Terran player, the blue Terran representing Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Here we go. We're getting into our second game. And already, very different opener. It's going to be a gateway back at home for Art. This time there is no proxy. Meanwhile, I'm sure Spirit is going to be undeterred, and I'm sure we will be seeing another gate expand. Or I should say, Rax expand from Spirit. Despite what happened in game 1, I'm sure he's a little more comfortable here on Side Delta to get into a more economic game. I'm sure he is more comfortable. Till then, we're calming things down. Do have our gateway being set up here by Art, soon to be getting into our tech of choice. And we'll see how Art does approach game number 2 here. Now, the other important thing to bear in mind is that Art has no reason to hide any builds anymore, because we're past the group stage and Spirit is the only Terran player in the playoffs. So yeah, Art, if he was preparing for this offline event, if he was preparing specific builds for Terran, for Spirit, he can just show off everything here and now. And I mean, game 1 was very prepared, was very specialized as well. There were so many layers and so many steps to game 1, and Art executed it beautifully. Now here in game 2, what do you have for us? What do you have for Spirit? Here we go. That's the other thing to bear in mind is that I know that players like Geralt and Spirit were focusing on WTL coming into this weekend, but players like Art, Papi, Cristiano, they've been getting ready for this event. This is what their focus has been on, not WTL. And we have our tech of choice, Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate opener from Art. Spirit back at home. Getting into his own factory. Again, it was a Rax expand into a more delayed factory instead. So once again, economic opener. But this time, Spirit is able to embrace his natural safety bunker on the low ground just in case. As Spirit does run into the initial units. I believe Spirit was unable to scout the tech though. Yeah, unable to gain access to the main. And Art is going for a Phoenix. Okay, it is going to be a Phoenix opener here from Art. Initially Phoenixes. Meanwhile, Spirit getting into his own 1/1/1, working towards what looks to be mine drops. Okay. The mine drops on the horizon here. Reaper dips into the main. Checking the vision, the Reaper barely does not scout the tech. It's barely out of vision. Spirit is in the dark. Hellion going for the dive, but is going to be denied. Spirit has no idea what's going on. Is initially taking the defensive stance, but is committed into the Widowmine drop. Oh boy. Okay, it's going to be a double mine drop. Behind this, take the Cyclone and Viking. Which makes sense. It looks like the Phoenixes have been revealed. Scan into the main does confirm. Now Spirit knows. Art barely does miss the drop. Barely does miss it. Art is looking for the Medivacs. Looking for the drop play. Spirit has laid a trap, by the way. He's hoping to cash out the Phoenixes, but Art did miss the drop. So, is a little bit in the dark. Doesn't know where the trap is. The Medivac is even. As Reaper catches a probe, third base getting up and running. Art's going Phoenix into Colossus. Something more standard, more tried and true. Phoenix Colossus from Art. And Spirit is going for the drop towards the natural. He's looking to drop in. See if he can. Depth Shades continue. Art does spot the third CC. Now he's aware there's no 2-base all in. Art should be feeling pretty comfortable. Embracing more Colossus. Getting towards Extendable Lance. Widowmine drop is still poised to dive in. Spirit might just be waiting for a bit of a distraction. Waiting for Art to be aggressive or for Spirit to move out. Before going in with the Widowmines. And the Azura does confirm everything. Does spot the additional Raxes. Does spot the Stim, of course, being researched. The Bio Army. Third base now being taken. And I don't think Art can really do much about the third. Has a Colossus, yes, but still, Extendable Lance is halfway done. We don't really have much to work with. Art is still pinned back home. And Spirit is setting up. Phoenix is coming in from behind. Going for the mineral line. Getting some SCVs. 3, 4 SCVs going down. And the mule as well. Very nice damage, and that was a sign. Phoenixes are out of position, and the Widowmine drop is coming in. That was what Spirit was waiting for. A quick reaction out of Art. Does pull away. Does pull away in time. Mine shot takes down one probe. And, oh, the retargeting. Oh, he's popping off. Phoenix is able to shut down the Medivac. And the mine shot is denying so much mining time. There we go. One more probe goes down. But denied so much mining time in the main. Despite that, Art does defend. And now we can get into our mid game. 3 base versus soon to be 4 base. But Spirit is now able to more comfortably embrace this kind of main army. Marines, Marauders, tanks behind this. Meanwhile, Art's still building up himself. No further splash damage yet, just Colossus. We've yet to really see a big investment into Storm or a second Robo. Once the 4th base gets up and running, we should be working in that direction. Either double Disruptor production or Storm. We'll see. We'll see what Art goes for. Art is going to be rotating. He's going to be rotating around. Link halfway done. We're getting into 2-2. Still just building up. It's been a more passive mid-game here. I mean, sure, we had some drop play. We had a little bit of harass here and there, but for the most part, the main armies had just been chilling back at home, and we're just waiting for these big power spikes. The power spike for Spirit is Ghosts. Ghosts are now on the way, and once we have a handful of Ghosts, we can move out. Meanwhile, Art is just building up towards Disruptors. There it is. Second Robo is now on the way, now getting into double Disruptor production. And until Art gets a healthy Disruptor count, I don't really see him moving out across the map. So we're just waiting a little bit longer to refine our armies. Spirit going to be the first to move out, is spotted by the Adept. Is scouted ahead of time. And yeah, we'll see when Spirit eventually moves out. I mean, he's about to max. He's about to max out, incorporating more Vikings, +1 ship weapons on the way, 2-2 as well. But I do feel like a lot of it is going to come down to these Disruptors. How well will these connect? Will these Novas connect? Can Art catch Spirit off guard? At least before Liberators hit the field. Spirit looking to throw away those Cyclones, refining his army. And he's going to get caught out. But Spirit at least does scout the main army, is aware. Will respond. Meanwhile, Zealot harassed towards the natural. Spirit does spot it. Will race back home. And Zealots shouldn't get much done. Yeah, the War Prism is shut down. So they get 3 SCVs. That's okay. And are pushing forward. Oh! Does avoid the mine shots. Takes down 1 Zealot. Spirit going for the stim. Ooh, Novas do go up. A bit of an overreaction there as 3 Novas now on cooldown. Alright, has to pull away. Okay, just a little posturing between our players. Are taking another expansion. Main army is spotted. Disruptor trying to catch out the main army. Art is somewhat aware. Yeah, does spot it with the Observer. Trying to keep his army hidden, but unable to. Spirit now aware. But this drop is going to be shut down. Yeah, has to pick up, has to get the hell out of there. At the same time, Spirit is going for bottom left. We might trade a base for a base. Spirit goes for bottom right. And Art's going for top left. Yeah, tank is going to go down. The CC as well. Nova going off. Oh my god, massive connection of the SCVs. And we're going to keep going. Once again, another base trade? I guess so. I do favor Art's army in a head-on fight once again. Meanwhile, we're going to keep on pushing. Interesting, Art does not go for the main. Going for the fringe bases. Novas, they will connect. They take down the mineral line. Planetary does focus down 1 Disruptor. 1 Disruptor does fall. Meanwhile, Spirit busting into the main. Do we recall? The army coming down. Gets a Colossus. Not bad. 1 Colossus does fall. Liberation has arrived. We have freedom. And Art is in trouble. Now that there are Liberators, we cannot push into the ramp. We cannot push up into the natural. And it's too late to recall at this point. Yeah, too many Marines, too many Marauders. Art is racing back home. A recall is not an option. Not anymore. Yeah, Forge goes down. +2 is denied. Oh, sorry, +3 defense is denied. You see Art racing back. Still has plenty of expansions, plenty of mining. And how does Art try to catch this army? Gets a Viking. Oh. Skin reveals Art's main force. Spirit can, of course, pick up and try to boost out. Art trying to read that. Vikings going for the Colossus. Ooh. Doesn't quite get it. Big EMP. Yeah, Art not paying attention. Stalkers are going down. Massive pickoffs. And Spirit is maxed out. Retaking more bases. With a massive army. And Art, he needs to fight this before both armies combine. Art's in a bit of trouble. Cashing a couple of straight units. The Nexus goes down. Medevac's getting caught. Art down to 1 base mining because bottom left is going to fall as well. Yeah, Liberation has arrived and there just is no answer to the Liberators. Prison falls. Nova goes off. Doesn't connect. We do get a better angle. Army stims in. What about the Novas? A bit of miscontrol. 3 disruptors go down, and it looks like Art, his army crumbles. Yeah, Spirit has done it. His nobles out of control. This time, the base trade going in favor of the Terran. Yeah, just a little bit too chaotic here. Colossus, they just rally into their deaths. Immortal as well. And that army just was not what Art was looking for. That fight, sorry, was not what Art was looking for. He was completely shut down. Just a really awkward engagement, and Spirit did successfully get into Liberators. Art does have mining, does have bases, but doesn't have an army. Art just doesn't really have much left going on. And Spirit is on 2 bases. DT waddling in, but isn't going to get much done. Yeah, the Dark Templar are a little bit of a Hail Mary play. Another expansion goes down. Main base as well. Main arm collapses on bottom left. And Art is down to 1 base mining. 1 base economy here for Art. And just doesn't have much of an army left. Going for a desperation counterattack. Oh god. But even here, can barely hold his own. The Stalkers are punished. Spirit, he knows how far ahead he is. Is breaking out. Art racing back. It has been building up Immortals, but against Lib Ghost, Immortals are not going to cut it. As freedom has arrived. There's too much freedom. Spirit pushing forward, maxed out. Throwing down more liberation zones. And GG gets called. The main army just cannot be dealt with, and Spirit will tie things up 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. A very, very intense back and forth there. Did lead to another base trade, which did go in favor of Art in game 1. And I was kind of favoring Art here in game number 2 in a sense. The problem was that Art could not break the natural, and Art was unable to break Spirit before Liberation production had begun. And once the Liberators arrived, there was just no way for Art to push into the main, push into the natural, or even push into the main army. It just was not enough. The one chance that Art had was trying to catch the army split up. If you remember, the army was cut in 2, and that was maybe the best chance where Art could try to deal with one half, then the other, but he was just unable to catch the army, unable to keep up. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. As we are just making sure we have everyone involved. And it all comes down to this. It all comes down to Alkione. final map of the series. As a reminder, the other upper bracket matches have yet to commence. We're going to be covering this series, followed by the PvP between Cristiano and Geralt is going to be up next. Bit of a classic Polish PvP, as Cristiano and Geralt have faced off many, many times in the past, and that series could go either way. Meanwhile, the lower bracket matches are currently underway as well. We'll have some updates after the series. We'll have some updates. Otherwise, hope you're enjoying yourselves in the chat. Hope you're enjoying. The third rendition of the House Galactic Battle, and here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player from the land of Poland as well, representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Here we go. Spirit moving out across the map with a cheeky SCV. They're going to be skirting around the edge, avoiding the main scouting path, avoiding the Zelnaga, and I imagine setting up for an eBay block. So cheeky move here from Spirits. Meanwhile, Art is on the hunt as well. Is scouting with the probe, but he will barely spot the SCV. But did he notice? I don't think he did. SCV does slip in, and the eBay should be thrown down. There's that engineering bay. Just a nice way to disrupt the opener and to, cause some inefficiencies early on. Throwing a wrench in the works in the build of Art. The probe scout is getting across the map. Reading what's going on. And alas, now Art is aware of what's happening. So much progression on the eBay is almost done. Boys are being pulled. The pylon has been thrown down. And Spirits, he's just gonna keep on progressing that eBay a little bit longer, a little bit further. The Zod has arrived, and this is a big delay in the expansion of Art. So a strong start for Spirit. Dips in, confirming nothing crazy going on. And Art can now expand. But again, it's going to be a delayed expansion. He was forced to make a Zealot, forced to pull the boys as well. Spirit looking quite comfortable. Back at home, going for his own expansion. And from here, we can calm things down. We can settle into a longer game state. We'll see what tech Art does opt to go for. We shall see. From here, Art might respond with something more aggressive. Twilight Council has been thrown down. Interesting. Now, as a reminder, we have had some different openers so far. Last game, Art did open up Stargate. He went Stargate into Phoenix Colossus, if you recall. The game before that, we saw Art embrace Charge a lot faster instead. This time, this should be Blink. And I would not be opposed to Art going for something like 4K Blink Stalkers to try to turn the tables and try to put Spirit on the back foot. To try to take control away from the Terran. Oh my god. Speaking of, that's a faster TC. Oh my god. Something you rarely see in this matchup. That is a third TC before Starport. And even before the second ranks as well. Now, if Art were to go for 4-gate Blink, 100% Art could punish this. He should punish this. If not, Spirit is going to get out of hand and out of control. It's a very greedy build here by Spirit. For the time being, Blink is on the way, and that is only 2 gateways for the time being as well. Art is making that War Prism. May opt to commit, may opt to move out. I'm hoping he does, but we'll see. Keep an eye on our players. There we go. We have 1 extra gate on the way. So 3 gates in total. That's a little bit better. And I mean, 3 gateways can try to punish this. Can dip in. As I say that though, the bunker is done. First tank has arrived. Just 1 tank. Okay, only 1 tank to defend. Art is moving out. Initially with only 2 stalkers. Keeping the rest back at home. As he is moving out and taking a 3rd. Yeah, so Art, he's expanding. He's keeping most stalkers at home to defend. Art is going to dip in and won't be able to get much done here. Has a handful of stalkers to catch Marines, maybe some SCVs here and there. But Spirit should be safe and sound. Likewise, tank is in position. Stalkers, they get up. Oh my god, 1 SCV. They get 1. That's okay. they do get 1 worker. But alas, I am concerned now for Art. Spirit has gone away with the fast 3rd. He's making 3 SCVs at a time. Will soon take his own 3rd base. And Spirit is looking to snowball out of control in the mid game. The mid game is going to be crazy for Spirit once he gets his 3rd base up and running. Until that does occur, case Art rallying more stalkers across the map, checking his vision. He did not spot the CC. Is in the dark. As stalkers, they hit the natural. Getting another worker. Oof. Yeah, Art gets punished. Stalker goes down. We have our splash damage of choice. Art is going into Storm. Storm, charge, +1. It's going to be a gateway heavy composition. Once again, very similar to game 1. Very similar. But this time, Spirit, he's looking quite healthy here in this economy. 54 workers so far, plus mules. And again, this worker count is soon going to skyrocket ahead. Spirit's breaking out. At least attempting to. Going for drop play. And it's still going to be another minute or so where Spirit's economy is really going to just skyrocket out of control. I mean, you can already see it in the supplies. Spirit does have a 30 supply lead. And it should get even larger than that. So, just trying to keep up. Spirit going for a drop on the right. Likewise, being active with his army on the left. See, Spirit can break out. Hits the 4th. Getting a pylon. Heads towards the main. And Spirit's still yet to pull the trigger. Getting a 4CC, getting into Ghost production. Vikings as well. Spirit's still building up. The storms are coming in. The storm is okay. Not ideal. So drop does come back in, going for the 3rd base. Oh my god. Thankfully, Art does deny the drop. Does keep up. Does keep up so far. Spirit looking to break out. We have a 2nd robo on the way. Art getting ready for disruptors. But Art needs more time. As we're going for it, we're going for the EMP. Oh my god! The EMP drop! Spirit gets it. No more storms. No more storms for Art. And without storms, Spirit, he can break through this. can, and he will try. Stimming on forward, takes down the shield battery. Doesn't commit yet, waiting for reinforcements, waiting for 2 more ghosts for another EMP. Sometimes 1 EMP is all it takes. So Stimmin once again going for the Nexus. EMP does connect. And the Nexus goes down, the 4th base falls. And Spirit he can just stim on forward. Zealots will cause a bit of an issue. They do a great job buffering. But the Immortal goes down. Nice kiting here from Spirit. Another EMP on the Archon as well. Now there's only Blink Stalkers. Spirit has traded very well. Doesn't keep going. Pulls away. Warp Prism into the main. Going for a massive Warp in. And the Warp in will finish. Just barely. Just barely doesn't complete. Oh, the Disruptor! No! Disruptor goes down. Art overextending. And the main base is being cleaned up. Meanwhile, here at the 4th or at the 3rd, tries to keep going. But just barely cannot. Again, Archie lost his High Templar, lost his Archons. He's relying on mainly Disruptors at this point. And if the Novas don't connect, it's not going to end out well here for Art. Another big EMP. The Nova! Not a bad connection. Not bad. But again, Spirit hoping for more. Rotating over. Doesn't seem to rotate. Art, he's holding on. He's holding, he's surviving. And what I will say is that Art can take a fight, especially with these Disruptors. 1 or 2 good Novas is all that Art needs. Novas going off, zoning away the army. There's still 2 more Novas behind this. Now 1. So Nova does not quite connect. The last Nova goes off, doesn't connect either. But Art does hold. Meanwhile, Spirit getting up to 4 bases, now getting a 5th. An even economy here is always a greater thing or a better thing for the Terran. So economically, Art is falling behind, and Spirit, he's maxed. Spirit, he's maxed out. Here, the supply does not lie. And again, outside of some crazy Purification Novas, it's going to be difficult here for Art. We need those Nevas, Pappy. Nevas going off, Spirit does respond, pulling away. Finding another Disruptor. Stims in! He wants it! Doesn't get it. We'll get the expansion though. That's a kill, not a cancel! It's 400 minerals down the drain. Arch rotating over. They're catching 1 Marauder. Nova's once again going off, not quite connecting, bit of friendly fire. A better connection this time from Art. Not bad. And as Art is trading with the main army, we have a fleet beacon on the way, we have a Stargate as well, we're getting ready for Sky Toss. I mean, that's a good way to try to avoid and try and get out of this kind of game state, to rush into Sky Toss. But before Sky Toss, we have Liberators. Liberators are amassing back at home, freedom soon to arrive. The scan into the main! The scan reveals the fleet beacon. Spirit is aware. He knows he's on a timer. He knows he has to end it before Sky Toss arrives. Novas go off. Easy connections. But still expensive trades here for Art. Leaving out a lot of units. Another Nova goes off. Buying time. The flanking Nova doesn't quite connect though. And Robos are going down. Spirit pushing on forward. Liberation has arrived. We have freedom coming in. The bay goes down. No more disruptors. No robo either. And before Art can embrace Skytoss Spirit, he goes for the kill. He goes for the throat, gets 17 probe kills, 18 probes, and counting. 19 worker kills in total. And Spirit, he just doesn't stop. He keeps going, Pat. Gets another expansion. Reinforcements on the way. Liberation is coming. And again, it was just a bit of a rougher game, a rougher start for Art. Game 1 and Game 2 were much closer, but here in Game 3, Spirit is looking much more comfortable, much more in form. And Spirit now is going for the right-hand bases, for the most important mining bases here of Art. Liberators do overextend. 1, 2, 3 Liberators go down. There's one left, but there's barely a standing ground army. GG gets called. There's just not enough on the ground. And Spirits will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Spirit will claim the series here. Again, it was a very intense, very back and forth Game 1 and Game 2. Base trades all around, but here in Game 3, Spirit, he was just in control almost from the very beginning, especially with that fast third. Basically, because Spirit rushed into a fast third base, because it was not punished, Spirit, his economy snowballed out of control, barely lost anything in these counterattacks, in these run-bys. The Zealots, they didn't get much done. And Spirit, he was able to reach his final form well ahead of the Protoss. Congratulations. Congratulations to Spirit, as he will make it into the next round. And the question becomes, who will face off against Spirit? We have our next series getting ready. It's going to be a PvP between Christiana and Geralt. They are getting ready. And we will soon be jumping into that. Before that, of course, we're going to have a short break. We're going to have a break here. Our players, they do need some time to set up on the stage and set up in front of the crowd. Shout out to Spirit, of course, for bringing it back. And yeah, we'll be back soon with the next upper bracket quarterfinals. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended delays, but we have returned. The players are ready. They were just setting up. They were conducting their vetoes, of course, and now we have returned with the upper bracket quarterfinals. Here we go. We just wrapped up with Spirit versus Art. Spirit did take down Art 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, but now we are jumping into a fresh best of 3 between Cristiano and Geralt in a PvP, a very classic PvP. Cristiano and Geralt, they are the top 2 Protoss players in Poland. I mean, typically they are. Art has been contesting that recently, Papi as well. But regardless, both Cristiano and Geralt are veterans of the region, of the scene, and now they're facing off in a fresh best of 3. And here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions. Get your gamba going. Predictions will be open, so you can place your bets on who you think will claim the series. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the blue Polish Protoss player. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. Here we go. Whew. Again, it has been a very, very intense tournament so far, with some upsets, with some crazy results as well. We kind of glossed over it, but some of the previous matches, we had Cristiano and Papi going to the ace match, so Cristiano did stumble in that previous quarterfinals match. Likewise, Geralt, the same thing. Geralt also dropped the map to Trifax as well. Speaking of Trifax, speaking of Papi, speaking of history, we have some updates from the lower brackets, and we have to bid adieu to the Xur competitors. Both Trifax and Aristry have fallen. They've both been eliminated in the tournament. Now only Protoss and 1 Terran remain. We have Cristiano, Geralt, Art, Papi, and Rodzin, and of course Spirit alongside them. So purely Protoss and 1 Terran player. Welcome to the Polish scene. Welcome to the Polish community. We have PvP, and we also have some PvP. If you would like, we have all the PvPs, and we're going to be embracing them later on. But for now, we have this one here. We have Cristiano and Geralt so far. 2 gate openers all around. 2 gate opener out of Cristiano, 2 gate opener out of Geralt as well. Cristiano is skirting around the edge of the map, though. He's going for a fake proxy pylon. The pylon has been placed, but as we can see, it is a fake. It is not real. He's not committing to any kind of proxy Stargate or Rover or Twilight Council. It is there to force an overreaction. Meanwhile, Geralt does scout, does confirm, does count the pylons, and is aware that the second pylon is not where it should be. So Geralt is aware that something is wrong, something is amiss, throwing down his own 3rd pylon in the main. And you can see Geralt is looking for that proxy. We'll skirt around the edge of the map with our first initial probe. You see is scouting on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, we have a second scouting probe also checking towards the left. So we have 2 probes out on the map. This is already some nice damage out of Cristiano. He's forcing basically 2 workers to not be mining, to not be back at home, and of course focusing on the economy. Meanwhile, Cristiano expands back at home. A very fast expansion. Oh my god, okay. Interesting. Cristiano going for a Sentry Stalker opener right into the expansion. And Geralt back at home is going for 2 more units into a Twilight Council initially, which means is going to be falling behind even further in the economy. Probe scout is denied. Geralt is a little bit more in the dark. And the question becomes, does this defense turn into an offense? Are we setting up a proxy gateway of our own, a pylon into a 1 base all in? I can feel the... Okay, never mind. We expand. My eyes are on this probe as the probe is being set up, but the expansion has been thrown down, and Geralt is going to try to catch up in that economy. Oh, big volleys going off. Stalker taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of hits. Shield battery is done, and Cristiano will hold. Meanwhile, Geralt is throwing down that proxy gateway. That proxy pylon is setting up to be aggressive. Oh. The force field's a little bit lackluster here from Cristiano. 1 second too late, the Stalkers will escape. So a bit of miscontrol there from Cristiano. He wants that Stalker. He wants it. Up. Won't quite get it, though. Geralt, he will escape in time. Will back away. Leaving us an extra shot off. Nice force. So there we go. We make up for the earlier force fields, and 2 Stalkers go down. Very nice catch by Cristiano. Again, losing 0 units, claiming 2 of his own. Meanwhile, back at home, it was a blink-based opener into a Dark Shrine. Proxy Dark Shrine at that. Very, very aggressive, very bold move here by Geralt. going for the Invisible Wind, going for the DTs. Unfortunately for Geralt, Observer. There was a Robo Opener, Immortal into Observer on the way. Cristiano being very safe in his opener in his response, and he will have detection. Cristiano is ready for what's to come. Adepts shading in towards that natural. The pylon was not placed. They get into the main. Robo was spotted, and probes are being shut down. 2 Adepts, they one-shot probes. 2 workers so far. Force field will lock them down, though. Very nice force field. 1 Adept falls. The other shades into the mineral line. Ooh, getting a 3rd probe kill. Getting a 4th. Yeah, 4 probes to 2 Adepts. Not a bad trade for Geralt. Meanwhile, the Dark Trend is now done, and DTs are on the way now. Do we have detection? There is an Observer. That's out on the map. Observer's out on the map. Meanwhile, DT warped in defensively. Ooh. Less than ideal. Warped in to defend. Adepts say shade into the natural. 5 probes go down. And this means that we do have Cristiano getting ready back at home with another Observer. These Dark Templar, they won't get much done. They defend. But Cristiano does have the worker lead, and his 3rd base is already done. It's already complete. 3rd base still on the way for Geralt. Cristiano is in the driver's seat. So far as looking solid. We can see Geralt trying to find another way in. DT towards the left. And the Glaives are on the way. This tells us, like, again, Geralt wants to be hyper aggressive here in the follow-up. Going for Glaives. Adepts are caught out. Nice catch. Adepts are going to be cleaned up. Adepts are cleaned up. 1 Adept makes its way across the map, but again, has no one-shot potential. Gets 1 probe kill. Just the 1, though. Oh. Yeah, just the 1 probe. As the 3rd bases are getting up and running. Again, Cristiano has the economic lead, taking a 4th base, building up charged lots Immortals into, I imagine, Archon production thereafter. For now, just Gateways and Immortal production. And Cristiano, he's still looking solid, still looking quite comfortable. Takes out a Stalker. Late reaction to Geralt. Does get eyes on the expansion. Glaives is almost done. And we need economic damage. We need to get into that mineral line. Very nice force fields. Oh, they get locked down. The force fields are brutal. Adepts are falling. Decent trade here from Geralt. He does get a couple of Stalkers. DT's into the main. Oh my god. And the probes have to fight, and so many of them go down. 6 probes do fall. Archon being morphed in, Adept in towards the 3rd base. And we're getting so much economic damage done. And just like that, Geralt ties things up. Geralt, he does have the worker count. Is still down a base, though, so there's still a lot of pressure on Geralt to get more damage. But that is a lot of Adepts. And Geralt, he's not looking for a main fight. He's looking to bypass the main army and get into mineral lines. 4th base now on the way. Say threaten a shade towards the main. And then quite commits. 2 Adepts say shade in on the right hand side. Getting 2 probes. Probes are going down. Geralt, does he commit? He has to. Oh, does commit into the 4th. Going for the Immortals. Does try to target them down. And won't quite. Does get 1. Gets 1 Immortal. Was that worth it? I'm not so sure. Yeah, the proxy is found. The Dark Shrine is gonna fall. Does fall, and Geralt is going to be forced back. As the dust does settle, Geralt is able to maintain a slight economic advantage. But the main army is what I'm concerned about. I mean, sure, Geralt, sure, he evens up the probe count, but the main army is quite lacking. We have a handful of Stalkers, we have mainly Adepts. Meanwhile, Cristiano has been building up Immortals. Immortals, they've been surviving, they've been building up over time. And Cristiano has a much stronger army as a result. Catching out the Adepts as well. All of them are going to be shut down. Do you have more Stalkers on the way on the right-hand side? Cristiano trying to catch reinforcements, but here comes the main push. Yeah, Geralt's unable to catch any reinforcements, does head across the map, take down the cannon, shield battery as well. Cristiano doesn't care, he's going for the kill. Takes down the Robo. Denies the Disruptor. And even if Cristiano loses a base, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, not anymore. Going for the third, and he can just keep going from here. Shield batteries are about to finish up, they're going to be denied. They are denied in the end. Shield batteries and the cannons. Army recalls back home, but even with the recall, can we hold on? Oh, the Prism. The Prism will survive as well. GG gets called. There's just too much Protoss and Cristiano. He takes game number 1. GG. A solid game 1 from Cristiano. We had Geralt trying to go for different twists, different turns into Glaive Adepts, into Dark Templar. And Geralt was getting some economic damage done with it, but it was not enough to not just even up the worker count, which it did do, but it needed even more damage to make up for the lack of army that Geralt had. Remember, Geralt, he was spending warp ins to harass, not to build up a stronger force. Because of that, he was falling behind. Geralt's answer to that was to rush into Disruptors. Disruptors would be a good way to make up for a smaller army, but we saw that Cristiano moved out just before the Disruptors really did amass and really did become incorporated into the main army. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cristiano does take a lead, but that was merely only game 1. We're now getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So we're jumping into that second game. It's going to be on Ghost River. Oh boy. And it's going to be a much smaller map. Can lead to more aggression. Last game we had Cristiano going for a fake proxy pylon. This time it could be a real one. Oh. Could be real, Pat. Could be real. Here we go. Are going to be loading in and spawning in the top left hand corner of Ghost River. We have the red Polish Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back here and now to force the ace match. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Clan SWS, leading the series 1-0. He's the reigning House Galactic Battle champion. It is Cristiano. We go. And Cristiano, he's one game away from making it into the next round to face off against a player that he has yet to face off against in quite some time in these tournaments, Spirit. Spirit is lying in wait in the next round for one of these two Protoss players. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Geralt or Cristiano. This Protoss is on the menu for Spirits. Purely only Protoss players from this point forward. Spirit's TVP is going to be put to the test. Meanwhile, Geralt skirting around the southern half of the map. Interesting. And the question becomes, is this a real proxy or a fake? Oh no. As Cristiano, he's making a beeline for the same location. How does he know? Cristiano, he does rock up, and Cristiano throws down his own pylon. Uh-oh. And do they spot each other? Hello there. Geralt is aware of the pylon. Cristiano is not. Okay, so bit of a Spider-Man meme going on. The pylon does finish. Vision is extended, but again, Cristiano barely does not spot this. And with that, does Geralt commit? He does! He commits! Geralt, he commits to the proxy. Cristiano is unaware. Meanwhile, Geralt also knows that it's a fake proxy pylon, so A bit of an awkward position here for Cristiano. Very awkward. Now, something that's important here is that Cristiano with this probe scout will confirm the second pylon is late. Is quite late here for Geralt. So there is a proxy. There is a proxy pylon out there on the map. Is it real or is it fake? We know it's real. Cristiano does not. This expansion going to be delayed. Nexus now on the way. And if Cristiano's not in position, this Oracle can wreak havoc. As the Oracle's being chronoed as we speak, and it can do so much damage in the main base. Cristiano will have 2 Stalkers, will have 2 Sentries, will have an army to work with, but will he be in position? As Geralt, he's going to shut down the pylon. It is going to be a big loss. That does force a response out of Cristiano. I mean, he scouts with hallucination. He realizes that something is wrong, something is missing, and he's moving out. Uh-oh. Nothing at home. Nothing at home to defend. The Oracle comes in, and this is going to be crippling damage. Probes are going down. Cristiano pulling away at the same time, pushing up the ramp. There's nothing going to defend. There's nothing here. No warp gates. No warp gate. We're going for the pylon. Oh my god. Boys, they have to be pulled, but we have force fields. Up. Oh, the ramp is forced. Oh, a little bit misplaced though. Stalkers do race back home. Stalkers being targeted down. Probes are falling for both players. Another Oracle does come in. Second Oracle into the main base. Probes are falling left and right. Who comes out on top? With a surround, Cristiano should be cleaned up. But here come reinforcements. Uh-oh. Reinforcements have arrived. A second pylon will finish up. And it looks like Geralt, he does have a defensive shield, defensive force field. Can Cristiano get the Stalker? He doesn't have vision. No vision. The Stalker does survive. Minus 14, minus 14. Both players using 14 probes. Geralt with a slight worker lead. And it looks like Geralt, he has defended. He might lose the natural, though. The natural is under fire, taking a lot of damage. Another Oracle into the main. Oracle does dive in. There are 2 Stalkers to defend. But probes are still falling. Meanwhile, the Nexus is getting very low. The force field! Does force field the ramp just in time. And Cristiano, he wants the base, and he gets it. Going for the Stalker. Nexus goes down. Cristiano's catching another Stalker as well. Pulling away. Cristiano now up a base. Geralt's all in. But Adepts, they shade into the main, going for more probe kills. 2 probes go down. Cristiano falling back. And there is a shield battery on the low ground. I mean, Geralt, I don't know how he breaks through. Does snipe the sentry. Sentry does fall. Adept into the main. Stalker's in position. Oof. Yeah, and with that, Geralt, he has to rebuild his expansion. Cristiano, he has a worker lead. He can make 2 probes at a time. Cristiano does, he does maintain himself. And Geralt, where do we go from here? Twilight Council. I'm feeling DTs. This could be into Dark Shrine. This could be just into Blink. The problem is that Cristiano, he has an Observer. Observer is on the way. He has detection. Does have detection available in the end, and Geralt instead might just have to rely on purely Blink. Which has potential. Oracle gets 1 more probe. 11 probe kills in total. Insane damage. There it is. Blink is on the way. No Dark Shrine. Another Oracle. Cristiano taking a 3rd. Meanwhile, the natural just now finishing for Geralt. Cristiano does confirm. Geralt has expanded. Yeah, this 3rd base is ambitious. It shouldn't finish. It should be denied. Oh, it should be denied. It should be oh my. Okay. Jesus. Calm down. That's Cristiano. He's trying to catch the army. Cristiano, he is aware that the Stargate is somewhere. Just doesn't know where. As he does a double check, and oh no, it doesn't confirm. Barely does miss it. He's looking, but he barely did miss the proxy. Oracle into the main, gets another probe. See Cristiano, he's looking for the proxy, but alas, he thinks he already checked this location. Doesn't find it. Does not find it in the end. Geralt getting his own third. Oracle into the main. Geralt is pushing forward. Shield battery. Oh, the force fields are pretty decent. They zone away the army. Pylon goes down. Shield battery is depowered, but the Immortal has arrived. With the help of the Immortal, Cristiano can take a fight. His supply block, though. Forces get thrown down. Immortal going ham. We go for the dive. We go for the Immortal. Shield battery. Oh my god, it gets repowered. The overcharge. The Immortal lives. That's crazy. The Immortal barely survives. Cristiano holds. That was a big commitment for Geralt. Big commitment. He lost 3 Stalkers in the process. Or 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries. 3 Sentries even. Oracle dipping in. Going for the third. Stalker's trying to come in from behind. Geralt's once again going into Glaives. Glaives are on the way. And with Glaives, once again, Geralt is going to be hyper committed to getting economic damage done. We'll see if he can get it. Rotating over. Rotating over towards that natural. Rocks are being knocked down. Cristiano is aware. That's a lot of Glaive Adepts. We'll see if Cristiano can keep up with the multiple aggression of Geralt. Likewise, Adepts in towards the third base. Geralt, nothing at home to defend. Probes are going down. Falling, getting 3, getting 4 probes so far, getting 5. Oh, it's getting a bit out of hand here. 7 probes fall, and now Geralt pulls the trigger. Does find the expansion. Does force a response here from Cristiano. A massive response, and here come the Blink Stalkers. Cristiano, he does overreact. And natural waste down on the fire stasis goes off. Oh, not quite. And that's a shade past the army, and Cristiano is out of position. It is out of position. And that's a shade into the main. They go for the mineral line. Probes are going down. Oh my god, 7 probes already. In an instant, 7 probe kills. Cristiano trying to keep up. Shade does commit to the shade. Now, what's a little bit scary here is that Geralt has lost, Cristiano's lost a lot of workers, but we're still even. We're still even on workers, and again, Geralt has been sending supply on harassing, not on his main army. We've triggered a massive counterattack, and Cristiano has an insane army. We have 4 Immortals. 4 Immortals, sorry, 5! 5 Immortals! Oh my god. It's a death blow of an army. Adepts, they keep shading in. Stage traps going off in the main, going off in the third. Geralt is getting economic damage, but Cristiano doesn't care. He's going for the kill with 5 Immortals. Cannons are finishing up. Zelsa busts into the mineral line. Nexus goes down. Geralt is trying to get into disruptor production. Trying to work towards disruptors, but the bay is going to fall. But we do have a recall. Okay, recall into the main. Cristiano backs off. Geralt survives, but he is down in expansion. Cristiano down to 31 probes. Oh my god, he has no economy. I'm not so sure the recall was worth it. We didn't save anything. There's nothing to save. And disruptors are on the way. There is one disruptor for Geralt. It's got a lot of work to do, Patty. A lot of work. Cristiano rotating around. Oracle's coming back in. And again, Cristiano is all in. He has to go here and now. Breaks down the third. Carol's still holding on. Oracle's into the main. More probes going down. Cristiano, he races back home. Ay, ay, ay. He turns back around for a moment. Thinks better of it. Turns back again. The Bay is done. Second disruptor on the way. Now, what's terrifying is that Cristiano does not have blink. Remember, because he has no blink, disruptors can connect. It is that much more difficult for Cristiano to avoid those novas. But blink is almost done for Cristiano. It's still a couple of seconds off. Oracle back into the main. More probes going down. Cristiano still building up. Pushing towards that natural. Gets a pylon. Never goes off. But blink is now done. Cristiano able to avoid. Blink off cooldown. Pushing in. Blinks away. Despots again in the mineral lines. Nova goes off. The disruptor count is getting higher. Oh my god. And Cristiano, can he commit? He's gonna try. Pushing into disruptors, never an easy thing to do. Novas are available. First Nova is avoided. And it looks like with the help of these 5 immortals, it looks like Cristiano, he still has too much. It breaks through the front lines, gets up the disruptor. Camping the rovers as well. And the Novas are not gonna connect. Oh, this one will. Oh, the splits are too good. And Cristiano, he has done a GG gets called, and Cristiano will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the upper bracket finals. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. I was not gonna lie, I was a little bit concerned. With Cristiano constantly coming back home, trying to defend his bases, was losing so many workers, was being crippled economically, but he still had the better army. He still maintained 5 immortals, which is an insane force, an insane army, considering how little Geralt had. Again, even though Geralt was killing probes, he didn't have an army. That was the problem. He had so many adepts and so many oracles, but so little to defend against that immortal counterattack. In the end, GG. GG, well played. Cristiano does advance on. And up next, after the break, we will have Cristiano versus Spirit in a PvT. Again, they're in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, quickly refreshing the bracket and having a look at the updates. Ooh, Art takes down Papi 1-0. There are best of ones in that lower bracket, and it is unfortunate that we never even got to cast Papi. Papi took a game over Cristiano. He took down Trifax, but he falls at the hands of Art. As Art makes it through. Meanwhile, Geralt is about to start a series against Rodzin into Art. The PvPs continue in the lower half of in the lower brackets. But again, for now, we're going on a short break. When we return, we will have Spirit versus Cristiano. Coming up next. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the upper bracket finals of the House Galactic Battle number 3 by Enderfee. I'm of course Joseph VIP, and with me, I am no longer alone. We've been solo casting for what, like the past 9 hours, and now I'm joined by the one, the only, the Kuro.
Hello there. It is I, the Kuro. I used to be the casting jersey, now I'm just the Kuro.
Yes.
I've been demoted.
Promoted? From what do you mean? No longer just a jersey. But yes, thank you so much for joining me, by the way. It's been quite a journey so far, quite a broadcast going through the group stage, going through the upper bracket as well, and now we're here towards the tail end of the tournament.
Yeah, we only have 3 series left. We have this upper bracket match, then there will be the lower bracket match, and then the grand finals. But before that, we have to get into this game because we are now on Oceanborn and we have the first of our players in the top left corner, the red Protoss. It is Christiane.
And we will get ready to introduce our next player. But if you're in the chat, predictions are open for the next couple of seconds. Oh my god, it's very fast predictions. So place your bets while you can, as the predictions will soon close in the chat. So best of luck. Get your gamba going. And what I'm most excited about is that this is a series that we didn't get last time.
Oh yeah, we didn't, because for those who remember, Spirit was not present at the second Galactic Battle, so now we can finally see Christiane versus the best Terran in Poland.
And speaking of, here he is in the bottom right-hand corner. We have the blue Terran player representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. But yeah, as you did mention, Christiane, of course, is our reigning House Galactic Battle champion. The votes are available on YouTube if you're curious. It was a couple of months ago at this point, but he is our reigning champion. Spirit was unavailable at the time, was unable to compete in the previous event, but now he's here. Now he's back.
And now he's here, and he's been doing pretty well so far. I mean, as expected, honestly, out of Spirit. And I am curious if Christiane is gonna take him down as well, because, you know, it would kind of like cement Christiane as currently best kind of Polish player, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's done really well for himself already. Like this year, Christiane has been improving so much, and I think we were looking at his Eligulac not too long ago, and Christiane, I think he's now the 4th best Protoss in Europe. I think he's now number 4, just behind Skillus, as well as Max Pax and Showtime. So yeah, Christiane, he has improved quite a lot over this past year. And yeah, I want to see how he does perform against Spirit. Bearing in mind as well that Spirit has already shown that he can bleed here tonight. Art did take a map earlier.
Yeah, and Art is another Protoss player, so that does not bode very well for Spirit. I mean, not that I expect him to lose, but yeah, like already losing to Art and Christiane being as strong as he is recently, like that's quite a scary thing.
Yeah, it is a scary prospect. We'll see if Spirit can tighten things up. You know, maybe he just needs to warm up his TVP, and maybe that's why he faltered a little bit against Art. You know, we'll see. As Spirit is going for a more economic opener, is settling into his CC on the low ground. Factory is now done, and Christiane has chosen his tech of choice.
Yeah, it looks like he will be going for a Twilight Kansu in this game. So, what is that for? For Blink, I guess?
Yeah, I would assume a Blink-based opener out of Christiane. There we go, Blink is on the way. And we'll see how aggressive Christiane wants to be. As a reminder, when it comes to how Art was able to defeat Spirits, it was Art being quite aggressive and punishing the greed of Spirits in the early game. It's a little bit too late to really do that here, but it's something to bear in mind that Spirit is known for sometimes cutting corners in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, Spirit definitely is one of those greedy type of players. Like he's the one to focus on his macro a lot in the early game, and yeah, really just I'm trying to remember if I've seen like Spirit cheese. Like, can he do that?
I have seen him cheese in TVT. I have seen him proxy ranks. Yeah. So he's willing to. And when it comes to, I remember, like, this is why the House Galactic Battle #1 finals is so just like burned into my skull is because if you remember in that finals versus a laser, Spirit was doing crazy stuff. He was like going like 2-port BC, he was going 2-1-1, like maybe not
mean,
cheese, but like he was having fun with a laser. Like that was like that
yeah,
was a wild
I was
finals.
gonna say they were both having fun at this point.
Yeah,
that was a very tricky finals in the first place.
Mm-hmm,
So I feel like that was kind of, you know, not the usual Spirit that we see.
Yeah. I would imagine so. As we see, Cristiano, he went 2-gate blink. So 2-gate blink into a third base, a very economic here by Cristiano. We can see that Spirit is ready for drop play. And Cristiano, he opened up just very safe, very economic, is building up towards the mid game.
Yeah, he's getting that third base ready, and I mean, we'll see how that goes for him, because as you said, there is that drop waiting, there is a Liberator coming as well, but with this harassment that is coming from Cristiano, that may actually pull the attention of Spirit back home.
Yeah, Cristiano's going to try to apply some pressure here. The tank is ready. Tank volley is going to be going off, and the Stalkers have to respond. At the same time, Spirit, he's diving in with that drop towards the natural base.
And the Widow Mines will unload. The Stalkers are there, but still have to pull the workers, and only one of the Widow Mines triggered.
The only one, the second mine shot is not going to quite go off yet. Now this will distract Cristiano as the mine shot goes off. Nice dodge here from Cristiano, but we'll lose 2 probes. Meanwhile, across the map, Cristiano can now focus on his own aggression.
Yeah, he will be loading this War Priest and going into the main base. At the same time, the Liberator is in the base of Cristiano, so he's actually losing a lot of workers.
Yeah, 6 probes going down. Meanwhile, the tank has repositioned just in time for the tank is exposed. And we will try to focus down, but the boys are being pulled, and the repair is just a little bit too good. The tank will survive.
Yeah, the tank survives. The Stalkers have been quite damaged. 2 of them already in the red, and yeah, this attack gets completely deflected. Cristiano loses a bunch of workers to the Liberator. This is actually going pretty well for Spirit.
Yeah, and meanwhile, that one Widowmine did reset. It did come back in. 2 more probes going down. Spirit, he's dealing economic damage across the map, and Spirit barely takes any damage back at home.
Yeah, and now he has more defenses in the natural as well, so the Stalkers are not able to get anything done on the front. The War Priest is trying to get into the back of the natural though, as Spirit is moving out.
Yeah, massive move out from Spirit. 3 tanks with the main army and so many Marines as well. Stalkers are getting some economic damage, but what about the main push? Does Cristiano have enough to survive?
Yeah, he sees the push coming with these Stalkers for sure. And we see if that is enough. I mean, there are 3 tanks in this army, there is steam in this army, like these Stalkers are no match whatsoever. And is there anything at home?
We have an overcharge. The overcharge is going to be popped. We have some Stalkers back home. It looks like we did recall back home just in time, but there's still 3 tanks. Massive tank shots going off, and Cristiano, he's up against the wall.
Yeah, and remember, those Stalkers are some of those that were harassing earlier, so they are actually already damaged. Despite the overcharge, they are quite weakened.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, pushing into 3 tanks, it's not going to happen. The tank volleys are insane. And Spirit, he is snowballing out of control. He depowers his Chi-Water. He denies the warp in, and the boys, they have to be pulled.
Yeah, the nice blink there, but Spirit does take this engagement and will take game number 1.
GG, well played. A very intense game 1. We saw Cristiano attempted to be aggressive, attempted to harass, but every time he moved out, every time he tried to focus on his drop play, we had a Widowmine drop into the natural, we had Liberator into the main base. Cristiano had a really hard time being aggressive while also defending back at home.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like, see, the thing is that it felt like Cristiano was going, like, was doing really well when he like defended that Widowmine drop. Like, he didn't really lose workers to it. He had a nice blink micro, and he was like, oh, okay, I defended the harassment, it's time to attack. And that's when the Liberator came in, and that's when he goes across the map, and like Spirit is ready for all the attacks. And yeah, it's just started to fall from there.
The other important thing as well is that if you remember, the Widowmine drop did delay Cristiano going into the main.
True.
Like, Cristiano didn't go into the main base until after he cleaned the Widowmine drop. And if you notice, Spirit actually didn't have a tank ready. It wasn't until that time was bought where Spirit was able to get that second tank up and running, then was able to siege up in time just as Cristiano was going into the main as well. So that Widowmine drop did an amazing job, not necessarily killing workers, but at just buying time so Spirit could defend.
Yeah, that was really nicely done by Spirit there, and I mean, in the end, it did one hit the guy. It did snowball into his advantage, and he is currently up 1-0 in this series.
Oh yeah, is currently up 1-0. Now we're getting into game number 2. As a reminder, this is merely a best of 3, not a best of 5. It is a best of 3. And I believe it is purely best of 3s until the finals, which will be a best of 7.
I believe so. I will have to double check that.
And here we go. We are getting ready for game number 2. And I'm hoping for an ace match, but the pressure is now on. Now, bearing in mind that I guess there's a little bit less pressure on these players. This is the upper bracket. Both players technically have a second life in the lower half of the bracket, so or the lower bracket, so they will have that kind of safety net underneath them.
Oh yeah, like this is not the last that we see of either of these players, no matter who wins this series. But still, like, I mean, you generally prefer to be in those grand finals as soon as possible. And I'm sure this player here is hoping for that, as we are currently looking at the blue Protoss player in the top left corner of side Delta. It is Christiane.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player representing Team Na'Vi, leading the series 1-0. It is Spirit. Did they switch colors?
I just noticed that something is not. I think they switched colors, but I just noticed that something is not quite right on my casting tool. Let me correct that.
Good, but here we go. We are going to be settling in, and we'll see how our players do adjust their builds and adjust their styles. As a reminder, Christiane, he went for, I believe it was 3-gate blink initially into a third base, into some aggression, and alas, Christiane had a really hard time both, again, defending, multitasking, and attacking at the same time. So we'll see if Christiane, he tries to go for a bit of a slower approach or something a little bit different.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him for Christiane to be a bit more aggressive, but we'll see how that goes, because for now it doesn't look like he's planning anything too out there.
Yeah, just going for a gate cyber expand, standard opener out of Christiane. Meanwhile, Spirit going for a single gas opener himself, so is going for a CC on the low ground, a much more economic opener this time from Spirit.
Yes, indeed. I mean, again, we know Spirit for being the more economical player in general, so we'll see. I do wonder if he's once again gonna go for like this, like, you know, Widowmine drops and the likes, or if he's just gonna like play more straight up without much harassment at all.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the factory is thrown down a little bit further back. That tells us that there's not going to be an add-on swap. So the likelihood of this being something like Widowmine into a starport, into a drop play, it does make sense. It does make a lot of sense to occur. Otherwise, we could be seeing something a little bit different. Maybe a Cyclone, maybe some additional Hellions. We'll keep an eye on what Spirit goes for.
Yeah, meanwhile, Christiane once again going for the Twilight Council, so I assume once again we will be seeing Blink from his side of things, and I wonder, is Side Delta a better map for Blink than the previous one was?
It's okay. I mean, as you can see here, the entry point into the main base is quite narrow, so it's not as easy to break into the main as it is on some of these other maps. Meanwhile, nice delay in the CC. SCV is going to go down. And as we can see, it is going to be the 1-1-1, and initially a Cyclone, not a Widowmine from Spirit.
Starting with a Cyclone, I guess that may help with early game defense, but these adepts are actually being really annoying in this natural. Already killed one SCV and denying the other.
Yeah, denying it. He wants it. One more shot. The SCV is going to go down. Does cost Christiane an adept, so not the most free of trades, but will delay the expansion by quite a lot.
Yeah, a lot of the delay, 2 SCVs down, so for one adept, again, not ideal, but I mean, definitely a nice little pick-up for Christiane.
Definitely, yes. Spirit is going to be setting up a drop. Medevac is on the way. It's going to be Marines and a Cyclone, as the Cyclone is trying to hunt out any stray units. And we can see an add-on slot being set up as well for either Raven or even Banshee production from Spirit.
Do you think he would actually go Banshee? It's gonna be a Raven,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, it could be either or. I mean, Tank Banshee has been very trendy as of late. It's been very meta over the past couple of months. We'll see what it's going to be here as there it is. It is going to be Tank Banshee from Spirit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I just don't know if Spirit would like harass with the Banshees a lot, but in the meantime, it looks like he will harass with the Cyclones.
Yeah, the Cyclone is on the way. It's only just the one Cyclone. Yeah, it's only just the one Cyclone in the medevac, so not the most amount of harassment potential, but this is all about just keeping Cristiano busy back at home.
Mm.
As we can see, Cristiano did go for a 2-gate blink this time, so a lot more economic from Cristiano. He's working towards a longer game, but we'll see if Cristiano can keep up with the aggression with the Cloak Banshees of Spirits. Up!
That is so close. Like, if Blink was done already, like, this Medivac would be going down so fast, but alas, it is still surviving, and that Cyclone has been a little bit annoying, you know, already killing a probe just on the ramp.
Yeah. Not a bad start from Spirit. Meanwhile, the Observer does spot at least part of the main army, but no scout into the main, so Cristiano is a little bit in the dark as to what Spirit is up to. Ideally, we would love to see another Observer just so we can keep up the Cloak Banshee, but again, Cristiano is still in the dark as to what's going on, and the Banshees are getting ready to move out.
I mean, the good news for Cristiano is that he does have that robot and already has one observer out. Truth be told, the observer is across the map, but he has that option to make one if he needs it.
Yeah, he has 2 observers. He has one towards the northern side of the map and one across the map, as you mentioned. Neither one is in a mineral line. Neither one is back at home. I know. Speaking of, one of them gets sniped.
Ooh, yeah, that was a bit too far forward. Spirit does notice that observer and snipes it down. The Stalkers won't be able to blink in, and they will meet the army of Spirit as well.
And at the same time, Banshee is revealed, hits the natural base. The Observer forced to recall back home, and we will be able to defend, but that's going to be 5 probe kills already, and we're not done. We still have that Cyclone in the main.
Yeah, that Banshee was really a distraction. The Cyclone is now free to get into the main base. The Banshee is still in the third at the same time, as the Stalkers are skirmishing with the main army of Spirit.
Yeah, a bit of a tri-pronged attack from Spirit. He drops in the main. It's the third base. The Banshee finally gets cleaned up, but 10 probes have gone down, and here comes the main push right down the middle, right towards the natural.
I like how the Stalkers are actually following this army, so this may be a little bit of a sandwich from the Protoss side of things, but with 3 tanks, it's definitely not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, who surrounds who as we do catch another reinforcing tank. Very nice pickoff here by Cristiano. Free tank goes down, and likewise getting ready for that surround as well is going to dive in.
It looked like that the Stalkers were teasing the tank on the back, but ooh, a lot of the Stalkers already falling down, and the Immorta is damaged as well. There are no shield batteries in range here.
Yeah, and meanwhile, another Cloak Banshee into the main base, 19 probe kills, and we are just pulling Cristiano apart, losing far too many workers, 20 probe kills. At the same time, Spirit, he pulls back home, will lose another tank, but has done a lot of economic damage.
Oh yeah, definitely. And even though this army may or may not eventually get cleaned up, like, I mean, Spirit already did what he wanted to do, and with the reinforcement, he should be able to defend whatever is coming his way.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of Stalkers. Immortal is taking a lot of damage. That one tank is getting quite low, and Cristiano, he will break through this. The question becomes, back at home, what do we have? We have 2 tanks falling further back, but not much support for these tanks.
Yeah, actually, there's not much apart from these tanks, which is quite scary. There are 2 Immortals with a lot of Stalkers as well. They focus the tanks immediately. The SCVs are actually pulled to defend, not to repair.
Yeah, 1 tank goes down. There's 1 tank left here to defend, and Cloak is now off of cooldown. Sorry, Blink is now off of cooldown. Cristiano, he can go for another dive. He wants to.
He actually goes forward with the Immortals as they're just trying to take on the tanks by themselves. One of the Immortals goes down, the second will go down as well.
Yeah, the Immortal just couldn't get within range. The Stalkers are too far behind as well. 1 more shot would have been enough, but alas, Spirit, he holds. He has now a 2nd tank on the high ground, and now he has secured himself. Meanwhile, across the map, that 1 Banshee is still wreaking havoc.
Yeah, I mean, again, as Cristiano is focusing on the front, he does suffer a lot of losses on the back. 2 Banshees at the same time in the main base, in the third base, and he just doesn't have the units to defend both of those locations.
Yeah, and he races back home, so now Spirit, he has survived the aggression. It has been alleviated, and Spirit has held and is still wreaking havoc, still getting even more probe kills. 9 more probes go down, and the Banshee will even escape.
Yeah, one of the Banshees escaped. The second one does as well, so both Banshees do survive. One of them is very low on health, but it is alive, so still can potentially dive back in.
That's 20 probe kills on this Banshee.
Yeah.
It's,
I don't
crazy.
know if all of them were probes, but probably, yeah.
Yeah, it's been an insane amount of damage. In total, 36 probes have fallen this game, and Cristiano, what's impressive is that his probe count is still quite healthy, despite losing so many workers, is still keeping up. But this also means he's been spending money on replacing probes and less on his army.
Yeah, meanwhile, Spirit does not have that limitation. He has rebuilt the army. He has 4 tanks on the front already, and They're gonna deal with these Stalkers. I assume Spirit will be trying to get his third base. Yeah, he is lifting the command center right now.
Yeah, it's taking his third. The tanks are sieged. He is secure, and Spirit is building up towards that mid game. Cristiano has been investing in quite a cheap army, mainly Stalkers and Zealots, and he could try to break through. Stim is going to finish up in 5 seconds. It's not quite done yet.
And the Zealots get right on top of the tanks. They are dealing with them quite quickly. The SCVs are not there in time, but 2 tanks still stand, and it looks like the Protoss will be stopped, but not without losses.
Yeah, 8 SCVs go down, 2 tanks as well. Not a bad pick off. Meanwhile, the Banshees, they're back! They're back, and there's no Stalkers in position.
The Zealots are trying to protect the probes, but they cannot jump far enough.
They cannot jump. The Banshee hitting towards the natural base. Thankfully, this time there are now Stalkers in position, so we will be able to defend. We will be able to shut down the Banshee. Finally, the Banshee is going to go down. But once again, the damage has been done, and Spirit now takes a supply lead.
Yeah, and he has the third base secured now. Like, it was not denied by Cristiano. He will try to do so again, but I don't know if he can after it's already been set up.
Yeah, exactly. Cristiano, he is committed. Banshee into the main base. The Banshee harass just continues to just wreak havoc, continues to just be the bane of Cristiano this entire game. Is going to try and break out, is going to try to push into the third, but alas, the tank line is just a little bit too good.
Ooh, and the fourth base is under attack as well. It looks like it will be safe, but it is quite close.
Yeah, it's going to be close. The Warpin is denied. We're going for the Colossus instead. Oh, my hot pickup here out of Cristiano. Very clutch save. He will save the Colossus, but still 14 probes go down.
Yeah, 14 probes. The Nexus survives, but there are more probes dying as the Banshees are back once again and just, you know, utilizing that air behind the bases and just never letting go.
Yeah, 26 probe kills now on this one Banshee. This is not the same Banshee that had 20 probe kills earlier, by the way.
No,
this is another
this is
Banshee.
the other one.
Aye. Has been racking up. Meanwhile, Doom dropped towards the main, and just the constant harass here has just been pulling Cristiano apart, and even more probes are falling. It just doesn't end.
Yeah, the Banshee at the fourth now as well, and both of those Banshees are actually a distraction. As you said, the Doom drop is now in the main base, and there are no units here whatsoever.
And no units to defend. Does force a recall. Widowmines have burrowed, and while recall's on over, we can just focus on the Colossus.
The Colossus goes down, but also the Warp Beast with another Colossus goes down as well, and the Protoss army is being completely destroyed.
Yeah, this is the dangerous thing about recalling, is your army is vulnerable to whatever you're recalling into. Never going to be going off. Disruptors have arrived, but the Colossus count has been reset to 0. And Spirit, he's still not reaching his final form. He's still been untouched back at home economically. He's barely lost anything in terms of workers.
Yeah, he actually has way too many SCVs on that third base. He's preparing to get a fourth, I guess.
Yeah, fourth is on the way. He's going to be made running over. Spirit rallying across the map. And now he can start focusing on these main pushes.
Yeah, that he can. He has the units for it now, although they're not all on the front. Some of them are still in that Doom drop in the main base, but some of them are railing into that front position. And yeah, we'll see if Cristiano can split his forces.
And we shall see. Decent EMPs on the Stalkers. Zealots do buy some time. Disruptors pushing forward as well. We have yet to really go for any of these Novas. And we do catch a Ghost. Not a bad fight from Cristiano. What's been impressive here, even though Cristiano's been losing so many workers, he's still able to somehow maintain his own army supply.
Yeah, actually 3 Ghosts died. Like, there were 3 Ghosts in that army, and all 3 Ghosts did go down. For, like, they were... I don't know if I want to say sniped by Cristiano, but they were dealt with. And you know, that's always a nice little pickup for the Protoss. No EMPs inside, until those will be remade.
Yeah, so very nice damage. There are actually 0 ghosts remaining here for Spirit. The main army does come in, going for the CC. Meanwhile, we have a flanking disruptor. Oh no!
It does get spotted. It does get slowed down and doesn't even fire the Nova. But the main army does look a little bit scary. The Spirit has to be careful about how he engages this.
Exactly. Disruptors are a great way to bounce back in this game. You can be down in supply, but with a good Nova, you can bounce back. 15 SCVs go down at the same time. Double drop here towards the south. All that excess is low from earlier, and it might just go down.
Yeah, this single Zealot is not gonna help enough. The Nexus will be going down, and now Cristiano is on 3 bases.
He's down to 3 base economy here. Meanwhile, Spirit was denied his 4th for a time, but is now retaking it. Now building himself back up, building into more Ghosts. Now Ghosts are back in the mix. EMP is now going to be available once again. This army is not going to be as easy to really fight against.
Yeah, there are quite a few ghosts. Important to keep in mind, there are no tanks with that army. All the tanks are in the defense, and actually the armies completely miss each other.
Yeah, Spirit is out of position. We're going for a base raid. Is Doom dropping into the main base at the same time? Cristiano, does he recall back home?
Oh, I think he wants to defend. He is going back.
Yeah, he goes to the recall. And he will recall in time. He will defend his natural base. Meanwhile, Doom drop into the main.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's the best idea, but once again, 15 probes, my bad, are going down, even more still, and another EMP on the Protoss army. That said, the Terrans are a little bit stuck in here, but still, the damage has been done.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not so sure if the recall was the best choice from Cristiano in the end. I mean, I don't know if even a base trade would have been the best choice either. It was just a hard decision to make here, and Cristiano is being pulled apart. GG gets called, and Spirit will take the series 2-0.
GG. Nicely done by Spirit. A really decisive game. Like he just never let go. Like he just kept putting pressure on Cristiano.
Yeah, it was very chaotic, and I want to give some props to Cristiano because even though Cristiano was losing so many workers time and time again, so many probes have fallen this game, despite that, Cristiano, his main army again was still very comparable to that of Spirit, and was still threatening the bases of Spirit as well. Cristiano never really got the main fight he wanted. He never really got a main army engagement because of the constant harass. But yeah, Cristiano, he was holding his own.
Yeah, again, as you said, like he lost so many workers. And he was still able to, like, you know, fight the opposing army. Like that's quite impressive in its own right, because you would think that like his army would be much weakened, but it was actually fighting there. Like whenever Cristiano was getting direct engagement, it wasn't immediately decided.
Yeah. So impressive performance there out of Cristiano. Did fall in the end, again, due to the constant harassments, the constant engagements there from Spirit, the constant multi-prong attacks. But I'm sure he isn't too disheartened by that series, and I'm sure he's going to be hungry for a rematch as Cristiano is knocked down to the lower bracket. Spirit is going to be our first finalist, but the question becomes, who's going to face off against him?
Yeah, who will join him? As right now, let us quickly refresh the bracket. Cristiano is currently waiting for the winner of Art or Geralt, so we will have that PvP in the lower bracket. And Art has been doing really well this tournament, so I'm actually not sure who it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's gonna be close here. Art versus Geralt in the lower bracket semifinals. I believe that should still be a best of one. I believe that's gonna be a best of one between the two of them. And I'm uncertain if we're going to wait for them or if they're going to play out first and then we just go straight for the lower bracket finals instead.
Yeah, I am not quite sure. I don't know if our Polish casters know either, to be honest. I could listen in.
Okay. So yeah, with that, Spirit does advance on, and we will have a PvP up next. It's either going to be Art versus Geralt in a best of one, or the winner of that series up against Cristiano in a best of 3.
Yeah, so get ready, get some drinks, and we'll see you right after this break.
Yeah, see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. Welcome back to something a little bit different, something a little bit special. We assumed that we're going to be jumping into the lower bracket finals, but no, we're jumping into the lower bracket semifinals here in the House Galactic Battle number 3. Of course, I'm your host, VIP, and I'm joined by Kuro, and we're here for a best of 1.
Yes, we are, as we are still currently in the lower bracket. We are in one round before the lower bracket finals. I mean, some people call it semifinals, some people call it round 3. Like, there are different names for it, but either way, it is the lower bracket, and this is a best of 1 between these 2 players for the chance to fight Cristiano.
Yeah, here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think. Oh my god, as we do have some technical issues, but predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take this best of 1. As a reminder, only one game. Oh.
Okay, do you want to know what the issue was?
Were they on the wrong keyboard?
No.
Okay.
No, apparently the issue was that Cristiano was the one playing on that PC before, and he changed the game language to Polish.
Okay. I didn't see the word Polish, so I assumed it was maybe like Polish keyboard instead of English keyboard.
No, because that's easy to
okay.
switch. You just switch between them. But I assume he said that just that he changed to Polish, but I assume it was the game that was changed to Polish.
Okay. So we'll have to switch things up, but it's all good. We will be jumping back into the game. Again, it's going to be on Crimson Court. Interesting map here for the best of 1, as we are setting things up and getting things ready.
Yeah, so we will be restarting this map at the request of Geralt.
Yes, yes.
Okay, chat, because I assume we have various languages in the chat. Which of you is playing in your actual language, like in your native language, if such language in StarCraft exists?
Yeah, it's interesting that Geralt, I guess, prefers English.
I mean, so do I. I've never played. I mean, sorry, I've played StarCraft in Polish, and I could not. It just didn't work for me.
Well, when you install the game, does it default to Polish, and you have
Yes.
to switch it manually to English?
I think it defaulted to Polish when but. Granted, I installed it when it was Wings of Liberty still, so it might have changed since then. But anyway, we are back now into onto our the English has failed me. We are back on Crimson Court, and we are looking at the first of our players in this best of 1. It is the blue Protoss player from Platinum Esports or Platinum Heroes. We are not quite sure, as we see both logos there. It is Art.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt.
I see someone saying that playing in German is only a meme. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen anyone play in German, and I'm not sure.
Something that I can say is, especially because I guess I watch a lot of Spanish streams on Twitch, is that I don't think I've ever seen any of them with an English version of the game. Like they all play in Spanish. Yeah. Even Migs plays in Spanish from time to time.
Migs is different because Migs is memeing. Like he a lot of times he just has Chinese client. He just has Chinese voices.
True.
But like
True.
yeah, I feel like Spanish is the one language often seen. Obviously Korean, like a lot of people playing Korean or Chinese and so on. But yeah, for like European languages, I don't know if it's that common actually. Like I feel like we're kind of used to just playing in English.
It's possible. As we do see Art, he's proxy. He mines through the gold mineral patches. Now, there was a lot of effort to mine through these patches, as you have to mine through multiple of them, 3 layers in fact. But Art does make it through, and it looks like we're setting up for a proxy Stargate to go for an Oracle right into the mineral line. I'm assuming.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there a tournament where it was Geralt who was like proxying oracles like every game in a PvP?
Yes.
And it's quite interesting that Art is now the one to do it to Geralt instead. And I mean,
Yeah, I
we'll
think
see
that-
how that goes.
I think that was in a House Open Cup. I think that was in an Open
Maybe.
Cup where Geralt was proxying every single game against other Polish Protoss players. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Geralt does embrace that once again, or it might have been an OC King. No, I don't think it was a King of the Hill.
No, it
Yeah.
wasn't King of the Hill. It was something else.
Yeah. So I think it was the Open Cup. But for now, the Stargate has been thrown down. Meanwhile, we do have Arts. His expansion has been delayed. Little does Geralt know, though, that the expansion is delayed. Was going to be delayed anyway, as Art did invest elsewhere.
Yeah, like, I wasn't even planning to expand. And Geralt, for now, does not know anything is going wrong. I don't know if he has been to the main base at all. I mean, he is focusing on the front here, so I don't think he was able to scout that there are some pylons missing.
Yeah, I mean, his probe did slip into the main, so that is a bit of a tell. Meanwhile, across the map, Archie does bust in. Does have 2 adepts. He is going to be denied entry into the main, but he's at least distracted to keeping Geralt busy while the Oracle is on the way.
Yeah, now Geralt is sending the things out, but it is a bit too late. But ooh, we have the shield battery in the mineral line though. Right? Is
Yeah,
that
it
shield
has just
battery?
begun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is going to be the shield battery. Meanwhile, Oracle dips into the main, gets 2 probe kills, but takes a lot of damage. Geralt was ready for this, was in position, and the Oracle doesn't get much done. The intercept comes in! Up!
Ooh, really nice catch there for Geralt. The Oracle does go down. The second one is on the way, but it's gonna be a while before it's ready. And now Geralt is completely aware of what's happening.
Yeah, he is aware. Geralt scouts across the map with hallucination, does confirm, of course, the expansion on the way and the follow-up tech. And with that, Geralt is looking solid. He's now fully aware of the Oracle, and he's ready now with the shield battery.
Yeah, the shield battery has finished. And he has a bunch of stalkers as well if the shield battery is not enough. And yeah, Geralt looks pretty safe. And with only 1 Oracle, Art can't really do all that much.
Yeah, with 2 Oracles, Arch could have one-shot probes even
Yeah.
despite the shield battery, but now with only 1, he has to rely on the stasis traps. Geralt, he does react in time, does pull away, and only the 1 probe is stasis. Good reaction here out of Geralt. Now can focus on his push across the map.
Yeah, as he took those stalkers and is going across the map, what does Art have at home? 2 stalkers, 1 adept. I mean, not ideal, but the shield batteries will be helpful, definitely.
Shield battery is halfway done, Adept goes down, and Geralt is going to try and break through before the shield battery finishes.
Yeah, the shield battery is not done yet, and already 2 stalkers go. I mean, 1 stalker going down, the second is quite low. The shield battery is being focused and actually won't be able to help at all.
Yeah, the shield battery, that's a kill, not a cancel. The Stalker's getting very, very low as well, and Geralt, he is slowly breaking through, but the Immortal has finally arrived. With the help of the Immortal, Art will hold.
Yeah, he will, but I mean, for now, like, I feel like Geralt will not stop being aggressive. Like, he is working on Blink. I assume he will be reinforcing the stalkers, but he has some other things to worry about in his base.
Yeah, as the Oracle does hit the natural, gets 2 probe kills, but that's a kill on the Oracle as well. Aye. Both Oracles have fallen. Not the best value here from Art, and Art is following it up with what looks to be the beginnings of a 2-base all-in. Glaives are on the way. Art does take a 3rd, but is heavily reliant on these Glaive Adepts to get damage done.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that, as once again, Geralt is moving across the map, 1 sentry and a bunch of stalkers. Like, the blink is about to be done, so he may be able to focus that Immortal if it pops up.
Yeah, exactly. Geralt does have options. Sorry, that force fields. He locks down the Immortal!
Yeah, first of the Immortals goes down, there's still a second one, and there are no shield batteries here whatsoever.
Yeah, no shield batteries in position, but the Stalker's taking a lot of hits. Despite that, they bring down the Immortal nonetheless. 2 Immortals go down, and Geralt is going to keep on pushing.
Yeah, and with the Blink Micro, he's able to take down most of the Stalkers. The Sentry is helping as well, and actually Geralt may be able to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, he's going to be able to clean this up. 2 more Stalkers go down. There's 1 Stalker left here for Art. I mean, Geralt doesn't really have much stuff to work with. The Immortal will clean this up. The Stalker goes down.
Yeah, the Immortal is what saves Art here, but this was very close. And the Stalker survived! Like, it was being chased by a probe. 1 HP.
The Stalker barely does live. Nice control out of Geralt behind this, taking his own 3rd base, and now he's going to be reinforcing and pushing in once again. Now, the shield battery does finish. There's also going to be an overcharge available as the Nexus is done as well, so breaking this location is going to be a little bit more difficult, but Geralt has momentum on his side.
Yeah, and he's not letting go of that momentum. He's also working on charge behind this, so Zealots will be on the menu as well, but for now the Stalkers just run straight into the natural base.
Yeah, they ignore the third, they ignore the shield battery, they go straight for the natural. The Immortals are in position though, they're going to be able to zone away the army. That's still 2 probe kills, still value gotten for Geralt as back at him is building up and is getting into his third base saturation.
Those Immortals are a bit adventurous, I will say though, as they are still chasing the Stalker army.
Yeah, they are on the hunt. At the same time, two Adepts, they do slip in between the bases, but alas, there are plenty of reinforcements, and yeah, these Adepts, they're not going to get much done. They are cleaned up, and now it's time for Art to move out.
Yeah, what does Geralt have at home? I mean, the Stalkers were able to return. He also is aware of this move out because of the Observer just chilling in the middle of the map. He will actually go forward to meet it.
Yeah, he has to try to slow this down. Again, Art is committed. Art is all in. Art has a third, but barely any saturation. He's not making probes. Not making any more workers. 45 probes is all that Art has. It's all or nothing for the blue Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, he has 2 Immortals here. He has the reinforcements as well with both the Pylon and the War Priest, so he will try his best. And I mean, Geralt doesn't have a robo. He only has gateway units. True, he has a robo, but like he doesn't have a robo unit yet.
Yeah, just a gateway units to defend. Meanwhile, it's going to be 2 Adepts and Mass Adepts. Sorry, 2 Immortals and Mass Adepts for Arch. He's slowly trying to break on through. Zelda coming from behind. Nice snipe on the Prism.
Yeah, the Priest goes down. There are still a lot of Adepts, and Geralt is actually focusing the reinforcement, going behind the army, but at the same time, Art is moving forward.
Yeah, he's trying to break on through, gets on top of the Robo. Robo is almost going to be going down, but back at the natural base, there's a shield battery, there's Nova Charge as well, and Geralt, he is barely holding on.
Just very, but there's still 2 Immortals in this army. The Robo is unpowered, and so are a lot of the gateways, but he blinks forward, takes down one of the Immortals.
Yeah, he gets one, he's going to get the other as well. Now, 0 Immortals remaining. It's only Glaive Adepts, and Glaive Adepts, they don't trade amazingly against Stalkers. Shield Battery Overcharge wasn't really much coming into play, but it looks like Geralt, he's going to be able to hold on. Does lose a lot of probes, but remember, Arch was all in.
Yeah, I mean, the Adepts are still here, and they are still killing more workers. 26 already down, and there are still more coming, but is it enough to take Geralt down? I mean, Art is trying to reinforce this, but I don't think that's doing the job.
Yeah, we saw this earlier with with Geralt versus Christiana, where even though Art did kill a lot of workers, and technically Art has a greater economy, he's up to 50 probes compared to the 33 probes of Geralt. But the problem is the main army. The problem is that Art spent his entire army to get harassing damage done, and now he has nothing left. Now this is his army, Adepts.
Yeah, and they are not doing too well against all of these Stalkers, as Geralt was able to remake his army as well, and he's just moving forward. Once again, there's no robo units in his army other than observers, but that is enough.
Yeah, there's 1 Immortal to defend for Arch and a handful of gateway units. Shield Battery goes down. 1 Immortal is the only thing really holding the line for Arch, and if it does fall, then Geralt can break through.
Ooh, and Geralt just focuses the Immortal, blinks forward, takes it down, and it just robo units against all of these Stalkers. I mean, sorry, gateway units, my bad. And oh, another Immortal goes down though, but once again, Geralt does focus it down, and Art's forces are destroyed.
Yeah, exactly. Again, Artie spent everything to harass GG, and Geralt will take the series 1-0. Will advance on to face off against Christiana in a rematch.
GG, really nicely done by Geralt. Very intense play there. Even though Art was the one actually proxying, it turned out Geralt was the one just, you know, unrelentingly aggressive. And yeah, he takes the game, he takes the series.
Oh yeah, does take the series in the end. GG. Art did have a spicy start to the game, but again, the Oracles were lackluster. They didn't really do a lot of damage. They didn't really do much at all, actually. And as a result, Art was forced into an all-in and was successful when it came to killing probes. But as we saw, he spent everything to kill workers, which meant he had nothing to defend against a counterattack.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Is it actually a best of 3?
Oh, okay. I guess it's a best of 3. Never mind. Okay.
Oh, lower bracket semifinals is also a best of 3.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
There you go.
That's unusual.
Was that recently edited?
I don't know. I don't know. No.
It might have been, actually. It's fine. Okay, it's gonna. Sorry, our apologies. It's gonna be a best of 3, not a best of 1. So our players, they have another chance to bounce back here, to bring it all the way back, and we'll see. We'll see if they can in on Dynasty. Oh, for the first time today. For the first time.
Yeah, for the first time. My apologies for the predictions, but I was convinced that this is a best of 1 still. But yeah, looks like Art still has another chance.
Oh yeah. It does have another chance, and it is a bit of a treat. We have not been able to cast on Dynasty at all this tournament, as it is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. We can embrace it here in this best of 3.
Indeed. As we are now loaded into Dynasty, and in the top right corner of that map we see the red Protoss player, representing Psystorm Gaming and Poland of course. It is Geralt.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. We're going to bounce back here and now. It is Art. I do see Frost in the chat waking up. I went to bed and Light was casting. Wake up, still casting. Yes, we have been casting for 10 hours. It's been a 10-hour cast so far, and we're not even at the lower bracket finals. It's going to be at least 12 hours, 100%. At least 12, probably more than that.
I mean, House typically is at least 12 hours because they play the entire tournament with a group stage and playoffs in one day, so it is a whole day event. Oh, as I'm being hypnotized by the probe.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't come into this assuming it was going to be 12 hours, so at least a 12-hour cast, could be more. I'm hoping it isn't much more because we have another 12-hour cast tomorrow. So I'm hoping that, you know, we're able to get some sleep. I'm hoping for some sleep, at least.
I mean, you would probably get some sleep, but yeah, not much else than that.
Yeah, so I'm hoping for a decent amount of sleep, but we'll see. But, smooch. Regardless, we're going to be embracing our PvP here, and once again, it's going to be a 2-gate opener from Art, likewise 2-gate opener out of Geralt. But one of the big features of Dynasty that we rarely get to embrace, because we rarely see the map, is that we do have pocket goal bases, which could come into play.
They could, but we will see if they will, because I mean, both of our players can be very spicy in this PvP matchup, and I'm curious if we're gonna get a more regular game this time, or if we're gonna plan something else.
Yeah, I'm sure Art is going to calm down a little bit here, as we do see Geralt drawing his star. Was able to delay.
Yeah, but so is Art across the map as well, as it looks like both of our players are choosing that front natural base.
Yeah, we are setting up for that expansion. We do see Geralt following up with a double Stalker, so it's going to be a little bit more assertive here in the follow-up. Art forced to throw down tech first. It is going to be the Twilight Council opener from Art. Up.
Yeah, as Geralt is being particularly cheeky, even putting that Cybercore down on the natural of Art as well. Neither of the players is taking that gold base, funnily enough.
Yeah, the gold base is considered to be unsafe in this matchup, so neither player takes the risk. I say that RT will take the gold on the other side instead.
Okay, that's not what I expected. I'm not quite sure if Geralt has seen it with his Phoenix.
Yeah, he barely did spot it with the hallucination, and now it's going to be on Geralt to try to punish this expansion. We'll see if he can, as Art did go for the Twilight Council first, so Art will have the faster blink, he will have the faster expansion, and the gold base. Art so far looking quite good.
Yeah, and he's putting pressure on Geralt as well. He does not let him move out. There is a sentry there and a shield battery, so he should be able, Geralt should be able to hold off this attack, but he is keeping the attention of Geralt across the map.
Yeah, Art takes a lot of damage, takes a lot of hits, but he doesn't lose any Stalkers. Most importantly, he's able to maintain all of his Stalkers, able to maintain his DPS, and contain Geralt on these two bases. Art also confirms that the standard location, the standard base, has been taken.
Yeah, he has confirmed that, and still keeping Geralt on this side of the map. Meanwhile, his gold is able to finish. He will be able to saturate it soon, but he has to be careful about this depth shading away.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of pressure on Geralt to get damage done. Again, he's scattered the gold base. He's fully aware of it. And Geralt has options. He can try to harass the main or the natural. Regardless, damage has to be done as Art does fully wall off the ring.
I mean, might as well. Like, he doesn't really need an entrance spike because he will mine it out eventually. So this completely stops the adepts from coming into his bases, at least, you know, into his main base. And he only has to focus on the gold.
Yeah, exactly. As Geralt, he does find out the hard way that there's just a full wall off here on top of the ramp, and there is no way in. Meanwhile, Art is now aware that he has to come back home. Will defend against the Adepts. The Adepts are on the way, but Art has plenty of time to respond.
Yeah, he has all these stalkers. Actually, the ones that were attacking across the map are coming home as well. So he's making sure that the adepts do not escape.
Yeah, we'll shut them down. Blink is now done. Both Adepts will fall, and Geralt is in a really rough position. Geralt, he's just behind in the economy, behind in the tech as well, as we're rushing towards charge, or at least Art is rushing to charge as we speak. In water production as well, Art, he's looking quite solid.
And he even is able to blink into the gold base of Geralt, so he will be attacking with stalkers from both sides at the same time, and I'm not sure Geralt is ready for that.
Yeah, nice snipe on the sentry. Geralt, he is able to keep up at least with a harassing force, but again, did lose the sentry at the natural base, and it's still contained. It's still stuck on two bases. Art rushing to a third as well, so Art not getting into a two-base all-in, instead just gaining map control and getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, at the same time though, Geralt is planning something sneaky on the bottom of the map. He is keeping his probe over there, so we may see some interesting tech there, but for now he's just going with stalkers across the map, trying to see if he can put some pressure on Art, but as we've seen, like, Art is pretty well set up by now.
Yeah, again, Geralt, he needs to get some damage done. I mean, Blink is done, so we can try to dive into the main with that high ground vision. Meanwhile, Art, he will respond. It does go for the warp in. Likewise, Stalkers are in position as well.
Yeah, but we have to keep in mind these stalkers of Art are quite low on health already, but they are just enough to keep Geralt at bay, and now with the Immortals joining in as well. Ooh, actually, a lot of the stalkers are going down.
Yeah, Geralt losing so many Stalkers here at the natural base. Has to recall back home, but barely does escape with any of them. Meanwhile, with that proxy, has a gateway so we can try to warp in across the map, try to harass the mineral line, and he needs to get some damage done. It just has not been good enough yet so far, and Art has an overwhelming army. He will win in a head-on engagement.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if the harassment force is enough for Geralt, because, I mean, Art can move back and get some reinforcements here and save as much workers as possible. Meanwhile, Geralt is kind of struggling.
Yeah, I mean, two Adepts will one-shot probes, so damage is being done. We're going to get a handful of probe kills, but at the same time, Art is focusing on his move out. He has the Immortal lead, but he's pushing into an overcharge. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, at the same time, he is harassing the gold base of Geralt as well, so he's once again attacking on both fronts, and Geralt has to split the units that he doesn't have a lot of.
Yeah, he's forces with his attention, forces with his units. He is being spread thin between the bases. Overcharge was just popped, and Art just has to wait it out. He waits out the overcharge before diving in once again.
Yeah, by the way, I think the adepts were cleaned up as well, so once again the base of Art is safe, and Art will try to attack once again, but there are a lot of force fields in the way.
Yeah, the force fields are thrown down. We go for the dive. We dive on the Immortals. One Immortal goes down. There's one Immortal left here for Geralt, and Art, he's just overwhelming the ground army.
He's just moving forward. He's sniping the shield battery as well, and he has still has two Immortals to one of Geralt, and he will be just moving forward, sniping the units one by one. Even the probes are being pulled off the line, but it's not quite enough to hold this.
Yeah, exactly. We do have a dive on the left-hand side, and Geralt, he will snipe the prison, but GG gets called. It's still not enough, and Art will fight back. We'll tie up the series 1-1.
Okay. So we are having a tied-up series. It will actually be decided in a best-of-1 in Game 3. In a way.
In a way, we're going all the way to the ace match here, and as you mentioned, it's going to come down to one final game between these two players. Will it go the way of Geralt or the way of Art? Honestly, this could go either way. A really impressive style out of Art here. He was in control almost the entire game, just because of the opener, because of the goal base. There was a lot of pressure on Geralt to punish it, and the moment that he wasn't able to, I mean, we saw Art just skyrocket ahead.
I do wonder, because Dynasty is such a commonly vetoed map. Like, Was Art preparing this specifically for this map and was like, yeah, let's get it in so I can get that strategy out? Or was like, how did it make it into the series?
Yeah, it's interesting that it didn't make it through that veto process, as usually it's not. Usually we do have our players going for something more standard. So yeah, it's an interesting choice here from Geralt to allow it through. I'm sure it won't let that happen again if he's up against Art in the future. But now we're going to something a lot more standard, a lot more played out.
Yeah, definitely something more played out, as we will be loading into Oceanborn, which is I would risk a guess that this is the most commonly played map in current StarCraft.
Oh yeah. It is a very common map, and oh boy, we'll see what the plan is going forward here. We'll see if we do go for some proxies, some more standard games. I feel like Geralt has the opportunity here to spice things up as well, not just Art.
I mean, definitely. Like again, I do remember that one tournament where Geralt just went all in on all proxy oracles every game. But we'll see if that's something that he's planning today. But for now, we are on Oceanborn. In the top left corner of Oceanborn, we have the first of our players. It is the blue Protoss from Platinum Heroes, representing Poland, of course. It is Art.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Polish Protoss player fighting up, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is Geralt.
For now, we have one probe on the map. Geralt just, sending his probe across. I mean, I assume this will just be a scout, but nonetheless, like, we never know. Maybe it will change direction.
No.
There is no probe from Art, though.
Yeah, we do have Geralt going for a very early probe scout. So just being a little bit more anxious here, making sure he's aware of what's going on. Does confirm the 2-gate opener, does get eyes on everything in the main base. Art's going for much more standard timing here with the probe and is skirting around the edge of the map. It looks like Art is planning to go for a hidden proxy pylon, but it looks more to be a fake proxy pylon.
Probably, although you never know. It could still be like, I don't know, proxy direction or something. So we would just have to wait and see, as Geralt is also trying to figure it out, keeping that probe in the base of Art, making sure that he can see that pylon when it goes down, but it's not there.
Yeah, he's looking for the pylon. First, he checks further back in the main. It's not uncommon for Protoss players to just hide it further back in the main base instead to force an overreaction, and it's going to be on Geralt to piece together what exactly is going on. We can see it is a fake proxy pylon, but Geralt is unaware of that.
Yeah, and I mean, after the previous 2 games, Geralt is a little bit careful about what's going on, because Art has been quite spicy.
Yeah, he has been mixing it up quite a bit here, and the probe scout now coming in. Art will confirm the locations of the pylon, so Art knows that he is safe, and Geralt has yet to piece it all together, and there we go. He's forced to send out a second scouting probe.
Yes, indeed. And those 2 probes will be going around, making sure that there is no actual proxy on the map. The first one is staying close to the base of Art, just seeing if there are any units coming out, seeing, yeah, exactly, checking on that base. And Geralt has seen the Nexus going down, so he should be a bit more, secure that there's nothing too crazy going on.
Yeah, now he knows that there's no one base all in. He's fully aware that there's an expansion. There could still be a proxy Stargate. That could still be an option. So Geralt is still on the hunt. He's still looking, checking the left-hand side locations here. Meanwhile, back at home, we just see Geralt opening up with a Twilight Council.
Yeah, once again, we see Twilight Council. Meanwhile, we see a robo from Art across the map. So slightly different openings there for both our Protoss players. But I wouldn't be surprised if they come to the same tech in the end of the day.
Are you feeling Dark Shrine?
No. Maybe.
I'm feeling Dark Shrine. Why proxy?
Yeah, why proxy now? I mean,
why proxy?
is working on Blink, but
we have seen Geralt go Blink into DTs. The hallucination just ran out. Did get eyes on the tech, and Geralt, he's going for the proxy gateway. Okay. Just the gateway.
I will say though that gateway is very far away from anyone really. I'm not
It's
sure if it's
fine.
really helping.
We'll be able to warp in across the map. Meanwhile, Art did open up Robo, going Prism into Immortal, so a very safe opener out of Art is going to be able to defend against any kind of early game aggression. And likewise for us across the map, Prism is moving out. And ooh, that is a lot of sentries loaded into that War Prism. Oh.
Sentry drop? That's something I haven't seen in a while. But this Stork is so close.
He spots it.
He spots that the Blink is not ready yet, so he has to just chase them, and the sentries are forced to be unloaded.
Oh, they are unloaded. The Prism takes a lot of damage, and there we go. Is forced to recall back home. The Prism at least survives, but the aggression is denied.
And I was so hoping to see the sentries drop. I have not seen a sentry drop in ages. I actually legit don't know what would happen.
We had something similar happen earlier today with Art. It was Art versus Geralt actually.
Oh my.
Where I don't know if you heard, but Art in the group stage they faced off, and Art he went for a mothership recall into the main of Geralt with sentries. And he force fielded the ramp. Yeah.
Okay.
And he killed Geralt. And Art he smiled in chat.
Oh, that was that game. I just heard that smile part. Like I actually heard you talking about the smile.
Yeah. Art, he did the smile emoji as the recall was going off into the main base of Geralt. It was very mean. It was very.
I can just imagine the heart rate monitor of Geralt just going, spiking up as he's just about to get up and go to the other PC.
I mean, that game, I don't blame him. Geralt did not leave until his last unit was killed. Like he refused. As we do see the main army, is going to be clashing here at the third base. Again, Art initially his drop was denied, but with these two immortals, he should be able to hold on, and the third base is going to be able to get up and running.
Yeah, it looked like Geralt was trying to focus that war piece, but it was not really working for him. Like every time he was trying to walk his Storkers in, like the war piece would dodge, and then he would lose a lot of units. Like, just not an ideal situation for Geralt there.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous from the side of Geralt, has to pull back. His third base is getting up and running, though, slightly faster than the third base of Art, so at least Geralt has the greater economy to afford some of these losses. Meanwhile, we do see Art once again is going Glaive Adepts. He's going for a mass Glaive Adept immortal base composition, very similar to what we saw previously.
Yeah, that's a very interesting choice for Geralt for Art to go for this again, but that said, Geralt's army is not that impressive, as we see that the Stalkers are falling down. Like, he does not have that many units as he had in the previous games, so this Glaive Adepts may actually be way more useful, but that said, he's going for Blink too.
I mean, it's basically a 2-base all-in. Like, there's no saturation here. Artie's cutting works at 45, so 2-base saturation, and he's moving out with 4 Immortals, Mass Adepts, and Geralt is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he only has these Stalkers to defend. The Robo units are not here yet. Immortal is on the way, but it's not ready, and Art is here now.
Yeah, the shield battery is exposed, shield battery goes down, and Geralt, he has to evacuate. He has to just pull away from the third base. There's no saving it, not anymore, not against this kind of army.
Well, Geralt actually decides to walk his Stalkers around. Maybe he will try to sandwich the army of Art, but we'll see how that goes for him, as again, this many Immortals are definitely a lot of firepower.
Yeah, the Observer does spot the rotation, though, so Art is fully aware of the flank. He does shut it down, takes down another Stalker, and you can see Geralt trying to set up that surround, but he's supply blocked.
Oh no. Yeah, all the pylons went down together with the Nexus, so now it will take a lot for Geralt to regain that supply. He cannot even make an army to reinforce.
Yeah, it does have the overcharge, does initially engage, does try to go for the surround, but last looks like Geralt, he's going for counterattack. He's going to try to catch some reinforcements, and we'll find some adepts.
Yeah, we'll find some adepts, but I don't know if these adepts are all that crucial for this army, and he could really use more units back at home, as there are still those Immortals and Sentries there.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see, we do catch those 2 adepts, but alas, Art is fully aware of the army, does rotate. And remember, Art, he has a third of his own. And now he's probing. Now Art is probing up. Now he's just taking a greater economic lead. And Geralt is in a rough position. He's going for the Disruptor, though.
Yeah, he has recalled the Stalkers as well, but he's still at disadvantage. The Force Fields will definitely help fighting this army, but I'm not sure if that's quite enough.
Yeah, the force fields buy a lot of time for Geralt, so a very nice start to the fight for the red Protoss player. Disruptor's about to arrive as well, and can we land that Nova? Depths won't be able to avoid it. The Blinkstalkers can, of course, but the rest of the army cannot.
Yeah, especially the Immortals will be very... It will be very difficult for them to dodge, so that may be really good for Geralt there, but he has to actually get the Nova out, and no, the Nova doesn't go out.
Yeah, the Disruptor is going to be targeted down. We have a second Disruptor on the way. Once again, nice force field. A lot of these Immortals are not actually fighting in the main engagement, but now they're slowly pushing forward, and the Stalkers are being pinned further and further back.
Disruptor is about to go out. Can actually Geralt get a Nova? And after he does, will there be anything left?
It is going to be targeted down. Good luck gets called, and Art will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the lower bracket finals.
GG. Art in the end will take it. And yeah, this was a quite close series. Very explosive.
Yeah, GG, well played. We do see Art popping off with the 2-base all-in, again with just massive Mortal Adept, and unfortunately Geralt just barely wasn't ready in time. He had potential with those Disruptors, but we saw that there weren't quite any big Novas that were able to connect, and without them, that was the one chance that Geralt really had at holding, at surviving there, and without it, Art does knock him out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I feel like the Disruptors honestly were a bit too late, you know, because by the time the Disruptors started popping out, like, it was really hard to even get the Nova out, because whenever he tried, like, the Stalkers would just move forward, and the army of Art was just rolling into his base, and it's just really hard to get any good connection there, and yeah, in the end, it just wasn't enough for Geralt.
That was not enough with that. GG, well played. Geralt is going to be eliminated from the tournament. He's knocked out of the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. And now we have our next PvP getting ready. It's going to be a PvP between Art and Christiana. And of course, the winner will advance on the face-off against Spirit. So 2 series remaining here in tonight's broadcast.
Just 2 more series to crown another champion of H.4.0.S Galactic Battle, and again, I'm still very curious who it's gonna be. Is it gonna be Christianer defending his title? Is it gonna be Spirit coming back for his throne? Or is Art just gonna, like, spoil their plans altogether?
It's possible. Art so far is the only player that has taken a map off of Spirit in the entire tournament. So he might be the prince that was promised. You know, he might be the answer to the problem that is Spirit. It's possible.
Oh my, Art the prince.
Okay, we're going to be going into a short break. When we come back, we'll have another PvP for you.
See you soon.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second last series of the night. It's been a long event so far, and it just keeps on going. Welcome back to the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 3, powered by Enderfree. Welcome to the lower bracket finals to determine who faces off against Spirit in the grand finals.
Yes, indeed, and in truly Polish fashion, we have a PvP to decide.
Oh, yes. It comes down to a Protoss versus Protoss. Who's it going to be? We already had one big upset. This player here brought down Geralt in the previous series 2-1. Can he keep on going? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art.
And across the map, we have his opponent. It is the blue Protoss player, also from Poland, of course, representing himself and his clan. His clan SWS, not quite sure what it stands for. It is Christiane.
And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series in this best of 3. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Will be up to you to decide.
But speaking of, do you know what the SWS clan is?
Is it French?
I'm not sure, but the French caster is also from that clan.
Yeah. That's why I'm. Speaking of, shout out to Kanoya for covering the series. But yeah, I assume it is a French clan just because the caster's also in it as well. So just making that assumption.
I mean, it could be,
I don't know.
or it could be just an international one. Just happen to have a French caster.
Okay, possible.
I don't think I've seen it before, or at least I don't know the abbreviation of it.
Yeah, for sure. But we'll see how this does unfold. For the time being, we do see Ars going for a fake proxy pylon out towards the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Cristiano is on the hunt, throwing down his own pylon in the mineral line.
Yeah, I mean, I assume Cristiano did see the previous series as he was waiting for these two players to finish their series, and he did see how many proxies and other things Art has done. So I'm sure Cristiano is aware that shenanigans may be happening.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see, it is going to be a fake pylon, but Cristiano might be fooled and might believe it's going to be a real one. For the time being, Cristiano opening up double adept is going to be a little bit more aggressive start here from Cristiano, zooming across the map. Meanwhile, Arch going for a standard stalker and sentry.
Which I feel like is very fitting for Cristiano to go for the more aggressive style, and we will see how Art responds to that, because in the previous games he tended to be the one who's like more aggressive, who's like more cheeky, but maybe this time Cristiano will be able to get there before him.
Ooh, as Art, he gets locked into the main base, which means he gets a full scout. He's fully aware of the Stargate on the way, and Cristiano is going to be hyper aggressive, not just with Glaive Adepts, or not just with Adepts, I should say, but also with Oracles as well.
Yeah, it looks like Cristiano, again, as you say, really wants to put the aggression on Art, and we'll see how Art wants to deal with that. As you said, he does have those sentries, so he has a bit of more defensive potential, but will that be enough? Because we have 4 Adepts already.
Yeah, 4 Adepts moving out, Oracle as well. Now again, Art did scout everything, so Art is fully aware of what's coming his way. We should be seeing a shield battery in the mineral line. We have the army as well, ready in the mineral line as well. So it's going to be difficult for Cristiano to get much damage done. But if he's careful, if he's delicate with his micro, then he won't necessarily lose it, and he could just come back again and continue to threaten these dives and threaten the mineral line for as long as he can.
Yeah, it looks like actually Art is not making shield batteries. It looks like he just wants to defend with the units that he has at this moment. And he's even using that fake proxy pylon for a warp in.
Yeah, Adepts are going to be able to bypass the Adepts of Cristiano, so this might just completely catch Cristiano off guard as he is not prepared to defend back at home, so Adepts are shading across towards that natural. Meanwhile, the Oracle likewise does move out. Second Oracle's on the way. Cristiano taking up in towards the Twilight Council, is expanding back at home, but again has very minimal units to defend, so those Adepts have a lot of potential for damage.
Yeah, the Adepts do get into the main base of Art, and they do not finish the shade as all the units are there, but they were not blocked this time.
They were not blocked. Meanwhile, Adepts reveal themselves, and Cristiano is ready, but alas, the wall-off is denied. We do miss the wall-off. Adepts, they get into the main.
Yeah, it looks like Christian was a bit too focused on the attack. His adepts did get into the main base, but there are units there to defend. Meanwhile, the adepts of Art are in the main of Christianer.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Oracles are going ham. 12 probes going down across the map. Meanwhile, 6 probes going down to only 2 adepts. So Art is getting more value, but does end up losing more probes across the map. Oh my god.
Yeah, 7 in total do go down on the Christianer side. The 2 Oracles do a lot of damage though on the side of Art, and they are still alive and well, so they will be coming back.
Yeah, exactly. There's some potential for more damage, but the Stalker count is now getting far too high, and Cristiano has respected. He does have to back off. Cristiano takes a worker lead, but is down in the army supply.
Yeah, and Art is moving out. He is moving out with Stalkers and Sentries. There is a shield battery for Cristiano in his natural, so that he will have a nice defensive position, but with the Sentries, you know, screwing up with the pathing, that may be interesting.
Yeah, force fields have potential, bearing in mind as well that Blink is about to finish up for Art, so he will have that micro advantage as well compared to Cristiano. That's something he can use to try to break that natural base as he has arrived. He can even blink into the main.
Yeah, Art is using this Phoenix for the high ground vision, and he will be blinking straight into the main base. At the same time, he's losing more probes back at home to those oracles, so he has to have some defenses there. But there are no shield batteries here.
Yeah, no shield batteries, no units in position either. Cristiano gets caught with his pants down. 7 probes go down. Massive economic damage. At the same time, Oracle across the map tries to get some more damage, but last it looks like the Stalkers will be able to shut it down, and the Oracle barely will escape.
Yeah, the Oracle barely escaped. And yeah, I mean, in the end, who's really victorious out of this? Like, they're exactly equal on workers, actually.
Yeah, the probe counts are very close between our players. Blink is now finally finishing up for Cristiano, so we're even when it comes to upgrades. When it comes to the main armies, Cristiano has a slight Stalker lead. Meanwhile, Art is taking into a Dark Shrine.
Yeah, this is the first Dark Shrine we have seen since a few series now. We felt it before, but it was not time, and this is the game that Art goes for the Dark Shrine. It is in the main base, so it is not hidden as a proxy. Even Oracle or something flies in, like, it should be able to see it, but it won't be easy with all these Stalkers around.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here. Their Oracle is back at home, throwing down stasis traps. Cristiano is securing his third. Bearing in mind that Cristiano has a much faster third base than Art because of the cancel that was forced earlier. So Cristiano will have a nice economic edge. But what about the detection? We'll have an Oracle for Revelations, but does not have a rope.
Yeah, there is no robo whatsoever on Cristiano's side. He only puts one now, but I don't know if this will be in time. I guess we will see the first Dark Templar is being warped in. Where is it warping in though?
Yeah, it's being warped in here right outside the natural base, so Cristiano's going to have very little time to react. The Oracle will scout the pylon, and I'm curious, did he spot the shimmer of the DTs?
I think they're visible when they're being warped in, right? Like, as in, like, you can see the warping animation.
But did he notice his DTs
Yeah,
are waddling past the main army? Nice stasis here on the main army of Art, but DT does waddle into main base, into the natural as well, and probes are going down.
I don't think Cristiano saw it because he was focusing on those Stalkers on the front, and the probes are complete defenses. They are being forced off the line, but both bases are under the attack of the Ts, and everything is being focused in the third.
Yeah, and Cristiano has to deal with these Stalkers initially, and they will be able to blink away. Nice chase here. Some Stalkers are going down, but the DTs are still wreaking havoc and probes are still falling.
And he used the Revelation on that single DT there, so he has no more Revelations, I believe. Maybe one more, but not for 2 DTs.
Yeah, and the Observer, he can't come out. It's depowered. The Robo is depowered. We get one more Revelation, but meanwhile, more depowering going on in the main base. We deny +1. We deny charge as well.
Yeah, this is going really well for Art so far. I mean, he has getting a lot of value for those DTs. 3 different Revelations have to be used, and now the Observer is out, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, and just like that, Art takes an economic lead. He's up by 4 probes back at home, so not a bad economic advantage. Likewise, charged on the way, +1 as well. It was not depowered, so Art is catching up in those upgrades.
Now, that's very interesting of you to point out that because all of those beings were depowered, Art was able to catch up in upgrades. As actually, Christian is just a little bit behind on them in effect. But yeah, overall, I mean, despite how much damage is being done, like, the players are quite even.
Yeah, it's still very close here as Cristiano moves out across the map. He will deny the fourth. Very nice cancel here from Cristiano, maintaining an even base count at the same time. Adept's going to be waddling into the natural. Now it's time for Cristiano to get some damage on himself.
Yeah, and the single stalker is not able to chase them effectively, so a lot of probes will be going down. There is a cannon in the main base, so at least that will be dealt with.
Yeah, that's 8 probes falling. Arch now falling behind in that economy, but has built up quite an army. Has Immortals, has Blink Stalkers, Chargelets as well, and Arch is getting ready for his move out.
Yeah, he's going in the middle of the map, but he's actually not quite sure if he should be going across the map yet. He decides to go back home instead, focus on that 4th base, and Cristiano decides to go for his own.
Yeah, 4th bases are on the way. Arch does have quite a terrifying army, especially with those Archons and Immortals in the mix. Cristiano mainly focusing on a purely Blink Stalker based army. So in a head-on fight, I do want to give the edge to Arch. Cristiano has a lot of potential micro-wise, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult to break through and get on top of those Immortals.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, Art seems very careful. He's not quite sure what Cristiano has on his side and has to pick his battles. This choke point does not look great for him, though.
Yeah, pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy, so Art is going to bypass the ramp, going for the rocks. Rocks are going to be knocked down, and Art is making his way towards the 4th base of Cristiano.
Yeah, and he did destroy those rocks, and he will be kind of ambushing all of these stalkers that actually blink forward to deal with some of these stalkers already. The Immortals are still in the back, and now he's focusing on the 4th base.
Yeah, exactly. He does focus on the pylon, going for the shield batteries as well. The base is under fire, and the shield battery, sorry, with the force field just throwing Cristiano away.
Yeah, they're perfectly splitting the stalkers. I mean, they have blink, but even then, it's not easy to just get through all of these forces. And actually, the probes are being denied as well.
Yeah, again, Art has the greater main army. It's just purely Blink Stalker for Cristiano. He just cannot engage, not with this kind of army, not against the complexity that Art is working with. And Cristiano, he has to back up. He has to respect that army and is contained on 3 bases.
Yeah, it's also nice for Art to have that observer parked over there because he sees the rotations of Cristiano, so he is able to adjust the positioning of his army, which is so crucial when you have those slow units like the Immortals. And yeah, he is taking this engagement and he is going forward.
Is going forward once again. Stage trap is going to be triggered already, but the prism is exposed, and finally it does go down.
Yeah, the priest goes down, but the rest of the army is still here, although Art does not want to push into the shield batteries and decides to reinforce.
Yeah, back at home, Art, he does spend his warpins, defends against the Oracle, protects his mineral lines. Ooh, and meanwhile, Art, he will retreat with his main force, but he doesn't need to push in. Again, he's up a base, he's up in economy. Art does have a lead.
That he does, and we'll see if Cristiano can do something about it. For now, he's just rebuilding the 4 base, and he's still working on more stalkers, on more gateway units. It doesn't look like he's adding any Immortals to the mix.
Yeah, I mean, again, Cristiano, he's stuck with a bit of a lower tech army in a sense. I mean, he has potential for counterattacks, but at the same time, he's stuck at home. That's the problem here. He's stuck at home because of Art's maneuvering, because of his just army positioning as well. Cristiano gets to defend.
Yeah, he has to constantly defend. Actually, there are two fronts of this attack. The main army is up the ramp and trying to ambush the stalkers, but there are still so many shield batteries here.
Yeah, overcharge is popped. With the help of the overcharge, Cristiano, he can take the fight. He's slowly pushing forward, but alas, still just cannot get on top of the Immortals.
He cannot get on top of the Immortals, but the Immortals themselves have a bit of a hard time to get to the fight because there are so many units around. But still, they are definitely helping him. And once again, 14 probes go down just to the Zealots alone.
Yeah, Zealots, they're denying and they're shutting down any kind of transferring workers at the 4th base. 18 workers have fallen. The base itself is under fire as well. And the main army just still cannot fully engage. I mean, Cristiano, he is shaving off a lot of stalkers at least. He's thinning out the main army. But alas, Art is still holding strong.
I mean, something scary is that even though Cristiano does not have high-tech army, his army is starting to look quite big. Like, he has amassed quite a lot of his stalkers, adding sentries to the mix as well. So, I mean, the Immortals are the real problem, but if they are being dealt with, like, Cristiano does have the numbers.
Yeah, that's a big if, though, as it looks like
Yeah.
the 4th base is going to go down for a second time. 21 probes. The 4th base as well, those Zealots are just wreaking havoc, and Cristiano still just cannot dive on this army, but eventually he's going to be forced into it.
Well, the first of the Immortals does get sniped, though. The second one is being saved by the blink forward. The force fields are okay, they're not amazing, but they are doing some work for Cristiano.
He does force back the army, but a second Immortal has arrived. They're going to be targeted down one after the other, but is it too little too late? The juggling from Art, he saves the Immortal.
Yeah, and just like that, that is enough. Art will be taking game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
GG, well played. Art will take a lead here again. Art is a bit of a wild card, a bit of a dark horse coming into this event. This is his first House of Galactic Battle. He's been competing for a long time, but has not really traveled too often to these offline events. And he is popping off here, one game away from making it to the grand finals.
Indeed, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Art has played quite a few of the Open Cups, didn't he? Like the House Open Cups.
Yeah. Played quite a bit of the online Open Cups and did look quite powerful in them as well. And we'll see if he can make it, if he can walk that royal road all the way to those finals. Again, Art was the only one to really threaten Spirit so far in this event. So it would be interesting to see a rematch between the two of them. Until then, though, we're still here in the series and we could still see an ace match.
Yeah, we definitely could. I mean, it's... as Art is playing versus Indy, apparently. That was quite funny, but yeah, it's just interesting to think about that. Like, we really like thought about Cristiano versus Spirit, you know, about like, oh, can Spirit like take his title back? Can Cristiano keep his title there? And we didn't really think about Art. Like, I feel like Art was kind of under the radar recently, and on this event, it just seems to pop out.
Yeah, he's doing very well. Doing very well. He is popping off, as you mentioned, and again, he's so close to going the distance here. He already took down Geralt in the best of 3. He already took down one of the other big favorites. Can he do the same to another? As we're loading into game number 2, it's going to be on Golden Aura.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, what's being said in the chat?
They're just setting up the lobby, and he's like, oh, sorry, I just wanted to set the colors. And I was like, you can just ask us to change colors, you know?
It's not wrong.
He's not wrong, but it's also, sometimes it's easier to just, like, it depends. I feel like if you're doing a lobby link in the chat, then it's faster to ask. But if you are inviting players to the lobby, then you might as well just, you know, set it up yourself.
Some people are asking who's who. Cristiano is the person in the, I guess, light green or gray shirt, like you're in a gray shirt, with a little bit more of, I don't know, a younger demeanor. I don't know how to say it.
He is younger.
yeah. Art, he's got the red shirt.
Basically, Cristiano is on the right side of the stage, and Art is on the left side of the stage, looking from the audience.
There you go.
But anyway, we have now loaded into game number 2, and we are now on Golden Aura, where in the bottom right corner of the map we have the first of our players. It is the blue Protoss player from Poland. It is Art. Setting that in here's.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the reigning House of Galactic Battle champion, but he is down in this series, in this PvP. Can he bounce back? Getting proxied. It is Cristiano.
I have a question. Did they have the same colors last game?
I don't remember.
I'm actually not sure.
Cristiano was blue last game.
Yeah, that's why I was so confused.
Yeah.
So Indy was setting up colors, and he set it up opposite anyway.
Thank you for that, Indy. Thank you.
Thank you, Indy. Thank you, Indy.
So there's a lot going on right now. One, Cristiano is coming to a proxy, so is Art. But Art, with the proxy gateway, is going to move out across the map faster with the initial Zealot. We'll see how things pop off here. There's a lot being thrown out on the map.
The crab found the proxy. It's gonna tell Art, or I mean Cristiano. Look at its scouting.
Crab beetle.
It's crab. Look, it literally says crab beetle. It's a crab.
Yeah, it's a crab beetle.
Anyway, the Zealot is reaching the base of Cristiano, and there is no wall off, because obviously Cristiano is not expecting anything to come in right now, and actually has to pull the probes to fight this.
Ooh, gets one probe kill already, so nice pickoff already from Art. Gets one worker, going for another as well. It's going to come down to the drone drilling, the probe drilling even of Cristiano. Meanwhile, going for a proxy robo. Cristiano is setting up for one base all-in, but the all-in is going to be disrupted as a second probe falls.
Right, there's a second proxy from Art. He has more than one on the same map.
Yeah, it's going to be the Stargate here from Art, going for the Oracle into the main base. And this is going to make things awkward. So on the one hand, Cristiano is all in, Art is not. This is just to harass. This is just for economic damage. But if he does get into the mineral line, Cristiano's not going to have anything to defend, and his all-in is going to be stifled here. He does need his economy.
Yeah, he does. Like, even if it's not a big economy, he does need that economy for the all-in. And yeah, Art just decided to go full on aggression. First with the Zealots, unfortunately this Adept will not work out for him, but the Oracle may completely catch Cristiano off guard.
This might be game. This is brutal here. As the Oracle's on the way, there is nothing at home. Stalkers are revealed, and that is a green light for the Oracle. The Oracle goes straight for the middle line. Probes are going down, and this is just brutal economic damage being dealt here to Cristiano.
There is one Stalker, so Oracle does not have completely free range, but that's not enough to stop it from doing a lot of damage to this mineral line. 8 probes died already, and there's a second Oracle almost about to be ready.
Yeah, we're not even done. Alright, so the second Oracle is now going to be coming in. We do have 4 Stalkers in the main base, so Art may want to hold off a little bit before committing here, as he does get eyes on the main army. Meanwhile, Cristiano does have the first Immortal coming out. But again, this all-in has been slowed down, and Art has a lot more time to respond and to recover.
Yeah, I mean, this Immortal is a while away. Like, it's going to hunt the proxy instead. I mean, I guess that's an option, but I feel like Art has already gotten what he wanted from this proxy. He already got the 2 Oracles out, and that's all he really needs from the Stargate.
Yeah, Cristiano's in a really rough position. The Stargate is going to be depowered, but Art, he has plenty of time. He is massively ahead when it comes to the economy with the probe count, and he's responding with his own defensive robo and his own defensive Immortal production.
Yeah, he's also setting up a lot of shield batteries in the main base itself, so he will have a means to protect his units, and by the time those Immortals reach the base of Art, like, he should be well prepared.
He should be prepared. Cristiano is focusing down whatever proxies he can. He depowers the Stargate, depowering the gateway as well. And Cristiano has to make a choice. Does he commit to a one base all-in, or does he try to expand from here and try to get into a different kind of game state?
Not gonna lie, an Oracle killing a pylon looks quite funny, but I mean, if it works, right? And I feel like he will even deny... Nah, he won't deny this Immortal because of the War Prism.
Yeah, the Prism does siege up, so the second Immortal will still pop out. Very creative moves here from
Yeah, that's some quick thinking from Cristiano.
Yeah, from Cristiano is going to be moving out. Meanwhile, the Oracle does confirm no expansion. Still the one base all in.
Yeah, so Art knows exactly what is coming his way. He has seen the Immortals, he has seen the lack of the base. And again, he has the shield battery, so he has decent position, but does he have the firepower?
Yeah, that is the question. I mean, there are plenty of sentries, plenty of force fields available as well. Pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. Instead, we're going for the robo. We're going for the production.
Ooh, the Drobo is quite far out, and it will be targeted. The Warpiece does come out, but nothing more will be coming out of that building. And yeah, that does hurt Art quite a bit.
Yeah, Cristiano going for another gateway as well, so these have been nice pickoffs here. This will stifle the overall production, the army size of Art, and Art, he's in a bit of trouble. Only working with Stalkers and Sentries. Meanwhile, across the map, Oracle once again does confirm there is still no expansion.
When the 2 Immortals are being dropped straight into the main base, I mean, there are units there to defend, but still some probes will be falling down, and these Immortals are not dying.
Yeah, Cristiano, he gets a Stalker, he gets 2 Stalkers go down, and again, the main army is having a hard time keeping up. The Prism will be able to slip out, and Cristiano doing quite well for himself despite the rocky start.
God. Art is getting a ninja base.
Yeah, he's going for the gold. The gold base is getting up and running. Meanwhile, the Prism is still looking for more damage. Another probe going down. These Immortals have gotten a lot of value.
Yeah, they are being quite damaged though, so they may be able to maybe they will be going down soon, but not with the right micro. Cristiano is taking really good care of them, and yeah, they're doing pretty well, but at the same time, Art is dropping an Immortal of his own.
Yeah, he does go for his own counter drop across the map. Meanwhile, Cristiano is attempting to expand. He has been scouted. Oh, another Stalker goes down against Stalkers. They melt before these Immortals and does force a recall.
Yeah, so, I mean, Okay, so who's ahead? Both of our players have been hurt quite badly, and these Immortals are still in the base of Art, and they are dealing damage to the probes. Probes are going down left and right. The Stalkers are
Oh
not
my
here.
God.
The sentries alone are not able to kill them.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the recall. I'm waiting to see if Cristiano ever does, sorry, Art ever does recall over, then he will have, I mean, yes, he still does have the economic advantage, does have an abundance of minerals to work with.
I think he's waiting for Cristiano to leave, because I don't think he wants Cristiano to see that he's recalling.
Yeah, he's still waiting to deal with his Prism. The Prism is still healthy, though, still up and running. At the same time, Art going for his own drop into the main, but there's still plenty to work with. Plenty of Stalkers.
Yeah, there's a lot of Stalkers, and this Warriors is in danger, so Art has to be careful there, and yeah, he's just working on the gold base instead, as the Warpriest is stuck in the corner.
Yeah, the Prism is currently trapped here for Cristiano. Instead, he's building up on 2 bases, getting his own natural up and running. And this is still anyone's game here. It's been very chaotic. It's been very, yeah, just chaotic, probably the best word for the kind of game state that we're in. And we're kind of stabilizing, kind of.
Yeah, I guess this is as stable as PvP gets, huh? We have a ninja base, we have random buildings across the map. None of them are powered, by the way, because all the pylons were killed on both sides. And we have second bases for both players. I mean, I guess for Art it's technically a third.
Yeah, and I mean, with this kind of setup here, I mean, the economies are quite comparable. The Oracle finally does go down, as Art does have a bit of miscontrol. But when it comes to the game state, Art does have the slight economic lead because of the gold base. Minerals are not the most important thing in this matchup, though. Gases do need to be taken here as both players are trying to settle into towards the mid game.
Yeah, but are we just gonna get a macro game from here?
We might. I mean, I'm really concerned for Cristiano if he never scouts the gold. This gold base is putting in a lot of work for Art. Meanwhile, as he tries to move out, double drop into the main base with these immortals, they do once again take down another Stalker.
Yeah, and they focus the shield battery so the overcharge will not have any effect whatsoever. And the Stalkers are trying to do what they can, but these immortals have their shields recharged and they are able to pack quite a punch.
Oh, exactly. His immortals, they're barely going to be saved. Very nice juggling here from Art. Meanwhile, across the map, Cristiano doesn't care. He's going to be pushing in, but there is an army to stop him. Oh, God,
There's
that's
an
4
army,
immortals.
but it is being split by a lot of the force fields, and there are still 4 immortals in the army of Cristiano. The Stalkers are not really up to match this.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like the army is crumbling here. The massive mortal is snowballing out of control. Cristiano is breaking through the front lines. And even with the gold base, it does not matter here. The quality of the army, the composition itself, just does not compare to what Cristiano has.
Yeah. Art is trying to save as many forces as he can. He does have this one immortal here. He has those 2 in the warpies across the map, but I don't know if this is enough, as Cristiano is once again at his doorstep.
Yeah, exactly. He knocks down the expansion. Cristiano probably thinks he's further ahead than he is because he's still unaware of the gold that's up and running. But regardless, a very nice fight, very good trade here by Cristiano. He does take a lead.
Art tries once again to go with the Immortals and the Adepts as well. And there are some Stalkers here to defend, so I don't know how much damage he can do, but that does not solve the issue that is the siege in his natural.
Yeah, exactly. The Prism! No! The Prism goes down!
It gets down! It gets sniped together with the Immortals inside it, so that's 2 Immortals down for Art, and he really does need them.
And Cristiano, he scouts. Hallucination has arrived, and now he knows what's going on. Now he realizes why Art is still in the game and how he's been able to afford all of this, and he's going for the kill. He's going for the goal base, and there's no saving this expansion.
Yeah, there's no saving these probes. They will be all going down together with the Nexus. I mean, Art is trying to move out, but he cannot match the army that Cristiano has.
Yeah, exactly. The mineral line is going to fall. The base itself, and Art instead is going for a counterattack. He's going for a pseudo base trade, but Cristiano, I believe, does have recall available if need be, or otherwise could just embrace the base trade and just go for the main.
Yeah, honestly, if they go for a bracelet, I feel like Cristiano just wins this. I mean, with all that immortal firepower that he has, like, I guess that the problem with the base trade would be just the fact that Art's buildings are all across the map.
Yeah, exactly. So we do have the recall. We recall back to the natural. The immortal count is still in favor of Art, though, so Cristiano is going to be slowed down by the gateway as well as he was on A move. The immortal is going to fall.
Yeah, the immortals fall. The reinforcement, I mean, the attack is coming back though, so they should be joining the army soon, and they should be able to deal with this.
Yeah, we come in for the full surround, and there's no way out of this for Art. And GG gets called. Cristiano he fights back, and we are going to the ace match.
GG, nicely done there. I mean, this was a truly a PvP game with all the chaos possible, where he had 3 different proxies from 2 players.
Yeah, it was very chaotic, a very chaotic game, very intense game as well, very back and forth. In the end, Cristiano, who was able to build up a death pool of an army with all those immortals, and even though Arch got away with a ninja base, he was still stuck with mainly a gateway composition, and his own immortals were across the map, of course, so was caught a little bit with his pants down, could not keep up, and now we're going all the way to game 3.
The lobby is being prepared, and yeah, we're going into that game 3 to decide which of these 2 players, which out of these 2 Protosses will be able to face Spirit in the grand finals.
Oh, who is it going to be? It's going to be one of the 2. It's going to be a Protoss regardless here, and I'm sure Spirit is well prepared. Fun fact, Spirit has only played Protoss this tournament.
I mean, that's not really surprising in a Polish tournament.
It's a Polish tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like you could not even look at the bracket and be like, yeah, he's probably gonna play a lot of Protoss, huh?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean,
so he's warmed up.
It doesn't help that both Snogstar and Eraser were not available to play in this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We did miss out on some of our Zerg representation to really mix up the brackets. But regardless, we are now jumping into that final game here. Crimson Court is where it all ends. It ends here. The ace match.
Indeed it does. And now that we are ready for Crimson Court, let us look at the first of our players, who is in the top right corner of the map. It is the blue Protoss player representing Platinum Heroes and Poland, of course. It is Art.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Polish Protoss player representing clan SWS. It is Cristiano.
No proxy so far.
Yeah, the last time we casted Art on this map, if you recall, he mined through the gold minerals, went for the proxy stargates, and did end up losing the game against Geralt. So I'm sure Art is maybe thinking a little bit better of this game state, and this time is not setting up for the proxy.
Do you think that both of our players kind of like got it out in the previous game, and now they're just gonna chill down and just play a straight up game?
Most likely. I mean, this map is not really known for proxies. The reason for it is because 2/3 of the map are walled off. There's rocks, there's mineral patches, so it's really difficult to hide pylons and to hide proxies as well. I mean, sure, you can mine through them, but there's a lot of investment that you have to really, put into proxying here, more so than on other maps. So because of that, we might just see something more standard here in the early game.
Definitely see that happening for now. Cristiano will be scouting the base of Art. Art's scout is a little bit later than Cristiano's. And we see that there are no hidden pylons on either side.
Yeah, both pylons are in the main base for Cristiano, both pylons in the main base for Art as well, so there's no fake proxy, there's no real proxy. Everything is looking quite standard for now, at least.
Yes, we have. I mean, because we don't have any proxies, our players have a bit more time for like some cheeky micro over there in the mineral line. And as we see, once again, Cristiano goes for double adept on his side, while Art opts for the stalker and sentry. So once again, I assume Cristiano will try to be aggressive, while Art takes a more defensive stance.
Yeah, our players have kind of taken up their roles in this game. We have our defender in Art, we have the aggressor in Cristiano. We'll see what kind of tech we do work towards as well. We have seen a lot of robo openers out of Art to go into Immortals and to eventually Glaive Adepts. It's been his go-to kind of composition for quite some time. Interestingly enough, though, Cristiano, he opens up with 2 Adepts and he's going for a 3rd and 4th Adept as well.
Yeah, I mean, he has done it in the previous time he went for double adept as well. Like, he does go into 4 and he puts a lot of pressure on his opponent early on, and it just seems to be his style, really.
Yeah, it's what he went for on Oceanborn, I believe, where he went for quadruple adept alongside an Oracle. Meanwhile, the Shade does get into the main base. Oh,
Yeah, they do, but they're able to get 4 workers, which is not the worst, but they do go down, both of them.
Yeah, 2 adepts for 4 probes, not a bad trade for Cristiano, and he's not done. We have 2, and then a 5th and 6th adept on the way as well, so just continuing adept aggression. And behind this, interesting, Cristiano is going not for the Stargate, for the Robo.
That is very interesting, because I would assume either a Stargate, as you said, or maybe like a Twilight Council for like Glaives or something, considering how many adepts he's getting. But no, we are going for the Robo instead.
Yeah, so this should be for early Immortal production. Meanwhile, Art opening up Twilight Council should be for Blink instead. So Art going for a more standard composition. Cristiano going for something a little bit more robust, less flexible, less mobile for Immortals.
Yeah, but for now he has these mobile force here, which are the adepts, and they are once again shading straight into the main base, and with 4 of them they should be able to get some workers.
Oh, they deny so much mining time. The probes, they try to come back in. 3 probes going down already, and there's still 3 adepts wreaking havoc in the main base. It's still not cleaned up.
Yeah, and they shade into the natural base, waiting for the probes to move here maybe, but there are none, so it doesn't look like they will be getting any damage here, but they are shading once again into the main base.
And now we're down to 2 adepts, but 2 adepts is still enough to one-shot, so they get another almost 3 probe kills, barely a 3rd probe towards the end. And with that, we do see Cristiano taking a pretty massive worker lead.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression is definitely paying for Cristiano there, but now it's time for the response, as Art is marching forward. He dealt with all of the adepts, and now he is able to counterattack.
And again, he's going to be running into Immortals. There's already 1, soon to be 2 Immortals here back at him to defend. So Cristiano, he's ready for the counterattack, even though Blink is on the horizon for Art. With all these Immortals, breaking the natural is not going to be easy.
Yeah, and I think that's not even enough Stalkers to like think on top of the Immortals or anything. He does single out the sentries though, which is nice, but he's losing sentries of his own.
Oh, yeah, 2 sentries go down for a sentry and a stalker, so we do have a bit of a back and forth trade. Cristiano does hold his own, and again, he's building up more Immortals. And this is the power of this map as well, where Cristiano is mining through those middle patches, looking to take a secure 3rd base.
Yeah, and he will be able to secure it, as you said, because of those Immortals. Although he does take the 3rd on the front after all, so not gonna go for the one behind the wall after pot.
Yeah. He thinks better of it. He mined through 1 patch, but only the 1 mineral patch, taking the triangular 3rd base instead. But what is interesting here is that Art is taking in a very interesting direction. He's going for the Robo straight into the bay, trying to rush into Disruptors.
I mean, that's definitely an interesting decision, because as you said, the Cristiano's army will be much slower with all those Immortals, so the Disruptors may be able to catch some of his units.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Art is being quite greedy. He's cutting a lot of corners by rushing into Disruptors, and until he gets any Disruptors, he is vulnerable to a push. He's very vulnerable to a move out. But alas, as you mentioned, because Cristiano has no Blink, it is unlikely for Cristiano to move out anytime soon, and Art might be able to get away with that Disruptor production.
We'll see about that. For now, Cristiano looks like he's just opening some paths, but if he moves across the map, it may get quite tricky for Art. Art actually did take that linear 3rd base instead, and I mean, it has its good and bad sides. It's also, I feel like, a bit closer by grounds to Cristiano.
It is closer by ground, and Cristiano, he does spot it, does confirm with the Observer. He is fully aware, but the first Disruptor has arrived, and yeah, again, pushing into Disruptors is never an easy thing to do, so Art will have that greater Defender's advantage. First Disruptor is out, 2nd Disruptor's on the way, but before we can really build up critical mass of Disruptors, Cristiano, he wants to deny that expansion.
Yeah, he has those 2 Immortals still. He has some sentries in his army as well. Dodges the Phoenix, actually. I'm not sure how intentional that was. And he will be marching into the 3rd.
Yeah, he just ignores the worker, going straight for the expansion. Meanwhile, the army does rock up, does force field the ramp. Oh!
I mean, if it does force field that little hole that was made in the minerals, the Disruptor can't even get past through it. And so the rest of the army.
Okay, I assumed that Cristiano, he was move committing forward to try to sneak up on the base, but no, he went for the expansion. Meanwhile, oh my god, massive Nova does connect. 1 Immortal goes down, and the other Immortal gets targeted as well.
Yeah, but so did the one from Art, so this is just Gateway Army versus Gateway Army, but in the end, the numbers are on the side of Art, and he still has that Disruptor that is currently recharging.
Yeah, meanwhile, reinforcements have arrived. Second disruptor has arrived as well. The Novas are available once again, and Cristiano, he has to back off. He has to retreat, and Art does save the base.
Yeah, that was a nice clutch defense there from Art. He was quite stuck there in the passes, but in the end he was able to defend this base completely, and at the same time as Cristiano was pressing on this base, he did take his fourth though.
Yeah, fourth base is now getting up and running. Cristiano, he hasn't taken his gases at his third or even only just one at the natural. So Cristiano is going for a very gateway heavy composition. Basically purely Stalker and Charge Lot for Cristiano. Very aggressive, very just high, a little bit high risk, high reward because Cristiano doesn't scale amazingly into a longer game, but that is going to be a lot of Zealots.
Something to point out, other than the Zealots, we also have Dark Shrine on the way, so Art may be a little bit surprised by DTs coming into his base. I mean, he is well prepared to fight a frontal attack. You know, he's pushing away that army of Cristiano, but if the DTs manage to sneak in, they can do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, for now, Zealot drop into the main, Stalkers are in position. At the same time, Cristiano pushing in towards that right-hand side, and he wants those disruptors. He blinks in! He gets one! He gets two!
Yeah, he focuses both disruptors. I think one Nova might have connected. I'm not quite sure if any of them did, and recall is being forced on Art, and he just barely has enough Stalkers, but I'm not even sure about that.
Yeah, the Zealots, they close the distance. We have reinforcements on the way, and Cristiano is snowballing out of control. He's breaking through the front line. He did focus down all three disruptors, not a single Nova connected in the end, and it looks like Cristiano has done it. He's broken this third base at the same time. Warpins into the main base. Zealots here in the main as well, distracting reinforcements. And with more Zealots coming in, Cristiano, he barely has enough.
Yeah, the Zealots are really clutch here. The reinforcements from the Chargers are helping him a lot. They are dealing with these Stalkers. I mean, the SimCity does not help, but GG is called, and Cristiano will be taking the series 2-1.
GG, well played. Congratulations, Cristiano. He will reclaim his place in the top 2 of Poland. Does barely bring down Art, but it was a very close back and forth. It was a very clutch series.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, Cristiano will fight to defend the title in the grand finals. Spirit is already waiting there for him, and we were mentioning that before, that like something that we did not see was Cristiano versus Spirit, and it looks like we will be getting that this time.
There we go. We have that rematch here. As again, Cristiano, he did face off against Spirit earlier today, did go in favor of Spirit, but now Cristiano, I'm sure, is a little bit more accustomed to Spirit. Now he's going to be a little bit more prepared, and we'll see if he has something different in store for Spirit in those finals in that best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, a best of 7 is also a very different series to a best of 3, so we will see who really like endures the entire series there, and who is able to bring it into victory in the end.
Bring it home.
Bring it home, yes.
There you go.
Look, English is very good. Yes.
Here you go. And I'm also getting excited as well for the intro ceremony. I know usually you've got like Danskik stepping in as the host role, and you've got the crowd shots. I don't think we've actually gotten many crowd shots. I mean, I haven't been looking at the clean feed or the mainstream too much. Oh,
we have been getting crowd shots lately. That's why I'm trying to show them off on stream. From the people who are there, we are getting reports that actually the place is quite packed. So, you know, it's always nice to see.
Yeah, it's always appreciated here, and I'm sure we're going to be having that lovely kind of like setup with the players walking through the crowd to get into their place on the main stage. And yeah, we do have our finals soon to be ready for us. It's going to be that PVT. Spirit and Cristiano are going to be getting ready. Oh boy, I do favor Spirit coming into this, but I hope it's not one-sided. I hope it's not a 4-0. I want to see a back and forth. I want to see Cristiano fight back and show us all why he is the reigning House Galactic Battle champion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we said before, like he is one of the, how do I put it? Like, he is the rising talent, I would say, of the Polish scene currently. So it would be interesting to see him go back and forth with Spirit. And yeah, I mean, he will get a chance to do so in those grand finals.
His PVT is going to be put to the test. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, the grand finals of the House Galactic Battle will be upon us.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the House Galactic Battle number 3, powered by Enderfee. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by Kuro, and we have finally made it. It has been 12 hours. It's been a 12-hour cast, and we finally made it to the finals.
We have indeed, and what a finals it is, as we have the previous champion, I believe, of House Open Battle, of House Galactic Battle from way back when, and the current defending champion facing each other.
Oh yeah, these are two champions. They are the two best players in all of Poland. Now they're facing off here in a best of 7.
Yeah, as a quick reminder, this is a best of 7 with no advantage to either player. There is no 1-point advantage to the upper bracket, so we will have full 7 games potentially, depending on the players, and we have the first of them here on Crimson Court in the bottom left corner. It is the blue Terran player representing Navi. It is Spirit.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have predictions in the chat. Predictions are open. Place your bets while you can. In the top right, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Clan SWS. It is Christiana.
The way you said it sounded like the predictions are spawning on the map.
They are. That was the goal. Yes.
Yeah, the predictions are gonna be playing Spirit, guys. So you better predict well because you have an opponent.
I don't know if you noticed, but we can look into it later. But the command for the predictions hasn't been posting in the chat.
I know, it's broken. I haven't fixed it. I will fix it. Many things broke recently. Okay.
Okay.
I still haven't fixed that.
But here we go. We are going to be settling in. We do have Spirit going for the eBay block across the map. So a nice start here from Spirit. They're going to be disrupting the initial build of Christiana. Meanwhile, Christiana scouting across the map. It is going to be a more economic opener. We do have Spirit setting up back at home and just looking to force a more uncomfortable start for Spirit.
I'm gonna say,
Christiana
isn't it a lot of probes dedicated to destroying this energy bay? Like, Christiana is really committed to getting this base.
Yeah, 5 probes is enough to shut it down. We can now expand on location. Otherwise, Christiana would have been forced to expand elsewhere in a more vulnerable location instead. So Christiana, yeah, again, having a bit of a rougher start here. And Spirit back at home, going for his CC and to expand.
Yeah, did he actually get a Reaper? I don't think he did. He's going straight for Marines. I mean, I guess with the opening like that, he doesn't really need the Reapers because he already did some damage to the opponent. I mean, even if it wasn't direct one, like, it's still messing up the build quite a bit.
Oh yeah, has definitely done so. Now Spirit can settle into his own tech. Factory is now on the way, getting to our 2-gas setup here back at home. And we'll see how Cristiano does respond. Does he go for the Twilight Council? Does he go for the Stargate or the Robo? He has options for his tech of choice.
Yeah, we'll see which of the options he will pick. For now, he's just, working at the adept, as he's been saying. The first adept already halfway across the map, and I don't know if it will be able to get much done. I mean, the Marines are coming out 2 at a time, so we'll see how many Spirit has now. Only 3 on the front.
Yeah, the Marines have rocked up. Nice stutter stepping out of Spirit. He does get some hull damage on the Adept, and the Adept has to get the hell out of here, has to retreat. Back at home, we have our tech. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener from Christiana. Should be working towards Blink.
Yeah, Blink definitely one of the very standard options there for the PvT matchup, and we'll see how that goes for it, because again, Spirit is going for a lot of Marines there, and they are actually going across the map over that house logo.
Yeah, shout out to the house logo. The Marines do walk past. Meanwhile, at the same time, if they get across the map, they deny mining at the natural base, but this also means that they are out of position, and Spirit is going straight for the natural.
Yeah, but Christiana has seen that coming, and he is preparing a wall, but it is not finished, and it looks like the Marines will be able to get in. At the same time, the Adepts do so as well on the side of Spirit, so it looks like both players will just be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it looks like we have a full off. We force a recall back home. Marines, they bust into the natural waste, and probes are going down. Back at home, Spirit, he lost mining time, but he didn't lose many SCVs.
Yeah, but 7 probes do fall down on the side of Christiana. The Adeptus was recalled to deal with these Marines, but it's already damaged. The Stalker will help, but this is difficult to deal with so early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. No mining whatsoever here at the natural waste. 8 probes going to be going down. Can we get another worker? Can we get a 9th probe? And it looks like we barely can.
Yeah, the 2 Marines are finally being dealt with, but yeah, they dealt so much damage to Christiana so early on, and this is not the end for Spirit, as he's going for the Helios run by next, and the Banshee on the way as well.
Hellions, they bust into the main base. They can two-shot probes, and just like that, 11 worker kills in total, 12 worker kills in total. Now, what's important is that I believe we didn't get further into the main base, and Cristiano, he's responding with a Dark Shrine. A bit of a desperation move here by Cristiano.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, will the Dark Shrine even come into play with the Banshee being already prepared? Like, I'm not sure if the first one maybe already, yeah, if the first one is already out, the cloak is about to finish, the second one is on the way as well. And I don't think Cristiano is ready for that at all.
Yeah, Cristiano, I mean, with this DT, with this Prism, he will scout the main base. We'll get eyes on the production, on the researching cloak. I mean, hopefully he will, as DTs are now warping in, headed across the map. And Spirit has he muled. He does have a turret. He's ready at the natural base. The turret is now done. He has plenty of detection.
Yeah, and there was a Marine in the main base as well, so he did spot that War Priest too. And the scan helps to defend, and yeah, the DTs basically do nothing.
Yeah, and across the map, there is no observer. Probes are fooling left and right, and we have to wait for the observer. We have to lie in wait here. The observer is is now halfway done. But last, it's going to be another 7 probes going down.
Yeah, it was that the T in the natural was able to get a few more SCVs, but yeah, it does not compare to all these probes that Cristiano has lost. And yeah, the Banshee still is not being able to be detected, and it's just gonna be able to hide.
Yeah, that was just game-ending damage. GG gets called. It's just far too much. And Spirit will take game number 1.
GG to Spirit, very, very strong game number 1. Very aggressive as well for Spirit. I feel like he's not generally generally doesn't put that much pressure on the opponent, but he really turned it up here.
Yeah, really confident play out of Spirit to move out with the Marines early on. Again, was able to bypass Cristiano. Cristiano was caught with this Dispense down. He was not ready for it whatsoever. And that was a strong start for Spirit, getting the early probe damage with the Marines, with the Hellions as well. And unfortunately, the DT harassment, the DT follow-up just was not good enough from Cristiano. There was already detection. There were scans as well. And Cristiano was shut down.
Yeah, indeed he was. And that's a very strong start to the series, but as a reminder, this is a best of 7, so Cristiano has still a lot of chances to take this back. Hopefully he takes a deep breath and, you know, he can make it a bit more even of a series.
Yeah, again, it was just a bit of a shakier start just because of the initial eBay block and the initial opener. I'm sure now Cristiano, he can take a breath, as you mentioned, and settle into his own game state. I'm sure we can bounce back. Again, that first game was very much so, you know, Spirit in control of almost the entire game state there. But here, I'm sure we'll see a different dynamic.
I mean, I almost want to say that it is also a bit of a mind game in the sense that, like, when you start this aggressive early on, you kind of, like, make your opponent nervous, because then you just constantly gonna just, you know, check if there's nothing else like this going to happen again. And, you know, this is a bit of like a psychological war there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is the case. And here we go. We're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our best player in all of Poland, the best Terran player in all of Poland, I should emphasize. The blue Terran representing Na'Vi, it is Spirit.
And across the map, his opponent, it is the red Protoss player representing Poland, SWS, a clan we do not exactly know. It is Cristiano.
Here we go. Spirit once again moving out across the map with that SCV. He's going to be avoiding the main scouting path. And with this, the SCV is actually rallied right towards the natural base. It looks like once again going for an eBay block.
Yeah, and Cristiano already moved his probe towards the base of the Terran, so he won't be able to scout that SCV coming. And yeah, I guess we will have another block, but I do wonder how how Cristiano responds to it this time, because last time he was very committed to get this natural base on location, but maybe he will change it up a bit.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, a lot of it will depend on the progression of the eBay. If it's too much progression, then he will be forced to expand elsewhere. As you can see, the eBay is halfway done. Spirit, he's already on the way to deny the expansion, but the expansion has been thrown down. Cristiano forced to take the unnatural natural.
Yeah, a bit of a Zerg move over there where Protoss has to take that third, and You know, Spirit kind of achieved what he wanted. Like, he disrupted the build still. Like, the natural base is definitely way more convenient for the Protoss, but Christian is also being a little bit annoying across the map.
He does delay the expansion for a couple of seconds as it is now going to be placed. But the downside of this kind of setup here, the scary thing for Cristiano is that you can be taken advantage of, especially if Spirit goes for a Hellion follow-up. He can try to harass the main or the natural. It is a little bit more awkward for the Proto Spirit to defend both locations at once.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because again, you prefer to have this closer base, but it looks like Cristiano did not say the last word as he's actually setting up a proxy location across the map.
Okay, piling. The pilot gets thrown down, but the Reaper will scout, will confirm, and we'll get eyes on the proxy. We do see Spirit is fully aware of what's going on. He forces the cancel, and he even finds the probe.
The probe is like, don't breathe, don't breathe. I am not here.
The probe does manage to just sucks it in. He does hug the wall, and he will be able to escape. Meanwhile, back at home, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener from Cristiano, not a Stargate. Is working towards Blink, and the initial Hellions are soon to arrive as that factory is now done.
Yeah, the probe was eventually being dealt with, and the Reaper is going into the third base, does get a probe, but will be chased off by that Stalker, and I guess Spirit won't be getting the scout in the main base then.
He doesn't get into the main. He's unaware of the tech of choice. Back at home, it is a risky move to go for the Hellion, because if it was a Stargate opener into Phoenix or into Oracles, then we would be missing that Cyclone to defend instead. So we'll see what Spirit gets done. It's only going to be the one Hellion. He doesn't go for the add-on swap, so he's only moving out for scouting information.
Yeah, and he is working on Widow Mine, so I assume some Widow might drop maybe coming next, and we see if Christian can defend from that. But for now, he has to focus on this Hellion that is going into his base together with the Reaper. Hellion also confirms that there is no natural on the regular location, so there is no third base for Cristiano.
Yeah, no third base yet. It does get eyes on the gateway setup here, does get eyes on the Robo, and we can see, ooh, this defense turning into an offense here. Cristiano is going for 4-gate Blink.
I mean, it makes sense considering how much pressure Spirit put on him before, but that Cristiano wants now to return the favor, and I feel like Spirit may be ready for that though, because he brought all of his units basically home, and yeah, he has the bunker set up. The Widow Mines will be going across the map, which will be a great distraction as well.
Yeah, it's going to be double Widow Mine drop here from Spirit. It's going to be good to get some damage done, but also to scout the main base if at all possible. We can see that Cristiano, he fans out his sword because he's looking for the drop, but he barely does not find it.
Yeah, just barely. The Medivac does slip through. Once again, the Hellion is coming in to distract the forces, so Cristiano will not react to the Widow Mines, but we will see if he manages to do so.
Hellions, they dive into the main. They get eyes on every single gateway. The 4 gateways have been revealed. The Mass Stalker as well. And the Mind Drop is coming in towards the natural.
Yeah, Christian is focusing on the main base, but he does pull the probes in time. Only one Widow Mine is dropped here, and it's only dealing damage to one probe, but it's actually saved by the Warping.
Yeah. Very nice control here from Cristiano. He does pull away in time. He does save all of his workers, but there's still one more Widow Mine left in that medevac. It was not dropped in. And again, Spirit is fully aware of what's going on. Back to him, he's defending. We have 2 bunkers at the natural. We have in the main base, 1 tank setup as well. So very nice setup here from Spirit. Is it going to be enough though?
Yeah, we'll see about that. One of the bunkers is full. The other one only just have been equipped with the Marines, and the SCVs are there for the repair as well. So I don't think Cristiano will have an easy time coming in here, but the tanks are not quite in position yet.
Yeah, the second tank has arrived. SCVs are being targeted down. Good pickups here from Cristiano. At the same time, Spirit yet to pull the trigger with that drop, yet to go into the mineral lines, and has lost 7 SCVs.
Yeah, and now Cristiano is actually firing the Stalkers into the main base directly, and there is a tank there, so it won't be easy, but he will at least be able to pull the attention of Spirit away.
It does pull it away. Meanwhile, Mine into the natural base this time. Ooh, getting 2 probe kills. Nothing too major, though, as the Stalkers, they dive into the main base. 11 SCVs have gone down. Very nice counter damage here from Cristiano.
Yeah, and he tries to poke at the front of the base of Spirit, but not. The defenses are still there. The tank, most importantly, is sieged, and Cristiano is not able to get anything done on this side of the map.
It Doesn't manage to break through. Not yet, but has done a good job of just keeping the economy in check of Spirits. Likewise, dropping towards that natural base, getting another SCV as well. Every little bit does count. And behind this, Cristiano, he expands, takes a third.
Yeah, now that the pressure from Spirit is not on Cristiano, he is able to expand. He's getting his upgrades as well, working on charge now and getting his Robo facility as well. Facility? Robo Bay?
Yeah.
The other
He's
Robo.
working towards the Bay, working towards Colossus production. Meanwhile, that is 6 probes going down. Those are big mine shot in the main base. A very nice damage here from Spirit. Finally, the Widow Mines to get some damage done. At the same time, Cristiano getting a little bit too cavalier, pushing into the natural base is going to be punished, is going to be forced out. But again, we're working towards a longer game. Cristiano on 3 bases, and Spirit soon to be on 3 as well, as his third CC is on the way.
Yeah, but Cristiano is looking to blink into the main base once again, it looks like. But there are tanks they prepare. I'm not sure if this is the best move.
The tanks, they on siege at the wrong moments. The Stalkers, they do blink in. They get one more SCV, but just the one worker. And, 2 Stalkers do go down at the same time. At the same time, we do have a drop across the map.
Yeah, and 12 probes do go down just to the drop alone, which is a big loss for Cristiano. The Stalkers were not there in time as he was focusing across the map. And, yeah, another damage dealt to Cristiano.
Yeah, 12 probe kills, that is brutal. Meanwhile, Cristiano blinking back into the main. Tanks are out of position. SCVs are going down, actually, so not too bad here from Cristiano. But Spirit, he's had enough defending. He's moving out.
He's moving out. He has a lot of tanks. He has those medivacs as well. He actually pulled the boys as well, because there are none here. But, no, sorry, they were just evacuated, and the Stalkers are forced to be recalled.
Yeah, we do have the recall from Cristiano back at home. He has a Colossus, he has a shield battery. The Robo is looking very exposed. A really risky location for the Robo. Ooh.
Yeah, this one Colossus actually looks a little bit naked just with the Stalkers around it. So we know that Tyrants can focus those down if they choose to.
Oh,
one turn goes down.
Well, yeah, Cristiano, he does catch a tank. A Spirit trying to go for a Doom Drop, but there's actually not enough room for that tank, so it's going to be left behind. Meanwhile, 3 medevacs, they do head towards the main base. Meanwhile, Drop on the right-hand side does manage to catch a couple of workers, distracting Cristiano while it does create an opening into the main.
Yeah, and the Doom Drop does go into the main base. The whole army of Cristiano is rotating around to save that main base, but the workers should be going down. 10 already died.
Yeah, 10, 11 workers now going to be falling. The entire army responds, and that means that the third base is exposed.
Yeah, and that Robo on the front that you mentioned earlier, it is now under fire and it goes down. The entire third base is in danger as the army is main.
Yeah, Spirit, he does back off. The army in the main base is cleaned up, but the damage has been done. As you mentioned before, the Robo did fall. There's actually no backup Robo, so we're only stuck on 2 Colossus. There is no third Colossi, no Immortal production either. Spirit, he backs off, and now he's been able to recover economically.
Yeah, not just that, because Spirit is also working on Ghost next, so he will be able to utilize those EMPs on the Protoss army. So overall it is looking pretty well for him. Meanwhile, Cristiano once again going for the Dark Shrine to maybe get some advantage.
Yeah, double Robo, Dark Shrine on the way as well. Cristiano going to try and bounce back in that Immortal production, sorry, in that Colossus production, in the Disruptors towards ZTs as well. But Cristiano, he needs time to recover, and Spirit, he doesn't want to give him that time. Once we have those ghosts up and running, I'm sure we'll see another move out as he gets eyes on the 4th base and will force a cancel.
Yeah, that was a very quick cancel there for Cristiano, and the drop just moves away. The entire army of the Protoss is actually pulled into this location, so it won't be available elsewhere.
Yeah, it is going to be pinned here back at home. Spirit getting a 4th CC on the way. Still waiting for his wave of ghosts to really get up and running, so he's yet to really move out across the map. Now, whenever Spirit does move out, we see Cristiano set up for his own counter-aggression with some charge lots towards the main, so he does have a way to try to punish Spirit. We'll see if he can find an opening for that move, though.
It looks like both players are waiting for an opening though, as we have drops from both sides. We have another Medivac moving into the natural base of Cristiano, I guess a third technically, and we have a recall actually just for the Widow Mines.
Yeah, recall for the mines. Shot's going to be going off. Only connecting with 2 probes. Meanwhile, the mines towards the main base as well. Meanwhile, another drop coming in towards that 3rd base.
Yeah, and this Widow Mine does not split, but only 3 probes I think was taken down, but at the same time the Marines are taking down the probes in the 3rd base. In the natural, I guess. There are disruptors there, but they are not able to help.
Yeah, at the same time, DT's towards the main. We have a scan, but the DT does barely escape, just barely out of vision of that scan. But here comes the EMP, and the DT is cleaned up. That Prism towards the main base was not able to catch Spirit off guard, and the Prism even goes down.
Yeah, the Vikings do hunt it down, so there will be no more harassment there from Cristiano. He still has a few zealots across the map, but they have to, like, you know, sneak their way into the bases, and with that sensor tower, it won't be that easy.
Yeah, Spirit is ready. He's in position, has a tower, has a tank, has bunkers as well, and here comes the move out that we spoke about. Spirit, he's almost maxed out at this point with a higher tier army with Ghosts and Vikings.
Yeah, there is quite a few ghosts. Actually, how many does he have? 6 ghosts currently on the map, and they have quite a lot of energy, so there will be plenty of EMPs.
Plenty of EMPs available. Meanwhile, the Zealot run by gets caught out, and here we go. The main armies are about to clash. Now, even though Cristiano is down in supply, he has a lot of potential with these disruptors.
That he does, but he needs to get a nice Nova to connect, and I'm not sure if he's able to do so. There's also a lot of ramps in the middle of the map, so not ideal place there to fight for either player, really.
Yeah, we'll see if Cristiano can catch Spirit off guard. Again, that's really his only chance to win a fight, to break through this initial main army. At the same time, Spirit is leading the charge, looking for those EMPs.
Yeah, all those ghosts fall to a Nova, though. Like, this is a dangerous dance that our players are having there.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first Nova will go off, and we do find a connection just with one Marauder, though.
Yeah, no ghosts have fallen. Another Nova was fired, but I don't think it really hit anything, and more Marines will be going down, but the important ghosts are still being secure.
Yeah, exactly. The Marauders are going down one by one, but not the connections we're really hoping for, not the connections we need for Cristiano. At the same time, drop towards the natural is shut down, so Cristiano does defend. He can now focus on the main fight.
That's it. I mean, this is purely bio army from Spirit. It doesn't have any tank support here. I mean, there are the Vikings to deal with the potential Colossus, but the Colossus are not even here.
Yeah, the Colossus were pulled away. Wisely so. One Colossus went down. There's only one Colossus remaining, and it's barely standing after those Viking shots. Is at least held back home, and we do see Spirit has to back off. Zealot run by moving out across the map, but Spirit, he does spot those Zealots.
And he does spot the Zealots, but does he spot the DTs, which are also going in that direction? I guess the Zealots will be denied, but yeah, we'll see if maybe Cristiano can get some other harassment done, but at the same time he has to be careful about his bases. He's expanding once again at the top, but can he defend all those locations at once?
Yeah, risky expansion here from Cristiano. We'll see if he can hold on. Meanwhile, the main army does clash for a moment here. Cristiano trying to break out. Meanwhile, Spirit, he's not done teching. We have advanced ballistics on the way. We have Liberator range for those Liberators.
Yeah, Liberators definitely could be quite useful in this army, and help pulling Cristiano apart, because it seems like that's what Spirit wants to do, trying to constantly add those multi-prong attacks, constantly poking at different places, so Cristiano has to split that army, and splitting this army is definitely not easy.
It is not going to be easy. Big slaps going off on just gateway units, but the rocks are going to be knocked down. Shadow Stride is on the way. Blink for those DTs, so Cristiano can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive with that harassing army. Meanwhile, the main armies do clash, and the Novas do not connect.
Yeah, no connections so far, so unfortunate for Cristiano, and that army is still standing, still pressing on the Protoss, and another small army from the Protoss going forward, and he's gonna meet this drop.
Yeah, and Cristiano, he does have enough. He does force back the army. Doesn't quite get the medevac, but at least forces the pickup. And Spirit has to respond. He has to rotate on over, has to respect this army.
Yeah, there is a planetary there, but that's not enough to deal with this army. And actually, it looks like it will be going down.
Oh my god, it's so close that it looks like the planetary is barely getting repaired.
Just
barely. My god. Yeah, the repairs are too much, and Spirit, he will hold on at the same time, moving out across the map. 15 SCVs do go down, but the disruptors are getting caught out.
Yeah, they're trying to save themselves with the Novas, but only some of them do connect, and even the landed Vikings will finish off the disruptors. All the disruptors going down.
Oh my god, that was how many? That was 9 disruptors going down, one after the other. We had some decent Novas, but that is not worth it. Spirit is maxed out, and Cristiano, he plummets in supply.
Yeah, another great EMP over most of the army, and once again we have two-pronged attack. We have the force of Spirit on that new base. We have this main force which is trying to defend for Cristiano's aggression.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be able to get on top of the planetary at least. The planetary is so close to going down, but once again, the repairs are too good, and the repairs, they barely keep it alive.
My god, it's so close every time, but Spirit just has enough, and Spirit will be taking game number 2.
GG, well played. The planetaries, they refuse to die. Time and time again, the repairs are too much, and Cristiano was able to hold his own, but as we saw, the main clash, the main fights just did not go his way. We saw it all came down to that one big engagement where Cristiano was caught off guard. He spammed the Novas as quickly as possible, but Last Spirit cleaned up 9 disruptors immediately. And that was game then and there.
Yeah, really, those disruptors were really painful there for Cristiano, is losing all of them, I mean, and yeah, from there, that was basically the game of Spirit. But like the planetaries were crazy. I feel like every time it was like, oh, like Cristiano has enough firepower, and then like once a lot dies, and suddenly it doesn't matter anymore. The planetary is fine.
Yeah. Again, yeah, for both of those bases, it came down to one extra shot, whether it was a Zealot, whether it was a DT, whether it was an Immortal as well. Like, barely, Cristiano just barely did not have enough. The repairs were too good, the repairs were too much, and Spirit, he's yeah, holding his own quite well here.
Yeah, he's already up to, oh, once again, this is a best of 7, so still plenty of games to go, but already a nice advantage there for Spirit.
Yeah, nice lead for Spirit. But as a reminder, this is a best of 7, so Spirit does have a 2-0 lead. Cristiano still has a chance to bring it back before things get too dire here in the series.
Indeed he does. And we have now loaded into game number 3, which will be on Side Delta. As we are in the top left corner of Side Delta, we see the first of our players. It is the Protoss player, currently down 0-2, sorry, my bad. It is the Red Protoss from Poland, representing SWS. It is Cristiano.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing Team Na'Vi from land of Poland. Leading the series 2-0, it is Spirit. Here we go, and yes, Spirit, he does have a comfortable lead so far in this series, but because it's the best of 7, we still have plenty more matches ahead of us. Plenty more to come.
Definitely, it still can be turned around by Cristiano, and we know that he's capable of doing so as well, because he has shown like some really great games in the recent months. Really, I wouldn't say.
Oh yeah, has shown some amazing games, and I hope that Cristiano isn't too shaken here, especially considering that, you know, he was able to hold his own in that last game as well. He was able to keep up with some of those drops, barely didn't have enough with the counterattacks as well, and yeah, I hope he's not too discouraged coming into game number 3. I want to believe that we can bring it back.
I believe we can, and this time Cristiano will be able to get into his game actually, because Spirit decided not to go for that eBay block. And
for the first time, for the first time this series, there is no eBay block, and finally Cristiano can get a comfortable start to the game.
Yeah. He can actually play StarCraft.
He can play some StarCraft. Again, for those that are curious, game 1 and game 2, Spirit, he did go for eBay blocks. Game 1, Cristiano's expansion was heavily delayed. Game 2, Cristiano was forced to expand at the triangular location, and things got a little bit more awkward. Things became a little bit more difficult to defend. Finally, Cristiano can get comfortable.
It looks like we will be getting a bit more straightforward game this time. Although, what is our Terran player doing? We do not see a Reaper, in fact, at all. We're going straight for the Marines.
Yeah, this is very Spirit. We're loading into Site Delta, which is a much more macro-oriented map. And Spirit, he skips the SCV Scout, he skips the Reaper Scout as well. This is very Korean. A lot of the Koreans do this as well, especially on Site Delta, just cutting corners, being as greedy as possible.
We'll see how that turns out, as we do have an Adept show up, and it's actually not able to deal damage to the SCV. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this happened exactly in the series of Cristiano vs Spirit before. Where the Adept actually killed 2 SCVs.
Yeah, was able to get those 2 workers. Meanwhile, 2 Adepts going to be shading towards the mineral line. They can try to go for the SCVs as well. They do scout, they do confirm the add-on swap. We can see it's going to be reactored Widowmine production. Meanwhile, Cristiano this time going for a Stargate.
Yeah, for the first time, I think, in at least in the part that I have casted, we are seeing Phoenixes from Cristiano. And we'll see how that goes for him. I mean, the Widow Mines will be definitely something to look for, and the Phoenixes can help with defending that.
Yeah, again, because the map is that much larger, because it's more macro-oriented, Phoenix eventually into Colossus is kind of the tried and true way of just going into a more standard macro game from the side of Protoss. We'll see if that's the case for Cristiano. Going Phoenix into Charge Lots is not out of the question. It's also a viable composition for the Protoss. So we'll keep an eye on him as the mine drops are about to move out. And it's going to be a much more committed mine drop this time.
Yeah, this is the classic 4 Widow mine drop, a full medivac. Going across the map, just waiting for the medivac to be finished, and now we will be loading in. Actually, we did one.
Yeah, one of the Widow Mines
like,
is
hey,
going to be left. One of the Widow Mines is going to be forgotten here in the main base instead, so only 3 will be sent out across the map. Interesting, actually sending a second one back home.
Yeah, it looks like Spirit maybe have changed his mind. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it was the plan from the beginning, but he just kind of forgot.
Oh no, going for a second drop. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is gonna be a quadruple mine drop, but it's gonna be split up into medivacs instead.
I mean, definitely makes sense, you know, to get his to get the attention of Cristiano split up more, and he may not be able to defend all locations at once.
Yeah, as here we go, the Phoenixes, they go dive in. Finally, for the first time, Spirit is aware of the tech of choice. SCVs are going down, and this is where Spirit would have hoped he would have left them back at home to defend. As Widow Mines, they do get across the map, they go for the mineral lines. So far, no big connections, but he's waddling closer.
He's trying to get there, no units to do with those Widow Mines. The Phoenixes only now come back.
Yeah, they race back home. One of the Widow Mines is going to be shut down. Meanwhile, at the same time, we drop into the National. No reaction! No! Oh.
7 probes going down to these 2 Widow Mines. The medivac, of course, will be chased down by the Phoenixes, but that means that once again the main base is not being protected.
Ooh, yeah, the main base not protected. 8 mines or 8 probes going to be going down. Another mine shot is going to be going off as well, and takes down another 2 workers at the same time. Third base has been scattered, has been spotted, and this has been quite successful for Spirit. He gets 10 probe kills, but it looks like the medevac is going to have a hard time escaping.
Look at him scuttling away. But no, the medivac does not escape. It was so close, but not quite able to do it. And eventually, both Widow Mine drops will be cleaned up by Cristiano.
He will shut them down. Meanwhile, behind this, it is in fact going to be Phoenix Colossus production, not charge lots from Cristiano. And Spirit back at home didn't really sustain too many losses. Looking at the units lost tab, only 3 SCVs went down. The Phoenixes had to respond to the mine drop. And back at home, what are our defenses looking like?
Well, let's see. We have a lot of Marines. We have some tanks, but that won't help against the Phoenixes. And there is a turret in the mineral line itself, but for the rest, the Marines will have to protect.
Oh yeah, and as we settle into this game, a shout out to Dolan. Big shout out to the Pappy himself, Dolan, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. Hope you had a great time, everyone. Welcome to the grand finals of the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. We have been live for 12 hours. It's been a 12-hour, over 12 hours at this point. It's been a long cast. It's been a long day, and we're almost at the end. We're here in a best of 7 grand finals.
Yeah, the best of 7 against between Spirit and Cristiano, 2 great Polish players, and Spirit so far leading to 0, doing pretty well.
Yeah, so far is doing well. Meanwhile, for the time being contained by the Phoenixes, the mine drops have now been shot down. A couple of SCVs are going to be picked off here, but Spirit, you can see he's getting ready to eventually move out across the map. He's built up his tanks, built up his Marines, and Stim is going to finish up just in time for this push.
Yeah, and what does Cristiano have? He is working on Colossus, he's working on Thermal Lance and Charge as well. These Phoenixes are still trying to distract the army, distract Spirit, but he is moving forward.
Yeah, he is pushing forward here. The main army said, oh no! 1 Phoenix is going to go down. We're down to 4 Phoenixes, but at least Cristiano does confirm the move out. He is aware, and he is getting ready to meet up with the army in the center of the map.
Yeah, 3 Colossus are already out with this army, but not much else really. Like, there's not much support for them.
Yeah, not too much support. You can see Spirit trying to catch out the Colossus. Tanks do siege. Alas, Cristiano does not take the bait, does not waddle within range of those tanks.
Yeah, the Phoenixes are trying to see if maybe they can pick something up, maybe pick out a few units here and there. but there doesn't really seem to be anything for them to do.
As we do try to dip in, alas, big tank volley is going to be going off. At the same time, Cristiano, he avoids the main army. He goes for the third.
Yeah, goes straight for the third base, and there are barely any defenses here. Now the entire army is coming back, but ooh, actually, Cristiano may get trapped here.
Let's go. The force fields are solid. The main army cannot quite engage. But as you mentioned before, the main army of Cristiano has no support. One Colossus goes down, two Colossus left, and he does get 15 SCVs, but can he get out of here?
It looks like he will be able to. The reinforcements for Cristiano are coming as well, but will he keep those Colossus alive? The Zealots will try to do so. The tanks are not quite in range.
Yeah, the tank's a little bit too far back. Another Colossus comes in to reinforce, and Cristiano, he can break on through. He comes in from behind.
Ooh, lifts both of the tanks as well. There are no tanks on the ground right now. One of them lands, and ooh, the Colossus though, they don't have much support left.
Yeah, once again, not enough support. They all go down one after the other. That was such a close fight. Cristiano, he almost broke through, but the Bio Army does clean up and takes down every single Colossus.
I feel like maybe Cristiano was a little bit too overconfident in that attack and maybe stayed a little bit too long, and in the end loses all of the Colossus, completely resetting the count.
Yeah, Cristiano, he got a little bit greedy there. He had already taken a decent fight, and he had doubled down with reinforcements. He tried to break through and tried to end the game then and there, and he may have, but not the way he wanted. As again, his Colossus count was reset down to one Colossus remaining.
Yeah, this is just Zealot Colossus now. There's one sentry. Is there any other units? I mean, there's two Phoenixes, one sentry, Zealots, and one Colossus.
Yeah, there's two Phoenixes left over, and Spirit, he's building up and getting ready for the second wave, getting ready for a second move out. The third base now fully saturated, fourth CC being landed on location, and Spirit is about to break out, this time with Ghosts.
Yeah, and I don't know if Cristiano can get ready in time. He is setting up some defenses, but I mean, I don't know if the Disruptors will be out here in time, but at the same time, Spirit is not actually moving out. He decides to go back home.
Yeah, it looks like he's just biding his time to build up a greater army, to build up a greater force. We have more Vikings on the way, armory for 2-2. I mean, the armory is a little bit delayed here, so 2-2 is going to be delayed as well as a result, so the upgrade is not as ideal for Spirit. And this means that he's giving Cristiano the opportunity to get into those Disruptors that you mentioned.
Yeah, he's working on two at a time. I think one or two may be already out. Yeah, we have one Disruptor out, but we have another drop in the natural base of Cristiano, and there's barely any defenses. The warpings are being forced.
Yeah, and the drop scouts the Dark Shrine. The DTs are going to be spotted here. Spirit now aware, at the same time pushing towards the north. At the same time, though, Cristiano, he goes for a big counterattack.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a base trade over here as Cristiano is just moving forward and there are barely any defenses there, but at the same time, Spirit is taking the base of Cristiano and also is in the main of his.
Yeah, but that's only a single drop in the main base. It's being cleaned up, and Cristiano, he's pushing in towards the main of Spirit. But last we have Reinforcement Spirit. He barely does hold on. He saves the main. Can we say the same for Cristiano, though, as he tries to recall back home?
Tries to recall back, but the Nexus falls down regardless. The third base is down. The drop in the main base has not been cleaned up either. It is still there.
Yeah, and it's going to be reinforced as well. Spirit, he picks up, he goes for a Dream Robin into the main. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Spirit will take a 3-0 lead.
Spirit being quite dominant here. I mean, I feel like sometimes like Cristiano is a little bit impatient. Like he sees an attack that is going well for him, and he just like keeps going. He just doesn't want to stop, and that doesn't always work his way.
Yeah, I mean, it was close, right?
It was close.
It reminds me of Oceanborn, with the planetaries, right? Where, one or two more shots and they would have gone down, right? Like Cristiano, every single time he's just barely doesn't have enough to actually break through, and everything just crumbles around him as a result. And yeah, Spirit now one game away from becoming our champion.
Yeah, Cristiano really has to step it up here. He has to be a bit more careful, maybe, or maybe just full on aggressive, who knows, but like, this is his last chance to turn this series around, because Spirit only needs one more win to take the entire tournament.
Yeah, and if Spirit, if we're able to, I mean, if Cristiano's able to take a game, if he's able to extend the series, then we can extend this into a 13-hour cast. We're almost there.
That's what's really important about this. Yes, Cristiano wants us to have a longer stream.
Let's go. Let's go. I saw some people you mentioning in the chat. Here on the CranKy Ducklings, we do cast more often than any other. We have the quantity when it comes to hours casting, and sometimes the quality as well. I mean, the
Sometimes
quality has been it's been deteriorating over time because we've been casting all day, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Nah. Ay. Fun fact: we have another 12-hour cast tomorrow. So
I don't
the
think
weekend it's still young.
Will it be 12 hours though? I think it's a bit shorter. A little bit.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be 12 hours. I'm pretty sure today's WTL stream was 6 hours, right?
Oh
sure
no,
6.
really?
So yeah, so 6 plus 6, all the way. Send it.
Well, anyway, we are still in this series. We have to still finish these grand finals of the Polish LAN Tournament live in Warsaw. The map is Alkione or Alcyone, and we have the first of our players. It is the red Protoss player representing SWS and Poland. It is Christiane.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Na'Vi, one game away from becoming our new H.4.0.S Galactic Battle champion. It is Spirit. Going for the eBay block.
Yep.
Once again.
Yep. I just saw that SCV going across the map. I'm like, I guess we don't let Christiane play.
Let's go. eBay has been thrown down, very reminiscent of game 1 and game number 2. And Christiane, immediately he just doesn't care. He's like, you know what, fine, take it. I didn't even want the base. I'll go for the natural
Yeah, I
instead.
didn't even want that base. What do you mean? Watch Christiane go for double Nexus. That would be crazy.
Oh god. And Spirit following it up with a bunker as well. Bunker is going to be thrown down, and here comes that initial Reaper. Remember, the Reaper was skipped in the last game. This time we are not skipping it. If the bunker does complete, then the Reaper will be able to deny mining time in the natural base for that much longer.
Yeah, and both the probe and SCV are dancing around the bunker, trying to get the best possible position, and it looks like that bunker is really close to finishing. Spirit microing to make sure that the SCV is safe.
Yeah, the SCV is pathing here as it gets over to the other side, and the probe cannot deny this. The bunker will complete. Thankfully, the pylon does finish up as well. Shield battery is on the way. With the help of the shield battery, we should be able to clean this bunker up eventually. But until then, Christiane, he's stuck in his main base, and he won't be able to rally any probes to the natural.
Yeah, not only he was forced to put the Nexus in a location he didn't really want to go, now he also won't be able to mine from it at all, and the shield battery is under fire.
Well, it's within range. Unfortunately here, it's within range of the bunker, and that means the shield battery is going to be going down. This is a bit of a slip up here from Christiane. The SCV is one shot away from going down, but the juggling! Oh
so
my
close.
god! The SCV! He doesn't get it! He can't! The shield battery is going to go down!
Oh my god. Spirit is having fun. This is such clutch micro, so precise.
Oh my god, yeah, once again, dives into the bunker. One probe goes down. The shield battery is still very, very low. And eventually it should be able to fall. And again, this SV putting in a lot of work does repair the bunker over and over and over again. And down goes the shield battery. No overcharge.
Yeah, no overcharge for Christiane. Two Stalkers should be able to deal with this bunker, but it already did its job.
Yeah, the salvage is not complete, so at least that's a kill on the bunker. There's some kind of win for Christiane. At the same time, proxy across the map. Christiane, he's going to be setting it. He is done defending. It's time to be the aggressor.
He's done playing proper macro games. It's time to just go all out.
Send it, Papi, send it. Aye. Back at home, Spirit is throwing down his own bunker, rallying Marines. Again, doesn't really have much to work with, but the first tank is on the horizon here. Once it does arrive, he should be able to shut down any kind of aggression. We'll see what Christiane can get done as he does waddle across the map.
Yeah, the Free Stalkers are already at the base of Spirit, so we may be able to get some done, and more warpings come as well. The bunker does not finish, just barely, so the Marines will be quite naked.
Yeah, 2-3 SCVs going to be going down, but the bunker does complete in the end. The Stalkers have to back off. One Stalker does fall. We do get behind the mineral line, though, and at least Christiane is doing some counter-economic damage.
Yeah, that definitely is helpful, and this base is completely denied from mining, so You know, a bit of a payback there from Christianer, but he's not really able to progress. The Adept will try to get in, but the wall is solid, and now we have a tank out.
Yeah, the tank has arrived, and with that, the Cristiano has to recall the hell out of the natural base. There's no holding against that tank, and now the game can settle, at least for a moment. When it comes to the tech of choice, Cristiano, he did actually not... Oh, sorry, he opened up Twilight Council, but is going into the Robo, into the War Prism. Blink is just now going to be on the way.
Yeah, meanwhile, from the side of Spirit, we will have Banshees. So, once again, we will have some probably cloaked units going into the base of Cristiano, and I don't know if he will be able to get enough detection to deal with them. I mean, it's not just about detection, you also need to actually have units to deal with them. It looks like Cristiano is full on going for aggression.
Yeah, it is going to be Tank Banshee once again. We saw this earlier this series from Spirit, and he used it to great effect. Was able to pull Cristiano apart. We'll see how he does this time. As Cristiano dives into main base, and Cristiano, he does scout the tech lab researching.
Yeah, he also delays one of the buildings of Spirit. I believe it's another Rex. So that is nice, but it doesn't really get much more than that.
Yeah, but what's important here is that now Cristiano, he knows. Now he's scouted, he is aware of the Cloak Banshee. Actually, Spirit, he cancels Cloak.
Yeah, I mean, it won't really be a surprise anymore, so it's not maybe that much worth it. Did we finish any of the Banshees? One of the Banshees did finish, but it looks like that will be it.
Yeah, just the one Banshee here outside of the main base. Two SCVs going to be going down. Depot as well. Cristiano, he's getting some counter damage here. He does threaten the main, taking down another one of those Marines, even forcing Spirit to scan, assuming there was an observer.
But there was none, and Cristiano is rotating to the front of the base and will try to dive once again. This tank is a bit in danger, but the Marines are there to protect it.
Yeah, the Prism is zoned away. Behind this, Cristiano expanding, taking a third base, taking into charge, into Colossus production as well. Cristiano, so far, he is taking up quite nicely behind this. He is holding his own and doing a great job at just containing Spirit on two bases.
Yeah, he's keeping his attention on this base. I mean, the tank is definitely quite painful to these Stokers as they cannot really approach. But as you said, Spirit is staying on this base. He cannot really move out. He cannot expand anywhere. And Cristiano is trying to build up his economy.
He's trying to build back up. Meanwhile, the Banshee moves out across the map. Bearing in mind there is no cloak, so there is no detection necessary to deal with this Banshee. Stalkers are in position. They're in the mineral line, and the Banshee is going to be zoned away.
I just want to say there is something funny as the Banshee goes out. There's something funny about the Colossus standing in the mineral line and protecting from the Banshees. I just imagine the Banshee just like you know, hitting the Colossus on the way. It just stands there.
Hey, look, it worked.
I think that might have been in one of the cardboard animations, actually.
It does feel very cardboard. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But in the end, Cristiano does defend his main bases, now moving out across the map. Has quite a force to be reckoned with as well. Charge is about to finish up for Cristiano, and his goal here is to try to collapse the main army at the third base location. But that's going to be a lot of tanks. That's 5 tanks.
Yeah, Spirit is prepared to defend his base, and the tanks are already sieged and fighting up a ramp too. That's definitely not ideal location for Cristiano.
Cristiano, though, he does not shy away from this. He is going to be committing bunkers on the way. He's going to be collapsing in.
Yeah, the Chargers are getting on top of the tanks, and the Marines are not able to get to them in time, but one of the Colossus does fall down. The second one is damaged too.
Yeah, we do save it barely with that War Prism. With that War Prism micro, is going to be safe from the Vikings, but alas, Cristiano cannot break through. Gets 4 SCV kills, gets a good amount of tanks, but Spirit holds.
Yeah, Spirit does hold. He takes that third base. The center Cristiano uses the time to take his fourth, so I guess kind of, you know, keeping Spirit once again on his side of the map and able to build up the economy, but there is harassment coming.
Yeah, I mean, that was a better trade for Cristiano. He got 5 tanks for 1 Colossus, but at the same time, Spirit, he's not done. He's not taking this line down, going for a double drop towards the south, and is going to be threatening the third base of Cristiano.
Yeah, opening some paths as well, so that will be nice for later on. Oh, the one Colossus. It's just standing there.
It's quite low. It is quite low. We're going to be stimming on forward. We're going for the mineral line, and can we get any probes?
It looks like we can get a few, but not too many. Only 2 going down here, and the Colossus are giving chase to these 2 medivacs.
Yeah, Medevacs are gonna force back a lot of the main army as well. Meanwhile, Spirit building up on 3 bases. And again, Cristiano has been doing quite nicely. Killing those 5 tanks earlier was a great pickoff. 4th base now getting fully operational. Disruptors are now on the way as well. 2 disruptors at a time. Cristiano is getting there.
The proxy location is being dealt with, but he doesn't really need it anymore. And as you said, he is building up his economy, he is building up his army, and he actually can compete with Spirit now.
Yeah, he definitely can. He's also getting ready for his own counterattack, even though we have a drop threatening the main base for Cristiano. Cristiano doing the same to Spirit as well, slipping in with some Zealots, and he will barely get in, does barely avoid that Viking.
Yeah, but he does. The Zealots will do a lot of damage to those SCVs. The army of Spirit has to go back and defend. The Warp Beast actually gets recalled, so it won't be destroyed. Ooh,
the Prism is going to be recalled. Zealots, they do get a handful of SCVs at the same time. Double drop from Spirit is going to be racing back home. Does manage to get away and will try to get back. Oh, no, never mind.
No, actually, it looks like we will go forward, but it looks like it may be sandwiched by the army. Just barely gets away.
Yeah, it is going to barely escape here. Once again, going outside the main base or outside the main instead. And Spirit has still been building up his forces. The tank count now looking quite healthy once again. And Spirit has now made it to Ghost Tech, making 4 ghosts at a time.
Yes, he does. Currently, he has 4. Yeah, the first round of Ghosts has just finished, and he's about to be ready to face the Protoss army. And the Protoss army is about to be around his doorstep.
Yeah, we can see Cristiano has built up. He's on 3 disruptors. At the same time, Spirit going for a double drop on the left-hand side. So he's got a double drop towards the south, double drop towards the top left. Cristiano is taking another expansion, but does he have enough at home to defend?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if he can split enough army to defend all of those locations at once and be aggressive too. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm not sure if Spirit actually noticed that this base is a thing.
He is going for the drop. He will clean up at least a pylon initially. Meanwhile, dropping to the mineral line. Probes are going to be going down, but Cristiano, he's in position.
He's in position. He will be defending. So only 2 probes do go down. At the same time, he is doing some harassment at the 4th base of Spirit.
Yeah, he manages to get an ASCV. Not too much damage being dealt. In Spirit, he still maintains his drops, still threatening these bases, and forcing Cristiano to keep supply pinned back at home to defend.
Yeah, which is definitely supply that he does need for the frontal attack if that is something that he is planning to do soon, and I think like he wants to do that. I'm not quite sure. It looks like he may try to approach from the top side with those Disruptors and Colossus.
I mean, both armies are maxed out. We have reached 200 supply, and Cristiano is going to try and lay siege upon the 4th base. The Bio army a little bit further back here, but he will have time to respond. Spirit does spot the main army.
Yeah, and the tanks are scaring it off for now, so Cristiano will go back home and will regroup. These 2 drops are still hanging around the bases, so Cristiano has to constantly pay attention to home.
It's a bit of an interesting zealot run. Cristiano's max, so he couldn't actually warp in any more zealots. Like, he could only be 2, so 2 zealots they waddle in, they don't really get much done. They at least scout the mineral line, and Spirit is getting ready for his own move out, doubling down once again, going for a more committed drop play.
Cristiano is transitioning.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're getting ready.
Cristiano is getting 3 Stargates ready, and this army is just, just for the time being. He is switching into Skytos soon. I don't know how soon, because he is, as you said, completely maxed out, but he is planning to do so.
Yeah, we still have to start a +1 air attack, and we still need a fleet beacon as well, but it's on the way. Like, it's on the horizon, he has Skytos on the mind. At the same time, Spirit has yet to really embrace too many Liberators either. He's still going for his drop play, and I'm sure Spirit wants to free up some supply as well.
But he goes for that base of Cristiano first, and even with the EMP too, the army of the Protoss does respond and will deal with a lot of this army. The Ghost may be lost.
Yeah, 10 probes go down, but we do defend. The base survives, and the drops are going to be shut down. At the same time, we still have more drops out on the map, but alas, they don't quite pull the trigger. Spirit, he holds off on that, and does instead expand back at home and defend.
Are we having oh, the drop comes back. The army man of Cristiano already moved away from that location, but it looks like it is back here to deal with the rest of this drop. I mean, 3 probes once again go down, but at this point of the game, it's not that big of a loss.
Yeah, it gets a Colossus as well. Not a bad pick off here
Colossus turret,
from
yeah.
Spirit. Yeah, Colossus does fall. Meanwhile, scan into the main base. Big Scan does get eyes on the 2 Stargates and spots the fleet beacon. So Spirit is fully aware of the attempted Skytoss transition.
That he is, and we'll see how he responds to that. For now, he once again moves that drop around this time the bottom side drop, and it should be able to deny this Nexus.
Yeah, it does force a recall, will force a pickup, and Spirit is, forced into the dead space once
these two
again.
Marines.
Meanwhile, yeah, getting back into Viking production, the Marines were unfortunately left behind, will be cleaned up, and it is going to be Tempest, not Carrier, from Christiana.
An interesting choice, definitely, to go just full on Mass Tempest, but I mean, maybe it will work out because generally Terrans, are more fortified race, will generally have this strong siege lines, the bunkers, and so on. So a Tempest can definitely work in that scenario where you have a bit more range to deal with all of that setup. And that can be a great asset for Christiana's army.
I mean, Tempests are a part of the ideal late game composition. The Tempests are revealed immediately, so Spirit is fully aware and can now start investing into upgrades. We're talking about +1 ship weapons, which has now begun, +1 vehicle armor as well, and a Viking production is well underway.
Yeah, so Spirit is getting his response to this Tempest ready, and both of our players have a little bit supply free to get those new armies going, but for now they still are quite high there, so it looks like we will have another clash coming.
Yeah, we do see Christiana posturing with his main army, but doesn't want to commit to anything quite yet. Again, Christiana, ideally, he wants to slowly shave off some gateway units here and there and replace them with more Tempests and refine his army and get into that ideal late game composition.
Meanwhile, Spirit has taken that gold-based location. He's not quite expanding there yet, but he has already sieged up. Like, he has prepared the location for potential base. Meanwhile, Christiana is trying to see if he can get something done here.
Yeah, it doesn't quite make his way towards the base. Does respect the tanks, at least. He's going to be falling back. Likewise, Liberators on the way. It's going to be Sky Toss versus Sky Terran eventually between both Spirits and Christiana. We're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there. But for now, we only have these small skirmishes around the map, and more bases are being taken. Almost the entire map has already been taken by either of our players, and it looks like we're getting back to a bit of a tradition of the House Cup or of the House Galactic Battle, of these like really long games in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, if it was going to happen on any map, it would be on Alcyone. Oh, nice dodge there with the Nova from that Ghost. We have 4 more starports on the way. Fusion Core as well. That should be for Liberator range. Potentially for BCs later on down the line, as that is 4 tech labs on the way. Okay.
That is a lot of tech labs. That is a lot of starports in the first, but I don't think I often see that many starports in a single base.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling the BCs, but we'll see. We'll see if we do head in that direction. For now, Spirit going to be, zoning with the nuke, forcing back the Protoss army, and there it is. The BCs are coming.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Mishu, is that you? Look, when I see Mass BC, I just think of Mishu.
Yeah. I mean, fair on that point. We do see Christiana rotating around with his ground army. Does catch some of these tanks.
Yeah, that he does, and he actually is able to get into the base. Another planetary is standing in front of him, but this time he does take it down.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Vikings, they collapse on the main army. They catch out at 1, 2 of the Tempests. Almost 3 Tempests going to be going down, and the Disruptors are exposed as well. Christiana losing a lot of high-tech units.
Yeah, these Disruptors were left alone. They were not part of the recall, and they are being sniped down by the Terran, and a Liberator actually has to be dealt with as well. More losses there for Christiana.
Yeah, Prism gets caught out by the missile turret as well, and Christiana still maintains a ground army, but I am quite concerned here for what he has left. Meanwhile, do we have too many Vikings? We have enough to take control of the sky, but what about the ground toss?
Yeah, there is a plenty of ground toss, but the last Colossus does fall down. There are just these Disruptors for the Robo units, and a lot of Stalkers, a lot of Zealots.
Yeah, the Vikings, they clean up every single Tempest, every single Skytoss unit has fallen. Now, this was the one Tempest in the back line at least, and it's mainly a gateway-based composition. And you know what, BCs, they can shoot up and down. They're
and
crazy.
Down, yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Oh my god.
And it also looks like Christiana has kind of given up on the Tempest as well. He's working on more Colossus instead, so he has done what he wanted with the Tempest and now just focusing on the ground army.
Yeah, the BCs are revealed. One battle cruiser does go down, but the others, they hold their ground. They force back the army. I believe Yamato has not been resourced, so there's no Yamato available, but the BCs are going to be able to punish this, taking down more disruptors.
Yeah, they do take a lot of these arrows that said the Vikings all die down as well, and the beasts are really low, but they do not die. They are still there.
Yeah, they barely do teleport away. They're going to be able to repair. They're going to be able to be topped up. And Cristiano, he's running out of supply here. These have been expensive losses for Cristiano. Does have a bank to work with, but needs time to rebuild.
But he does, and we'll see if Spirit will give him this time, because, I mean, Spirit's army is strong, but he also has a tendency to generally stay at his base. He's not one to attack too aggressively, so maybe he will give Cristiano enough time to rebuild.
Yes, Cristiano, he is attempting to remax here with more of a ground-based army. Back into Colossus, back into gateway units, Stalkers, more Zealots as well. He's going for the Planetary, and this time he should be able to bring it down. As I say that, we come in from behind. The Disruptors, the Colossus, no!
The Colossus are all alone as the Stalkers have left, and both of the Colossus do go down, and the Planetary does too, though.
Yeah, the Planetary finally does fall after so many games. Finally, some Planetaries are starting to go down. Cristiano is taking down the economy here of Spirit. Bearing in mind, Spirit does not have a bank. Unlike Cristiano, who's got 4k minerals and 3k gas, Spirit has not been able to build up anything.
Yeah, and also Cristiano has his bases decently protected. He will be losing some probes now, but in general he has been able to mine quite a lot lately. Like, the drops have not been on his side of the map for a while, so, you know, definitely going well there for Cristiano at least.
Yeah, BC is going to be harassing across the map. Meanwhile, Mass Zealot Stalker pushing in, but the EMPs are brutal, the SimCity as well. And that's Cristiano. He cannot get on top of this army. He's down to 2 Colossus, has to back up.
Yeah, but the beasts are not being dealt with back at home, and they are taking more and more ground. Ooh, even a nuke in the middle of the map. This time
yeah, a bit of a bold. Yeah, a bit of a bold move with the nuke, but there we go. The army's going to be recalled back home. Does recall towards the bottom right. The BC is going to be shut down, but top left base does fall as well.
Yeah, so both our players losing some bases, losing some of the important army as well, and we will have to rebuild once again.
We'll have to rebuild the northern, the forward base. The goal base is going to be shut down once again. The Stalkers, they do manage to get on top of that, but the BC aggression does continue. More bases going to be falling left and right.
Yeah, the Bio army tries to deal with this army of the Protoss, but it goes straight into the Colossus fire, and we do have 5 Colossus in that army. Another nuke is going down on that base as well.
That's a lot of Colossus. One of them is going to be targeted down, but there's still 4 more Colossus behind this, and without Viking Spirit, he cannot contest against this.
Yeah, Spirit has lost all of the Vikings before as he was focusing on the BCs, and now the BCs are here to help.
I don't know how much they can help. They get targeted down one after the other. Every single BC goes down, and Cristiano, he's breaking through.
Yeah, the BCs were not ideal air unit to deal with all of this army. The Stalkers deal with them quite quickly. We still have 4 Colossus in this army, and Cristiano, he is moving forward.
Yeah, and it looks like Cristiano, has he finally done it? Is he fighting back in this series? He won't quite be able to push into the natural, but he does deny the third base. Tempest coming in, more oh my, so many Colossus!
Just all Colossus. Why do you need anything else?
God, getting up to 7 Colossi. Ay, ay, ay. The base is going to fall, and we can just keep going from here. Vikings are coming into the mix, but is there enough Vikings? Do we have enough Terran?
I mean, we still have some Stalkers in this army, even though they are all hidden between the legs of the Colossus, and they are able to help with those Vikings as they approach. The Tempest definitely help with range too, and these Colossus are actually overpowering.
Yeah, they're going to be overpowering the Planetary. Planetary, another one does go down. Vikings, they come in from behind. Colossus finally are going to be falling, but I don't think there's enough on the ground to deal with the Stalkers. Even if all the Colossus go down, there's just so much Protoss here. I say that the army does come in, but it melts before the Colossi.
It does. The Tempests are helping with the Vikings where the Stalkers cannot reach them as well, and the Protoss army still stands. The Spirit has lost a lot, and he is losing more. At the same time, he is destroying the base of Cristiano, so it is a bit of a base trade.
It is. Cristiano doesn't really have many buildings out. I mean, he has a lot of buildings out on the map, but not many workers out on the map instead. So we're going for the elimination race instead. We see Spirit, he's banking up in the main base, just trying to buy time, picking up whatever stray units he can, as he's going for every building he can as well.
Yeah, looks like we will be having full base trade here. It doesn't look like Cristiano is planning to recall anytime soon, and he will try what he can do in this main base. He is dealing with most of the army of Spirit, actually.
Yeah, the Vikings, they kill the Tempest, bear that in mind, and Cristiano, he's out of money. There's a
Oh.
chance Spirit could force a draw. No Skytoss units.
True. And the Stargates will be now under fire as well, so even if Cristiano did get mana, he won't have any way to produce from them either.
Yeah, I think Spirit, he can force the draw. As long as he can lift some buildings, I mean, he still has mining going on. He still has some mining. There's a Zealot wreaking havoc. A couple of the workers are going to be saved, but Cristiano is broke. He can't afford anything.
He can't even build a pylon to fuel those tunnels that are over there.
Yeah, it's at least a draw, 100%.
Oh boy.
As there is no way for these buildings to all be killed as long as we can find some dead space out on the map. Yeah, specifically bottom right. It's like if we get some buildings out there, I mean, not even just bottom right, but even in these small locations as well, Cristiano, he just cannot end it.
Yeah, he can't really do much about it, but this said the buildings are not hidden yet, and Cristiano is once again trying to attack another planetary. It's so close.
This time he will get it, though. There's plenty of Colossi. The planetary is going to go down. The base will fall at the same time, though. More buildings are falling one after the other. And on the one hand, Spirit can at least force a draw. On the other hand, though, he could end the game if he kills every building.
Yeah, and I think he's definitely capable of doing so. I mean, he has to find all these buildings on the map. And again, as you said, Cristiano can't really make any more. I don't know how much is an assimilator. I guess he could try some assimilators.
Yeah, he can afford an assimilator. That's true. He can afford that at least. But more buildings are falling, and yeah, Cristiano. We'll see what he can get done here. We'll see if he can try and at least clean up the army. If Cristiano can clean up all these marauders, and if he can kill all the units, then again he can force the draw. Oh, the BC.
Yeah, the BC is already damaged. It's not going down, but I don't think Spirit has resources to spare to repair it. It is going after the Colossus though.
Yeah, there's no anti-air. There's no anti-air here. Only Colossus and Zealots buildings. Again, they're still floating around, still muling and mining in the main base, as well as the BC is wreaking havoc. At the same time, you can see we're hunting down the Stalkers.
Oh, the Lost Stalkers are running away from all of those Marauders, and those are really important for Cristiano right now. He cannot lose this army because this is all he has.
Yeah, exactly. Again, we're hoping for a draw at least, but Spirit can still win the game. He can still straight up win the game if he cleans up this main army. And again, looking at the units tab, 4 Stalkers, 4 Colossus, 4 Zealots, 4 of everything. That's all we have left for Cristiano.
Oh, 4 of everything. Amazing. It really is 4 of everything. And 2 War Prisms.
And 2 prisons. The problem is that Spirit is still producing. Spirit, because he has money, he has mining, he has an income, and we can't say the same for Cristiano.
Yeah, but that said, all of the forces of Spirit are now back home, and Cristiano is ready for one more attack. And can he take it? Can he take this entire army of Spirit?
No, he cannot. We start a step forward. GG gets caught. We collapse on the main army, and Spirits will take the series 4-0, becoming the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle number 3 champion.
How do I... There you go.
The fanfare. The fanfare.
Yeah, the fanfare. There you go. We have Spirit on the screen as he takes the game. He takes the series 4-0 in the finals.
GG, well played. A dominant finals here from Spirit. I mean, that final game was very close, and again, Cristiano could have forced a draw there if he was able to maintain his army, of course. As we saw, Spirit still had an economy, still had mining going on. He was able to replenish his forces and barely bring it out in the end. GG, well played. Before we do get ahead of ourselves, a big shout out in the middle of that final game to Coco TV. Thank you so much for the raid as well. We do appreciate it. Of course, we were here just covering a big LAN event happening in Poland.
Yeah, for those who have only tuned in later on, this is an offline event, a LAN in Warsaw in Poland for Polish players, and this is the 3rd one already, and they've been pretty great events so far.
Oh yeah, exactly. We had the top 2 players in Poland facing off. Spirit was the number 1 H.4.0.S Galactic Battle champion. Meanwhile, Cristiano was the number 2 champion, and here they faced off in the finals of number 3. So it was very fitting here, a very fitting end for this final H.4.0.S Galactic Battle. They did face off, of course, and Spirit did look quite dominant in these finals, not dropping a single map in the finals. Did drop a map in the tournament, though. If you recall, that was to Art, not to Cristiano.
Yeah, exactly. Art was the one to take down, to take a map from Spirit, so You know, Art is a little bit, I don't want to call him a dark horse, because I mean, Art is pretty good, but like, we didn't expect him to do as well as he did.
Yeah, did very, very well here in this tournament. Did bring down Geralt, did take a map and force Spirit to the ace match earlier, and with that, GG well plays. Oh, Spirit, his heart rate, his elevation, he's excited. Ah.
Oh, he's so happy. Look at him. He's so happy.
This proves that even though Spirit, even though he has no facial expressions whenever he wins matches, clearly his blood is pumping. Clearly.
Yeah, he's just happy on the inside, you know?
He's happy on the inside, exactly. Yeah, with that, GG well played. Congratulations to Spirit. My condolences to Christiana, but again, making it to the finals was still a beautiful result nonetheless, an impressive result from Christiana. So GG well played. And with that, we have crowned our best player in our current now best player in Poland is Spirit.
And it turns out that Spirit is still the best Polish player. Like, Christianer has bested several other players in the previous editions, but he was not able to take Spirit down. Spirit reclaims his title, and as you said, he is once again titled the best Polish player. As these LANs are seeing really all the best Polish players, so this is really quite a title.
Oh yeah. Again, there's a lot of competition over in the land of Poland, and it's great to see the Polish community come together as well. The casters, the viewers, the spectators, like they all come together. And yeah, it's been getting better and better event after event. I look forward to the future. I look forward to the next H.4.0.S Galactic Battle as well. I'm sure we'll hear some news eventually from Kashim and from the organizers as well. Otherwise, yeah, it's been an amazing event. It's been a very long event as well. 13 hours, we reached it. 13-hour cast.
Yay! As usual. As every Galactic Battle.
True. 13-hour cast. We made it, Papi. We made it. It was a very, very long event. And we're going to be getting ready to do it all again tomorrow. Yeah,
tomorrow, as a reminder, Light will be bringing you the coverage of World Team League, because we did miss one playoff day. But hold on, we have the celebration.
Tego.
Dobra, poczekamy na kontakt. Raz. O, coś już lepiej, tak? Halo? Słyszycie mnie? O, teraz doskonale. Dziękujemy dźwiękowcom, super, fantastycznie. No słuchajcie, H.4.0.S Galactic Battle to już trzeci, tak? Trzeci dobieg końca. No i co? Niespodzianka znów, tak? Pierwszy wygrał Elazer, drugi wygrał Christianer, trzecią edycję wygrał Spirit. No i też taka mała niespodzianka, powrócił do gry Art, tak, którego dawno żeśmy nie widzieli. Dokładnie tak, super. I oczywiście Art, zapraszam cię na scenę. Trzecie miejsce, gratuluję. Brawo jeszcze raz dla Arta. Brawo. Zapraszamy na ten. Tak, później oni sobie... No i co, drugie miejsce. A czemu mi to pokazujesz? Dobry. Nieważne. Drugie miejsce zapraszam. Christianer. Gdzie jesteś? A tu jest, super. Co stary, no, walka była, ale wiesz, wygrał lepszy, nie? Dokładnie. Gratuluję. Chwila dla fotoreportera. Wygrał lepszy. No i co? No i zapraszamy na scenę Piotr Spirit Walukiewicz. Brawo! Gratulujemy i teraz do góry. Do góry, podnieś do góry. I lecimy z kompletem. Brawo! Trafione. Zajebiście. Tak miało być. Spirit, 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 spirit. Zróbmy chaos! Art Krystianer, zapraszam was do zdjęcia. No poczekaj, niech chłopaki przyjdą. Dobrze, dziki będą na później. Dobrze, że Piotr przypomniał. Nie wiem, czy mnie było słychać, o teraz mnie słychać. Dziki będą na później, elegancko. To jak już ta sesja trwa, to ja jeszcze 2 słowa od siebie. Dziękuję zajebistej komentatorce. Niepokonany Z. Wyśmienity Igor Indy Kaczmarek. Dziękujemy oczywiście Chaosowi za organizację, dziękujemy wszystkim sponsorom, firmom wszystkie, które są tutaj wymienione, jak i również Infoletowi, ludziom, wam wszystkim, Sir Graczu z SKPPWI, bliźniak numer 1, Kaszim, który nad wszystkim czuwał. No i co? Kaszanas, właśnie Kaszanas, zajebiście badania wyszły, naprawdę fantastycznie. Brawo. No i słuchajcie co, no i widzimy się na wielkim finale, prawdopodobnie z początkiem nowego roku, tak? Gdzie no top 8 zagra o dużo większą stawkę, o szacunek, o uznanie. No i co, do zobaczenia i jesteśmy na łączach, tak? No to jeszcze raz, zróbmy chaos! Dziękuję. Pocałuj się. Nie, nie.
And with that, GG, well played. Congratulations to Spirit again. A shout out to the Polish community for coming together and making this a reality again. The Polish scene has always been thriving, has always been, of course, hosting events and supporting their players. But it's great to see them coming back again after a bit of a hiatus, especially post-COVID. You know, with some other venues closing down and trying to find a location for an offline LAN event. It's really cool to see that we're able to make this a little bit more consistent, even multiple times a year.
Yeah, exactly. And for those who missed it, Danskik is the organizer of this event. Not just these events. He's the one organizing a bunch of events in Poland for many years now. He was the one organizing the stuff with S.4.0.S as well. So he's definitely like the good spirit of the Polish scene. He's the hype man of the Polish scene, and responsible for a lot of these events. Of course, there was a shout out for Kashim as well, who's the admin of these events. He was the one watching over all of those players. And also there was a quick shout out for Kashanas, who was doing a medical research actually at this event. That's why we had the heart rate monitors the entire time. Yeah, it's
big shout out to all the people behind the scenes working on the events. And with that, we made it. 13 hours. The cast has concluded, but the night is still young here. Fun fact, the sun has risen. It is 7 a.m. here in Australia. We started casting at 6 p.m. yesterday. And now we're here at 7 a.m. in the morning. Let's go. And if you are unstationed, if you want some more StarCraft, if you want some more casting here on the CranKy Ducklings. Our next cast is going to be in 10 hours? No.
I
Much
will
less
have to
time than that.
readjust that. I will have to readjust.
Yeah. We're going to have to readjust. It's going to be in about 6 hours time, I want to say. Yeah, around 6 hours, 6.5 hours time. We're going to be live here once again, and we're going to do it all over again. I was just checking. So for those that are curious, because we spent the last 13 hours casting the H.4.0.S Galactic Battle, we weren't able to cover day 2 of WTL. Usually we cover all 3 days of World Team League. Weren't able to cover day 2. So the plan is to cover day 2 before day 3. We're going to be casting day 3 live. That is tomorrow. Oh, sorry, that is later tonight in 12 hours time. 13 hours time is going to be day 3. And that means we're going to be sleeping for 6 hours and then casting for 6 hours. Because I just checked the VOD. Day 2 of WTL was 6.5 hours. So,
Oh boy.
so we're going to be having a 6.5 hour cast first, then another 6 hour cast of day 3 of WTL, back to back, 2 events straight. And yeah, that's going to be in 6.5 hours around then. There you go.
Everybody give your energy to Light because he will need it.
Ah,
He will need
another
all
12
the
to 13.
ramen.
Another 12 to 13 hour cast. Let's go. I mean, that's not the most we've casted before. I think our limit was like 14 or 15 hours straight.
Yeah,
You know, we've done it
14 hours.
before. We'll do it again. We'll be fine. We'll do it again. It's all good. It's what we do here on the CranKy Ducklings. We just cast. We just cast all day, every day. Let's go.
Pretty much. And then sleep for the week, I guess. Except
No,
we
then we
can't
cast
because
more
we
in the
have
week.
Turtle. The Tenacious Turtle
Yeah.
Tassel is on Monday.
Yeah.
Or Tuesday,
There you go.
depending where you're at.
We have the Wardy event as well, the Wardy Weekly, that we're also going to be casting. So plenty of content to come here on the CranKy Ducklings. As always, daily StarCraft every single day, and more events planned in the future. So again, if you're interested, if you want some more StarCraft, mark your calendar, set your alarms. We're going to be back in 6 or so hours with some more StarCraft action. I'm going to sleep for as much as I can, and hopefully I'm not completely dead tomorrow. Hopefully I'm okay. Let's go. It's going to be great. It's going to be beautiful. With that, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys in, at 6 or so hours for World Team League, for day 2 of World Team League and day 3 of World Team League afterwards. If you're maybe in bed, if you're maybe asleep, then be there for day 3 live on this channel.
The WTL coverage is coming tomorrow and it will be brought to you by Light himself. So make sure you don't miss it because this is the finals. I mean, the day 2 and the finals of the entire season of WTL, so don't want to miss it. The top teams, the absolute top, Clem playing a lot of those matches as well, for example, so definitely something you don't want to miss, so make sure you're there.
Make sure you're there. With that, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. We'll see you guys in a couple of hours for some more StarCraft. Until then, hasta luego.
Bye.
Ciao. Happy ciao.